Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Factorio Tai No Art offers please passion project streamer.
Oh, I was doing runs yesterday and the day before already.
Alien Gathering.
There's an RE3 tournament.
Welcome to my channel.
Coming up. Which is why there's a lot of people running the game right now.
Welcome to my channel. Magical Beast. Welcome to my channel.
That's not
Norwegian Girl. Welcome to my channel.
Okay. That's not too bad, but...
Welcome to my channel. Lurks. Welcome to my channel.
Thank you, Hooli. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the big 8-4. Thank you. Yeah, see, what do you want to happen here?
Welcome to my channel. Commander Root. Welcome to my channel.
Oh.
Ella. Welcome to my channel. Viola A. Welcome to my channel. Hindered Spirit. Welcome to my channel. Flawless Diamond. Welcome to my channel. Knifed. Welcome to my channel. Polaracui. Welcome to my channel.
Hey V, good to see you. How's it going?
Nice meme.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
This is really good. Really good. Anyway.
The Starfield Constellation Edition is here, but let me show you what's inside. So it comes with a steelbook case with some nice details on the front and back. Then inside that, a digital game code which is actually laser etched onto this metal credit stick. So that's pretty cool. Under that is a watch case, and this thing feels heavy and incredibly well made. It's also got some crazy details on it, such as the property of constellation on the top along with the constellation logo in the middle. To open it up, we have to pull and rotate this latch. Then inside the case we have a fabric constellation patch and the watch itself. Now this isn't just a toy, it is a replica of the in-game Explorer's watch, but it is also a smartwatch, so it not only shows the date and the time, but it will connect to your phone. And if we flip this over, it's got a cool message on the back that reads, "For all into the starfield." The detail on this is incredible. I think this could be the best collector's edition that we've ever seen.
Well. This seat. It sounds familiar.
If you get the dodge on this guy, you can then get the auto dodge on the next guy and just get out of the room instantly. But see, look at this bullshit. Oh my god, I hate this button. Going frame by frame sucks. See? The reason the dodge didn't work is because this zombie is walking into the wall for no reason. This will be interesting. That was good. We take those. You can get completely fucked here. Like you can get the brain sucker to land in front of you, and then grabbed and then hit by the other guy, and then you're leaving the room in caution. It's so fucking bad. Or at least that happens to me.
Alicidra, welcome to my channel.
Yeah, if you even make it out. Oh my god. We get the knife here. Why? Because people think getting RE3 record is impossible. Is unbelievable. That's why. I'm sure many people have seen this title and watched his run last night and were like, "No, I refuse to believe it." Or, "Oh, I must have missed a new strap." No, RE3 is just really hard. So this zombie, leaving this room, the zombie can be tricky. You need a pre-turn here, and you hope he doesn't turbo, because if your pre-turn isn't perfect, then if any turbos. Alright, so this is super important. Like, there's no way he got zombies here. So this is good RNG. You want hunters here, because it's basically a free pass. And then you want dogs here. Nice. So that's super important. Like, hunters, dogs compared to zombies, hunters is like night and fucking day. Yeah, this run broke a tie. A tied record. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's see how fast he does this. Yeah, that one's a bit scary to go full. That one's Matt went Super Saiyan 3 on this. It's if you go Ultra Instinct on this, you might just throw your whole run.
in.
Yeah, it is. That's one of those minor time saves that's just not worth it. Because if you fuck up one input, that's your fucking run. That's your run. No, I haven't watched Dragon Ball Super lately. I'm just covering Ultra Instinct Goku. I wonder what is going to happen here. My PB doesn't have one cycle, actually.
¿Cómo de vuelta?
Minor time loss. This menu is tough when you have the mine thrower. This is one of the bigger menus because like all these diagonal menus are a little tricky. This is just a bunch of diagonal menus in a row. It's definitely a tricky menu in this game. All right, let's watch that focus face. Let's slow it down. Yeah, there he goes. Look at that. Oh, look.
Oh.
Okay, so now here I'm gonna give you some human biology. Are you ready? All right, his heart rate is probably like 120 here. Now it instantly jumped up to 260.
Oh.
See, you'll never like watch all my good runs where I get one cycle and then that's like, oh god.
Oh.
The deep
preocupado, sinceramente,
breaths are
porque
needed after one
la pelea fue
cycle on
mala
good
en mi
pace.
tower. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Look, he used that nice as another way to quickly get out a deep exhale.
Oh.
Worms is good. Spider sucks ass there sometimes. That's tricky too. This line's pretty. The rest of the run's pretty tricky, honestly. Like movement wise and everything. This guy, you want him to turbo, but that's all right. That's good. That's really good. So he basically had the perfect park or the perfect park in general, which is big. See, like, people will be so caught up on some of the things in the city, like Adjaville, or 2 Change or whatever, or the clock tower dropped quick shot. But man, enemy RNG and just enemy stuff in general in this game is so overlooked. Like the park, the difference between zombies and hunters is like it can be upwards of 10 seconds. It can be brutal. And, you know, sometimes you get by unscathed with zombies hunters, but not often. So that's like really good in the run. This is one of the trickier rooms in the game. So you can get steamless there. See guys, you notice all the deep breathing since the 1 cycle? That's every runner. That was good. That was a good exit. So, okay, you can actually get a time save here. If he turns and goes towards the elevator, I don't do this either, by the way. But you can technically save a little bit of time here if you run down there and dodge the zombie, and you can get the dodge right into the elevator, which saves like a second. But it's like not worth it. It's at the end of the game. It's RE3. Like, it's not worth it. I mean, I heard that. Yeah, it's called YOLO modus, guys. I heard that, Matt. Yeah. So, as he said, he went for it. Like, he went for the dodge I was talking about. And it threw the whole run. And that's why I don't do it, because like it's not worth the second or 2 seconds. It's just not. Not this far into the run. Oh, I just, yeah. Look at the, I didn't even see. Look at the time save on the splits. Watch. It's the 5. So the 8 is because he didn't attempt it, and the 5 is what he actually saved. So he saved 5 seconds. Alright, actually, I guess the splits might be screwed. He saved 3 seconds. Okay, he saved 3. Or technically like 4. Leeches is good here. You can get hunters here in this room. There's a lot to say about. Well, and I didn't even comment on. So we got hunters here. That's fine. Like, hunters I think is good luck. But yeah, and then you got leeches here. So if you get hunters here, it sucks ass. Like, hunters here is one of the worst things that can happen in the whole game. Like, you can just lose your entire you can die. Like, it sucks. If you're watching, I guarantee it, the basement cup shit, you're gonna see runners lose their whole run in this room. It's so bad. It's so bad. Last time we did an RE3 tournament, people died here. Me and Orch died here, actually. I think, if I remember correctly. So this is some time saved too. That's not good luck.
Fuck, man.
You want high empty, so you want the first white line to be at the top, and then nothing in the second line. So this is bad. Beep boop boop. Beep. Beep boop. Doesn't matter, still record. Doesn't matter, still record. Doesn't matter, still record. Doesn't matter, still record. Yeah, gentleman's reset. Gentleman's reset should be allowed. Still saves time somehow. You know, these aren't bad splits to run against. Well, some areas are, definitely. Wait. Okay, so he must have had hunters here. Or some, oh, or he might have gotten grabbed by one of the worms. Well, we know what's gonna happen for the rest of the run, because the split's called Mo Disaster. Did Mo lose a record here or something? Thank you, Jay.
Well,
That was really good. That was actually really good. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like dazed out. Yeah, that was really fast. This is like a perfect fight so far. Wow. Oh. Wow, that was really good. That was really good. Yeah, yeah, I noticed. Lost time, haha. Classic. Oh, this room sucks ass. This room sucks fucking ass. Dude, like, good RNG? Good RNG, you hug the wall. That's it. That's it. You just hug the wall. Bad RNG, you gotta do like some fucking fancy footwork to get by this zombie. Hope he doesn't turbo. Like, oh, I fucking hate this room so much. This is easily, or at least like top 3 least favorite rooms in the game, because like you're on your way to the fucking finish line, and then it can just like, this room and the next room are 2 of the worst rooms in the game. Yeah, the camera angle is just fucking horrible. Like, it's so hard to even tell if you get bad or good RNG. And if you take the line you're supposed to take for the opposite RNG, you don't make it. So like, you have to decide right here on this frame. Your brain has to be like, okay, I have to take this line. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then you follow it up with this room.
Por favor, por favor.
This is called getting super gamered.
Sí.
And you pray that zombie there and the one behind him just walk into the wall. Which, that's good enough.
Hasta que no pase no lo creo,
But man, dude.
Sí, sí.
If they don't, oh my god, this room is so bad. If they don't move, you just have to sit there and wait. You just have to sit there and fucking wait and see when they finally move out of the way.
Hasta que no pase no lo creo.
Or you can go for it and get absolutely destroyed.
Te juro por Dios, hasta que no pase no lo creo, boludo. Que te pase no te lo creo, boludo. Te juro por Dios, hasta que no pase no te lo creo, boludo. Yo te juro por Dios que no vea el tiempo final, te la creo.
The classic. That bastard. Man, there's so many memes in this room. So many memes in this room. Thank you, Parasite. Can't believe, yeah, I mean, it's RE3. I'd be in disbelief too. No one can believe when they're in this room on record pace. Even on PV pace, it's like, it's hard to believe. Yeah, if you're getting record for RE3, that's in this room. And look, in this room you can see years of his life just escaping. Years just escaping his soul. Like, he just aged like 5 years right here. Thank you, Puddle, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Era obvio. No me la dejas fácil. Era obvio. No va a ser fácil.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Spectre
thank you.
Facts. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs as well.
Tírale este forro.
Thank you, thank you. Dude. He's doing slow shot. The reason he's slowly shooting the mine thrower is because if you quick shoot it, they might not do damage. And this, by the way, this fight fucking sucks. I didn't say anything about this.
Este forro.
I don't like when he comes down. What you want, or what I like, is when he comes down behind Jill right now, like where that body is over there. Over there, sorry. Not here. When he comes down here, I hate that shit. It's brutal. And like
Era
the
obvio.
instant
No era
come
fácil.
down sucks.
Era obvio, no va a ser fácil.
Like this is scary. I find it scary.
Tranqui, tranqui.
Like
No,
every
no,
runner of this game is different, so it's like for him this might be normal. For me, I'm shitting my pants.
Como que, pero tranqui.
But if you quick shoot the mine thrower, it might actually eat some damage, and then you can't one cycle him, which is a 14-second time loss, which obviously that's not acceptable. It's like not getting one cycle worm. Yeah. Nice. This is a really tricky fight. He's playing it safe. Ooh, that was lucky. That was lucky. He got acid. He got like just body stunned for a sec. Avoiding that in that iframe, avoiding the tentacle. Whew. You need to make sure these shots hit, because if they don't... Oh, that was lucky too. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Like oh wait. Oh my god. This is a really lucky lucky in terms of that he didn't get fucking destroyed. Cuz like so many things are happening here that are so lucky. Here's one. He only spit acid one time. That's rare. And then he gets saved by the fire for getting hit by the next acid. And then he only spits once again. So if he spit, let's say he spit like 3 times there, he might have actually went right out of the range of the thing. Come on! Oh!
Ay, Dios.
It's not over yet though. It's not over yet.
Por fin.
He has to get out of here.
¿Cuántos años estuve con este juego de mierda?
Oh yeah, Matt, yeah.
Años.
Yeah, I wouldn't have moved either. Like when he took the first acid, that was sort of just like, I need to get these shots off.
Años. Años.
Yeah. Yeah, he waited a split second here, like, okay, am I on the right one? Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, that part right there just goes to fucking show you how brutal it is. Oh my god. It's hard for me to even watch. He did it, guys. He did it.
Ay. No, récord mundial. Por fin. Por fin.
1 second.
Ya lo soy, boludo. Por fin puedo decir que soy el mejor de este juego de mierda.
Look at the hype. Look at the
Por
chat.
fin, Dios. Por fin. Por fin.
I don't know what that means, but por fin.
No lo creo, boludo. Estoy todo bien. Sacando la farmacia de mierda. Consumo código en farmacia.
Ah. Oh my god. Dude, I probably could have guessed that actually. Finally! Finally! Oh my god. Yeah, well, yeah, holy shit. Oh man, that's crazy. Overwhelming, Jojo. Holy shit. Yeah, see, oh, this is what an RE3 streamer cam PB looks like. He's probably off stream. Just hogging out. Yeah, isn't it his apartment? You have a really nice apartment. He set those chains up to tell himself you're not leaving until you get record for RE3.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
That was an awesome run. Like there was a few, like, you know, the city had some rough moments. It was still in 1850, which is really fucking good. Like, you know, there's always going to be mistakes in an RE3 run, but like this run was fucking sick though. Like there was so many really good things that happened, and obviously he played insanely well.
El récord mundial por 5 segundos. 5 segundos, mira. 5 segundos. Un saludo, amigos. Hasta mi vieja, mi vieja. Ven, caniche, ven, caniche, ven, caniche. Ven, el perrito.
His family's like, it's finally over? Holy shit, it's finally over?
Gané $1000. No, ojalá no gané nada, pero soy el mejor. Soy el mejor.
40-35.
Soy el mejor. Soy el mejor. Soy el mejor. Soy el mejor. No gané plata, pero soy el mejor. Punto. Soy el mejor. Eso es lo que importa. Soy el mejor. Estuve batiendo este récord, buscando este récord mundial años. Yo puedo sacar esos 41, fui el primer persona en sacar 2 ciclos. No es un detalle técnico, pero el primero a hacer sub 41 con un RNG muy desfavorable.
He's telling her it's a 1 in a 10 billion chance that anyone even finishes this fucking game in under 41 minutes.
Soy el mejor, primero. Soy el primero, soy el primero. Y no me lo creo, no me lo creo. Cero todo, cero todo. Cero todo. Le dice a papá, pero está durmiendo seguro.
I would give him one of those too if I was there. I'd give him one of those too.
Loco este.
Alright, next up, Alone in the Dark. Let's fucking go. Not my favorite game, but
Carby. Oh, Carby.
Carpi. Cornby. Cornby. Related videos. That's me. Guys, make sure to check out the video. There it is. Leave a like, leave a comment. It only has 500 views. How many people are here? 600? 2,200. Look, guys, we gotta bump up the number to 2,200 at least. At least. I'm on Microsoft Edge right now, not logged in, so I'll have to do it. There it is, there it is. Click that link, click that link.
Welcome to my channel.
Escuché la Sharapova cuando me acuerdo si esa
Finally.
la creo. No con Sharapova. A mí me aburría el tenis doble, porque juegan de a dos en dúo, me parece una mierda el tenis doble. Porque como que cubren los huecos libres, no me gustaba ver tenis así doble.
I have to go on my actual main account. One sec. I'm on Microsoft fucking Edge, not logged in because stupid fucking mistakes, man. Alright, I'm liking it. I clicked like. Oh fuck, I'm on the wrong account. Oh my god. I liked it on 2 accounts, guys. I liked it on 2 accounts. Hey guys, what's the word finally? How do I say it? Put it in chat so I can copy paste it. For Finn. For Finn! I don't know if emphasizing the end is going to be good. It might change the word, but poor Finn. Poor Finn! Poor Finn. Yeah. Guys, I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing. It's still only at 6.6. Dude, we got to click that link. Poor Finn. His sub count. his sub count shot up pretty quick. I'm subbing too. And click that bell, by the way. Ding. Guys, click. Guys, click that link in the chat and make sure to press that bell for notifications.
Welcome to my channel.
That was awesome though, Matt. Congratulations. Holy shit. Dung. Look at the sub shooting up. Oh, shit. Bung. Oh, that was awesome. Holy moly. Jesus. Thank you, Parasite, for the reset. Thank you, Puddle. Thank you, Spectrefex. Thank you, Newbie. And thank you, Julia. Thank you, Inferno. Now he can finally play the game. Yeah, he could finally just chill, like, you know, run around the basement, kill some things, go to the statue, pop off with the shotgun. He could finally play the game. Holy moly. All right. That was really fun. Congrats again, Matt, if you're still here. Holy shit, dude. That's fucking nuts.
There you are.
Customizing your character in a brand new space RPG,
And all of a sudden,
you're woke.
you didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. Yet there it is.
What's up, everybody? This is the Adoring Man here, and Bethesda just released Starfield, what could be their biggest RPG ever.
Are you gonna play Starfield?
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play the shit out of Starfield.
This is a huge moment for them, Xbox, and all of us nerds who apparently didn't have enough amazing games to play this year. That's okay, I didn't plan on touching grass until 2024. Personally, I've been having a shitload of fun with the game, and the most shocking revelation of all is how polished Starfield is. I think I've encountered like a grand total of 4 bugs.
What the hell am I looking at?
After Fallout 76, I expected much worse. But there are a lot of legitimate criticisms people have been making about exploration, loading screens, NPCs, etc. And we'll be talking about some of those legitimate complaints, but this is a hot takes video. Games with this much hype behind them draw in a lot of attention, and with so many eyes on Starfield, it's only natural we should receive a bounty of terrible hot takes. Attention viewers, we are arriving at the surface of planet Hot Takeus. Be prepared for a rough landing. The cringe levels have not been fully scanned, and they could be lethal.
I'm ready, man. Ready to get it on. Go!
So because Starfield is exclusive to PC, Game Pass, and Xbox, well, naturally the PlayStation fanboys have risen from their catacombs with a throbbing hate boner. One so obvious they don't even care to tuck it into their waistband. But how bad could these takes possibly be? If you're reviewing Starfield and give it a high score, I hope you lose your job.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 5. Security
You gotta be kidding me, DEFCON 5 already? Paul Tassi wrote an article foreshadowing this. Starfield is about to generate the most annoying Xbox PlayStation console war in years. I don't know about you guys, but John 280165, fuck, I don't know about you guys, but I get all of my gaming information and opinions from John280165804887. He's one of the few intellectual scholars I can truly trust. The console war is one of the cringiest and most degenerate activities you can participate in these days.
A particularly upstanding citizen of the internet here tweeted this in response to me playing Starfield. He said, Olanopia should be fired for promoting Xbox games on a public platform like this. Extremely unprofessional and demonstrates a lack of loyalty and seriousness to PlayStation.
Get the fuck out of here!
I can't imagine any other takes are gonna bring us to DEFCON 4. You cannot go to these planets because exploration was a lie. Jesus, it gets so worse.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 4.
Oh my god. This is one of the many Twitter accounts whose entire existence revolves around Xbox bad, PlayStation good. So this is their grift. This is how they farm interactions. If grifting is the only thing you do as a content creator, eventually you start to run out of material and you have to grasp at straws. And this is why he's saying exploration is a lie, because he can't kill himself by flying into a gas giant. Now, for everyone who also dropped out of school in 4th grade, well, the community notes has got your back. Gas giants such as Jupiter and Saturn are not safe to traverse internally. Wind speeds are in the thousands of miles per hour, temperatures beyond any material limits, and pressure so intense that hydrogen turns into a liquid conductor.
Now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
Naturally, Cringe Thrash Gaming here was ratioed into the next dimension. He was hit with community notes multiple times, but it takes a very special brain to continue digging your hole, especially when everybody is saying, "You're wrong." These idiots made a whole article about me saying we should be able to explore gas giants. They somehow think this isn't possible in a video game that allows you to travel at light speed. I mean, clearly, they haven't played Mass Effect, but hey, I'll let them cook. When this guy takes an IQ test, it comes back negative.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
First off, you can't explore gas giants in Mass Effect, you gastropod. And yes, your tweet was so bad, someone wrote an article about it to make fun of you. Starfield hater becomes laughing stock after basic astronomy blunder. No shit, you can't walk on gas? Yeah, and you can't make a spaceship in the shape of a robot. But I guess we choosy on fiction now, The pressure at the core of Jupiter could be 100 million times stronger than what is typically seen on Earth at sea level. It should be obvious that no spacecraft could survive this pressure. This isn't Goku training at 100 times Earth's gravity. This is 100 million times. But I guess we choosy on fiction now. Dude, aborted fetuses have a better understanding of fiction than you do. Every fictional piece of media needs to establish its own rules and follow them. Starfield is science fiction and sci-fi has its own rules to follow. If you establish that a hyperdrive is the piece of hardware necessary to jump to lightspeed travel in Star Wars, then you can't let a fucking ship travel to light speed without a functioning hyperdrive. It's like, why is the Avatar the only one who can bend all 4 elements? Why can't Zuko waterbend? Cause he fucking can't. Cause those are the rules. You cannot go to this planet because exploration was a lie. That's not a planet, it's a star, and you should be able to fly around its surface. Yeah, they don't let you explore the surface of the sun either. Why not?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Why not? Why not? You can't fly into the sun because every material on the periodic table, every substance in our known universe would become nothing but plasma. Every other game lets you fly in and around the gas giants, but the biggest space game of all time from Xbox fans can't do it. And then this guy shows clips of Star Citizen's gas giants. So this is what you want. You want to spend 20 minutes flying into the color red. Is this what you play video games for? Star Citizen is a game that's been in development for over a decade and with over $563 million in crowdfunding with no definitive release date in sight. I don't think it's a game you want to compare Starfield to. Then he also shared a clip of No Man's Sky's gas giants, but...
Objection!
Oh wait, No Man's Sky doesn't have gas giants.
Take that!
It took me 48 minutes to run across this planet in Starfield. 6 zones, about 12 minutes each. So not only did you fail astronomy class, but also 3rd grade math. I feel like this is what blind allegiance and console fanboyism does to the mind. Like, facts, logic, and reasoning become something of a conspiracy against you, and everything else is wrong and everyone else is stupid but you. Apparently people are also upset that you can't run around the circumference of entire planets without hitting like an invisible wall. And I have no idea why you would want to spend your time running around a planet doing nothing. Do you think it's fun in Minecraft to spend 820 hours running to the edge of the world? Well, it would take 10 times longer to do that on planet Earth. I get people testing this for curiosity, but to complain about it, like, you're upset the game doesn't allow you to waste more of your time.
You're off the edge of the map, mate. Here, you monsters.
I would get rightfully roasted for pointing out the ridiculousness of swimming so effortlessly with a 280-pound spacesuit on you because it's a video game, so who cares? But everybody was so technical about landing physics not so long ago. Landing physics? Landing physics? You think you can't fly into the sun because of landing physics?
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 3.
I'm getting a little worried now. Why?
Well, I'll tell you. If you believe such things as a beast that does the bidding of the liberals, a fearsome creature with current-day tentacles that'll suction your face clean off and drag all your favorite media down to the crushing darkness. The pronoun. They say the wokeness of its breath is... Imagine, the last thing you know on God's green earth is the roar of the pronoun and the reeking odor of 1,000 woke agendas. If you believe such things.
But luckily we don't, and the pronoun is just an ancient myth. So this guy's like, why can you swim in water while wearing a spacesuit? That's not realistic. Dude, in Oblivion, you can swim 100 meters underwater in full iron plate mail while swinging a sword without drowning. And guess what? Literally nobody on this planet gives a fuck. Stop! You want the game to stop you from swimming? You want to jump into the water with a spacesuit on and just drown? Or be forced to go in your inventory to take it off, get out of the water, then re-equip it? What a terribly inconvenient feature. These PlayStation fanboys are advocating for less quality of life and more ways to kill themselves. Starfield was 20 plus years in the making, so you get about an hour per year. Hashtag stay salty. No? No? Okay. We're good. Dude, homeboy just exposed himself as having never played an RPG before. I've been in chat for this poor bastard who doesn't even know what a side quest is. Look at how you fucking crop this. Look at how sneaky this is. Here's the real thing. What's that, 200 hours to complete everything? You see how they try to deceive their own audience into disliking a game? Because that's all they know how to do. This is so bad, I can't even believe this got green-lighted in this awful state. My God, why? Okay, I'll admit, this looks pretty bad. But you know what looks worse? Boom. The original creator of the video changed the game with console commands. This person stole said video without crediting them and omitted the info.
Wow, you destroyed that guy without even touching him.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 2.
Oh God, no. Ladies and gentlemen, if the takes get too hot, take cover, click off this video, and save yourself. Gross. You can flirt with Sam Coe in Starfield. This is fine if you're a woman, but I always play as myself in a game. Ah, I see you too have decided to roleplay as a maidenless virgin. It's quite fun, isn't it? This also goes against the story, as Sam is a straight guy, just like yours truly. So why is the option there for males? There's a few things I really love about this. Number one, it comes from the Gaming Christian Twitter account, and he makes sure to mention twice that he's not gay. Tell me once? Okay, cool, no problem. Tell me twice? Now I'm skeptical.
You are gay.
My brother in Christ. My brother in literal Christ. Nobody else controls the buttons on your controller except you. Can the hate boner for Starfield get any more erect at this point? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. PlayStation fanboy makes 1,000 accounts to review bomb Starfield on Metacritic.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 1. Security lockdown active.
Fetch me their soul.
Oh no. Oh, sweet Jesus.
I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fuck
fucking current days. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity!
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. Starfield gives you the option to select 3 sets of pronouns in the character creator.
Ziggy. Welcome to my channel.
How can you do this?
This alone has caused mass hysteria, and to me, it sounds like a lot of... Sounds like a lot of hoopla to make over a little role-playing, right?
Wrong.
A lot of people have finally unlocked Ultra Instinct mode and gone full ham calling Starfield woke. They say it's pushing a hardcore liberal agenda and poisoning our precious media, our precious video games that we care so much about. Whether or not you think it is, you'd probably do a better job convincing people of this if you weren't frothing at the mouth.
Fucking current day Californian shit! If you want to play pick your pronouns, then you should have an option to not enter pronouns.
Yes, agreed 100%. The fact that they force you to do it is the problem. The fact that they force you to do it is the problem. The fact that they force you to do it is the problem. They're forcing you to do it.
Objection!
Show how it's optional. Okay, I will show how it's optional again if you want me to. Look, we can go through this again. There's me, king of pronouns. Confirm. Yep, didn't have to pick my pronouns there.
Take that!
Didn't have to pick them. Okay, so you shut the fuck up about it being forced? Can you, like, just admit that you're wrong about that?
They're forcing you to do it.
Liar! And you would have a better point of argument here if the game allowed you to skip the pronoun nonsense.
Objection! Objection!
So what? Do I have a better case now? Good. You wouldn't survive a COD lobby is out. You wouldn't survive Starfield character creation is in.
What are your pronouns? Skip. Because the game understands that when you pick the male character, you have male pronouns.
I think the first thing we need to look at here is the setting of the game. Starfield is set in the year 2310, so it's definitely not far-fetched that people who go by they, them pronouns exist. You may disagree with it, but at the end of the day, this is a very small detail that remains consistent with the setting of the game's world and doesn't break immersion.
Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity!
This isn't like Elder Scrolls where the setting is medieval times. A they, them setting for that game wouldn't make any sense considering the world is built around a time period where the request for a preferred pronoun wasn't a thing.
Exactly. Starfield takes place in the future, so he has to think people expressing themselves in a way that is not traditional gender normed. He has to think that is a phase and won't exist in the year 2030 something. That's insane.
In the future, gene therapy and genetic modification will have gone so far that not even the most conservative will be able to say that there are two genders. If you think that things are weird now, just wait until they actually figure out how DNA works.
I mean, this is literally just an option for role-playing purposes.
Well, if it's never brought up again, why do you even have to pick the pronoun?
Now, if you tried to start the game and it stopped you and put this big-ass wall of text that said, "Whoa, Buster, you haven't picked your pronouns yet. You're not a bigot, are you?" You know, then you would have a bit more of a case for the game being woke.
You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything.
How do you be a conservative when you are a living Wojak? When you are like a subset of the soy jack? We're playing game. We're just having a grand old time. Meanwhile, people on the right are literally creating new soy jacks live, getting angry at this over pronouns.
I think Bethesda's agenda only goes so far as to creating more role-playing and customization options.
Because games aren't just a form of escapism for people who look like you. They are a form of escapism for everyone.
Think about how many sliders and other things you see in character creation tools that you don't give a fuck about, but somebody else inevitably will. Now that I think about it, Okay, I'm putting on the tinfoil hat. What if the pronoun selection in Starfield is just a big psyop orchestrated by Todd Howard to get people to talk about the game? Free publicity. I mean, worked out pretty well for the Hogwarts Legacy developers, as the boycott around that game seemed to have the opposite effect. I think we're all being had. We're all being pitted against each other as Todd Howard sits in his solid gold house counting his millions.
Who's laughing now?
Okay, but on the real, remember when Doom Eternal came out and Bethesda was criticized heavily for this line?
Demon can be an offensive term, referred to them as mortally challenged.
This whole pronoun debate is so eerily similar to that because it's such a non-issue, right? One line of dialogue was all it took to trigger people to the surface of Mars. Well, our standards for what triggers people have gotten worse because all it takes now to trigger snowflakes is this. I think Dunkey put it best when he said,
in the character creation screen, it asks you what pronoun you want for your character. It's like 3 seconds of a game, which is like 700 hours long.
Now, if you want to have this greater discussion of leftist political agendas infecting all sorts of media, I mean, go ahead and have that discussion. It's definitely happening in some places, but it's not here in Starfield. Wait! Oh shit! Look at this woke coffee mug I just found. You guys, this is so much worse than the woke toilets in the Dead Space remake. I would rather shit my pants than take a dump in one of those. If you're trying to say this is woke, couldn't this also just be evidence that there's some corporation or company manufacturing coffee mugs with feminist ideals in Starfield? So in that sense, isn't the world more realistic and similar to ours? So what's next?
Welcome to my channel.
Wait a second, why is Asmund in the script of this hot takes video? He couldn't possibly have... Oh no.
I have no problem, by the way, with this kind of stuff, but I think that if you want to add messages in like this, especially whenever you have like pirates and stuff like that, why is it not possible that you can't have like, you know, a space pirate with an Andrew Tate t-shirt? It says on it like all women are bad or something. And so I think this is fine, but it's just that, you know, the one-sidedness of it makes it takes it from being an escapist experience, and it just turns it into bullshit.
The one-sidedness of it. Asmund, every single person in this game owns a firearm. They have armed security in every single city, even in the bars of vacation resorts on Paradiso. I became a revolver-slinging deputy that used lethal force on the guilty and innocent alike. How much more like Texas do you want it to be? They got cowboy hats too, man. Never thought I'd show Asmongold in a hot takes video.
What about showing your friend in a hot takes video?
I could do that.
You're a loser! Being upset that a development team is mentally ill and spreading their degenerate illness to the customers is valid. Imagine if they asked at the beginning of the game if you wanted to kill yourself. Okay, so this is what normal people see when a game gives them an option to select their gender or sex or pronouns. And this is what Captain Sexual Assault sees.
Kill yourself now. You should kill yourself now. If you're looking for nothing, and you're so terrible. Kill yourself now. You should kill yourself now.
Fuck Bethesda and fuck the political radical weirdos in the Western gaming industry, staining it with ideological clown world bullshit. What should first and foremost be an escape from it? Back to Skyrim. What? You're going back to Skyrim? That woke leftist nonsense that forces you to pick a race at the start? God, what a fucking libtard, man. This guy is so woke. You see how easy it is to turn your grift against you? You see how easy it is to imitate it? I don't like ideology in my games. Now let me go back to the video game that has themes of imperialism in it.
Laws and labor structures tight. Memories of faded might. Resurrect the old soul of America.
I almost refunded my game when Starfield asked me for pronouns. I still might.
Now, you'd be wise to stick a beer in your mouth and mind your own damn business, because I don't put up with this sort of drama.
They really do treat pronouns like some mythical monster coming to swallow them whole. So at this point, I feel like you guys have officially lost the plot. I feel like people on the right don't realize that they have done to the word woke what the left did to the words sexist and racist, robbed them of almost all their original meaning.
The dynamic has completely shifted with who is the SJW.
You guys use the word woke too liberally. That's a funny pun. Like when people call someone a fascist, my first instinct is just to assume the exact opposite, because unfortunately my parents did read me the tale of the boy who cried wolf, rendering me a skeptic for the rest of my life.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Is this not pinnacle SJW behavior? Is this not peak? Is this not a stereotype? If this person was a left-leaning individual and they were around back in 2017 or something, and they did this exact bit, except instead of pronouns, it's something equivalently stupid, like him getting mad that there are more options for a white skin tone than a non-white skin tone in the character creator or something. If a person on the left had reacted like this, they would have been made fun of for the rest of their life.
The people making comparisons to 2015, 2016 SJW shit are entirely correct, entirely accurate. This is essentially fucking blue-haired feminist, fucking big red, Anita Sarkeesian, all this shit, like, you are the same fucking thing. You are the exact same fucking thing. This is nuts. This is absolutely insane.
The Starfield discourse has revealed the rift between those who live in a terminally online hellscape where a 3-second long character customization option in a new video game sends them spiraling into a fit of Vietnam flashback PTSD, and those who are functioning adults. Hard disagree, Mr. Raygun. I remember throwing my Game Boy into the scorching flames of hell when Professor Woke asked me if I was a boy or girl.
And then these people will be like, it's so weird. They'll be like, wow, you're certainly freaking out over this guy.
So the person that says it doesn't matter then created another post because I guess it actually does matter.
As if that, it's a very, very big cope where their entire ideology is framed around contrarianism and know you, and so they have to be like, oh, actually, you're the one that's mad.
So the guy that said it doesn't matter then's created another post because I guess it really, really matters.
I think that my response to this is proportional to what I'm seeing.
Fucking current day Californian shit!
And this person's response, New Soy Jack's response to Bethesda including pronouns is ridiculously not proportional.
I think so many people have been fighting the culture
is ridiculously not proportional.
I think so many people have been fighting the culture war online like every day for so long, they've forgotten what woke used to actually mean and why we started using that to describe media, articles, and whatever in the first place. You see, woke, at least in my own head dictionary, is a synonym for contrived, deliberately created rather than arising naturally or spontaneously. The only difference between woke and contrived is that woke was contrived, but it had some basis in a political ideology. We used to call media woke when it had an observable negative impact on that piece of media. Like when people wrote about Witcher 3 being racist because it didn't have enough black people, that was woke. That was contrived. That was a conclusion the writer came up with and then implanted into the game artificially. You know, same as when I made that video on Link is gay and Ocarina of Time is actually a gay coming of age story. I've stayed true to my principles for like 6 years on this matter. It's not about politics in the game, it's what politics do you put in the game? How are you trying to weaponize Starfield and the existence of pronouns within it to fit your agenda for your YouTube videos on your channel?
I guess this is what they have to do. It's they sell outrage, they sell anger. They want you to be scared and they want you to be outraged because they profit off of it.
So when people complain about the Star Wars sequels and how that trilogy is woke, it's not because the protagonist is a female. For some people that's the case, but mostly it's because the movies have contrived writing that takes us out of the film and that feels artificial. Admiral Holdo withholding her plans and information from Poe is contrived.
Stick to your post and follow my orders.
It's actually a literary plot device known as idiot plot. Admiral Holdo is a character born out of contrived, shitty, lazy writing. And this shitty, lazy writing makes The Last Jedi a worse film. It just so happens that people have made this connection between this sloppy, shitty writing in the sequels and what's been going on at Disney. This is a much more compelling argument for woke ideology inserting into our media. Starfield is not, and calling everything that you don't like woke is the same tactic as calling everyone you don't like racist or fascist or sexist. And here's the kicker, okay? If simply acknowledging any form of left-wing belief, left-wing ideology, liberal agenda, if the existence of the optional pronouns is all it takes to make Starfield woke, then what the fuck does that make Fallout New Vegas?
In Rome, I found a template for a society equal to the challenges of the post-apocalyptic world. A society that could prevent mankind from fracturing and destroying itself in this new world by establishing a new Pax Romana. It means a nationalist, imperialist, totalitarian, homogenous culture that obliterates the identity of every group it conquers.
Are we going to change the rhetoric and go back and say Fallout New Vegas promotes a fascist agenda because you can install a fascist dictatorship as the new government of the Mojave Wasteland? Is New Vegas fascist? No.
Long-term stability at all cost. The individual has no value beyond his utility to the state, whether as an instrument of war or production.
Politics, how tiresome.
In conclusion, I think Starfield is a pretty good video game as far as I've played, 25 hours, and I don't know if I've ever seen such a massive and widespread hate boner for a new release like this. So yeah, those were some of the worst Starfield hot takes in the galaxy. I need some more O2 before I pass out. But what do you think? Are you liking Starfield, disliking it? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Like the video if you enjoyed it and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. We recently just hit over 1.8 million subs and I posted my 300th video. So, mild applause. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
There you go. Congrats. And hope you comments.
I'm actually very happy to see this. I'm very, very happy. Whenever modders get fucked, they're trying to charge money for mods.
So today's video deals with an aspect of the community that's being stingy surrounding the modding aspect of Starfield, which actually ties into the sponsor of today's video pretty well, which is actually giving away something Starfield related. The sponsor of today's video is Signal RGB, which is currently giving...
Nisam naposlao.
Znam da nisi naposlao.
U subotu se vraćam tek na posao.
Ništa čovjek ne radi. Onda postaneš Milan. To je samo šala.
A?
To je šala. Šala mala.
Dobro. A vidiš i Space Exploration ima ove turbine na vetar. To nisam znao.
Kako se ga nisam čuo, izvini?
Space Exploration, onaj mod, on ima te turbine na vetar.
Nije on, nego onaj drugi. Ali je potreban da bi radio Space Exploration.
Vidim.
Da.
Mislim da sam uspio da napumpam 1.000.000 nafte, samo da provjerim.
Opa.
Pa imaš da instaliraš onaj kao, mislim da imaš, da si imao si ti taj mod, onaj kao.
Da, onaj veliki tank.
Jeste, samo možda da se zajebeš, da ga ne digneš slučajno u vazduh, znaš. 1.000.000 nafte nije zebancija, znaš. Kao, probao sam eksperiment, ostavio sam bio 3 ona što gađu, znaš, tureta, ona alien kao ona crva. Od čitave baze ostavio sam samo 3 crva da vidim da li će doći ona kao mala buba da napravi kao koloniju opet. Jer, i to sam dovukao bandere do njih, one za struju, znaš, samo sam dovukao banderu da stavim, da znam ako se nešto sponuje, odmah će mi napast banderu. To je eksperiment više da vidim kako radi AI. Da vidim da li može da se baza sama regeneriše njihova. Pošto mi se nekako čini da je moguće da se onaj crv kao što je fiksan da se iskopa ili da se pretvori u onoga sponera, znaš. Ne, ništa mi ne znači ako stoji samo sponer, samo crv. Kakero kurac, znaš, to ne radi ništa. Ali ako se pretvori onaj mali hive koji spone jedinice, to je već problem. I kako ti ide taj zomboid?
Nisam krenuo.
A nisi, ja?
Nisam, skinuo sam počeo da igram.
Ako ćeš da igraš, jedino bih ti predložio, doduše dosta njih tih puritanaca koji igraju default zomboid. Kažu da je to možda overkill, ali ja ne smatram da overkill, ipak se radnje dešava u fiktivnom gradu u Americi, to jest negdje u Kentuckyu. Ja sam instalirao onaj Arsenal mod. To ti ubacuje 100-200 megabajta, zapravo malo i više, modela za puške, pištolje, imaš, čak samo da vidim.
Instalirao sam ja sve modove što ima ovaj neki.
A ovo možda nije preporučeno uopšte.
Jer neki modovi ne rade, zaglupili se, nisam mogao naći koji, pogrešio sam sve modove. Sam instalirao od njega.
Hello survivors and welcome to my channel. In this video I'm going to show you some useful Gunfighters Mod 2.0 mod settings. There are many settings in Gunfighters Mod that will help you tailor your Zomboid gameplay experience. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more helpful content like this. So there are some options here that you can change, and I recommend you to change some of these options. So for example, we have attachment break on melee function. This means that if you have an M4 and you have gun sight on it, if you use that M4 as a melee weapon, because now you can use them as melee weapons, you can actually break that attachment, say, I don't know, a suppressor or a gun sight that you have mounted. Same thing with attachment break on fire. You can actually break a silencer from your rifle, so I like to keep these on never. This one is actually very interesting, arrow and bolt break. This is a function that can either save you from breaking those arrows. There's fiberglass arrows, right? And then there's bolts for crossbows. You have to actually find them in Brita's spec. And yeah, you can set these so that they break. Anyway, we have damage multipliers here. We have damage multiplier for arrows, damage multiplier for firearms. You can increase these. 100% means it's normal damage. You also have for melee damage. You also have for launcher range multiplier. Say you want to shoot your rocket launcher a bit further, you actually can. Fixed weapon rotation is very interesting. Now there's a function where you can grab a melee weapon and rotate it, which can give you some certain advantages. 0.5 means it's going to pivot on its own axis, so just keep it as it is. We have weapon light runtime. This basically means if you have a torch and you charge your torch with a battery, you can actually make this torch run out of batteries a lot quicker than normal. I like to keep it on this number here, which is 0.001. We have this function called eject spent shells. It's very important that you change this option, especially on multiplayer, because it can clutter your server. Every time you shoot, right, shell casing is actually ejected from your gun. It is actually dropped on the ground. You can actually see it. You can either make it so that only few of them can be recovered, or you can make it so that they are transferred to your inventory. You can also set it to none, and that is very good actually for multiplayer because it reduces cluttering from the server. Here you have suppression level sound. This is actually mostly for multiplayer, doesn't do anything to zombie awareness, sound awareness. You increase these, they can actually, other players can actually hear you firing your gun much further. So keep that in mind. And then here we have a lot of other options here. For example, we have how many bows, slings, and crossbows we can find. I like to keep it on 80%. Flamer throwers, I completely turned them off. Grenades, mines, and rockets are 10%. Here you have light machine guns. I like to keep this to 10%. Those are basically those support weapons like NM249. You have rifle caliber, pistol caliber, lever action, those like cowboy style rifles. You have revolvers, pump action, bolt action, which includes also snipers, some snipers. And then you have break barrels and single shot. Break barrels are
spawn rate.
Like hunting shotguns that you have to break the barrel, then load the shells inside. And then you have this other options here. These are the type of guns that you're going to find. For example, if I set it to 80%, most of the guns that I'm going to find are going to be from the United States. If you have a custom map installed, for example, you have a Russian map or a stalker map, you want to find more Soviet guns.
Where are you guys?
What you have to do is you have to change these per languages. Here are the type of calibers that you can also adjust. For example, I turned off 50 cal, 50 cal.
Better get moving if I'm gonna find Clementine.
Remove 10 grams, 4 grams, and there's a lot of options here that you can change. You also have magazines, suppressors that you can find, light and lasers. And if you look here, I decreased the amount of drums that you can find as well, because drum magazines are quite OP. If you have a couple of them, then take out drums with them. Then you have an option where you can find more Britas armor pack if you haven't installed. If you haven't installed, you can actually increase this, and you can find a lot more clothes and equipment from Britas armor pack. It's very important. Here you have an option where you can disable or enable weapons after or before 1992. The game is based on 1992, so it's up to you to allow them
Nothing
to
but
be
darkness in
spawned,
there.
right? Here you have another thing. It's very similar to the location and weapons that you can find. You set this to Soviet Union, right? For example, you'll find a lot more Soviet weapons than United States weapons, and you'll also find more ammunition, which is very important. This option allows you to find more equipment and weapons inside military and police vehicles. I find this quite handy, so I crank it up. Random gun cases, this is really nice as well. You can find some gun cases inside cars or inside buildings. Some of them will have actually weapons or ammunition. And then you have this one, which is very interesting. Zombie CCW. Those are concealed weapons. Sometimes you'll find a purse with a gun inside it. Make sure to not make this option too high. Keep it like 10% or 20%, because you'll find a lot of weapons on zombies. Here you'll find more options here that will allow you to find more weapons like houses or other weapons. You can increase this or decrease this. It's up to you. Then here we have something called goals, which are the chances that you're going to find, for example, guns in a gun store. If you see 5, it means it's quite high. If you set it to 1, it means it's quite low. So you can change all of these. Then over here we have civilian trim. That means that we're going to find more civilian weapons inside the civilian area. For example, I set surplus to have 100% more items than say in a civilian town. So basically if I go to a surplus store, there's a lot more weapons and ammunition there than, you know, house in the middle of a city. I hope you found this guide useful for gunfighter mod settings. If you have found this guide useful, leave a like and consider subscribing to my channel, as I will do more guides like this. Thank you for watching and stay safe.
giving out a badass Starfield-themed PC through a giveaway
it's a
you don't want to miss.
Wait, it's a PC?
A unique PC like this doesn't come very often, and a powerful one at that, featuring the latest generation Intel i7 13700K processor and AMD Radeon 7900 XTX graphics card. Beyond boasting that NASA punk aesthetic that Starfield...
This looks like a PC that my mom had in the year 1993, except everything here was green.
leans into, the PC also integrates itself with the game with these 6 indicator lights that react and correspond to a ship's in-game stats. If one of these are below 50% in the game, then the appropriate indicator on the PC will pulse red, which is made possible by Signal RGB's application that includes RGB devices from any brand. Offering even more functionality are the 2 stream decks at the bottom of the PC, as well as the custom knobs and icons you can take advantage of for quick access to features and shortcuts. Customizing the hardware of this PC is also super easy, with a front screen coming off and allowing you to access the internal components for servicing. This PC is meticulously built by Skytech Gaming, and it can end up being yours if you enter the giveaway by using my link in the video description and comment section below. Now, on the other hand,
I'm gonna laugh if somebody buys that and then they don't even play or gets that, they don't even play Starfield. And they're like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna use this for like Stardew Valley.
We've got this modder who has faced some controversy because of the way they've decided to paywall and even DRM a rather useful mod
Welcome to
that
my channel.
helps the game look better on PC and or improve its performance. Now, Starfield as a game, there's been quite a bit of discourse surrounding it. When it comes to Metascore right now, the Xbox Series X version is sitting at an 85, and the PC version is sitting at an 87.
I think like a 5.6 or a 6.4 user score. I think a 6.4 is, I think that's okay. I think that's fair. Yeah, that's not awful. Like, I don't think it deserves to be a 5. I don't think it deserves to be an 8. It's a 6.4. I like that. I think that's a very good number. That's a great number.
User scores in like the 6s and 5s. There's
Very
been some mixed
fair.
reception. I've
Very
been playing
fair.
the game myself, and I'm gonna discuss what my experience has been like in a later video. There are definitely things that I do like about it. There are definitely things that I do have qualms about. Among the qualms that I do have with the game as a user of NVIDIA graphics cards is its lack of DLSS implementation, as reported here by
I don't
Newsnet.
have to worry about DLSS
Motherfucker.
because I don't know what that is. I think it's anti-aliasing, but I'm not sure.
The Verge. There's an article published back in August 31st, 2023. The headline
It's not.
speaks for itself.
See?
Starfield doesn't have NVIDIA's DLSS at launch. And that was an active choice on the part of Bethesda because of the deal that they have with AMD, so they have support for AMD's FSR technology, but DLSS, that's in the back burner for now.
That sounds like it's bullshit for
AMD was inquired about this whole situation. Their gaming chief, Frank Azer, insisted that if Bethesda want to do DLSS, they have AMD's full support. He says there's nothing blocking Bethesda from adding it to the game. But at the same time, he did disclose that money absolutely exchanges hands. When we do bundles, we ask them, are you willing to prioritize FSR? It's a request rather than a demand. If they ask us for DLSS support, we always tell them yes. Well, it's hard for me to say for sure why DLSS wasn't included in Starfield. I feel like there's
a lot of things that wasn't included in Starfield, like life on those planets. I mean, so yeah, sure. I mean, I feel like a setting like that is not really that big of a surprise.
Be at least some form of pressure
There are a lot of
that can hold off on DLSS to, quote, prioritize FSR when money is exchanged. And if this were to be the case, this would be the first instance in which a developer sponsored by AMD made the decision to drop DLSS. As reported here by John Linman, who tweeted the following screenshot of a now deleted tweet. We talked about how he's personally spoken with 3 developers that implemented DLSS pre-release and had to remove it due to sponsorship, which is just so shitty. I mean, one of the cool things about PC gaming is how open the platform feels. And now we're
I really don't want to see things go down this route. And that's one of the good things about mods, is that people can always mod things to prevent this kind of shit from happening. Yeah, like things are artificially handicapped or made worse in order to make the product that the company is trying to get paid. It's very consumer unfriendly. So luckily we have mods that solve this problem, and there's really nothing the developers can do about it.
Trying to get certain benefits depending on which brand of graphics card you purchase, and this whole idea of excluding features like AI upscaling and performance enhancement because money was exchanged behind the scenes. That's just very anti-consumer, frankly. And as a result of that, modders already stepping in, trying to implement DLSS themselves, and among them is a modder going by the name Pure Dark. This is their Patreon page, and one of the benefits that's provided if you subscribe to their $5.
Ko ja? Što sinoć? Da, sinoć treći su nadje.
Okay, this is it.
A mislim, sad kako je vreme, znaš. Meni više odgovara da radim. Da. Možda neće ono zimi, ali... Sad kako ono preko dana hladno. Ujutro ti je hladno. Negdje od 10 do jedno 4 do 6 i ono kao boga mi spadno. Znači stvarno mi više odgovara da bude hladnije. Bar kad ode na posao.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Keep them away! Oh, see the intruder! Keep them away!
Hmm?
A month subscription is that you gain early access to test builds for the kinds of mods that he releases, which
Sure.
is creating DLSS 3 and DLSS 2/FSR2/XESS mods. People have already tested out his DLSS mods and they've proven to work. John Lindman
Great.
tweeted here that the image quality of the game was much better. I've also installed the DLSS mod. Good lord, does it make a big difference. Neon is so messy with FSR2 and normal TAA, while DLSS is pristine. And then from
I haven't really had problems. Like, I think the Starfield graphics are just like a solid, like, 8.5. I don't think they're, like, amazing or anything like that. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they're okay. But, yeah, I'm also on a 4090, so maybe it's different for me.
performance perspective, if you have a 4000 series of VIA graphics card, you can benefit from DLSS 3 range and the mod provided by Pure Dark has proven to be.
My computer's overpowered? Yeah, well, I don't know. Right? And that's the thing. Like, I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Well, shit.
Effective on this front, doubled performance on a 4090 that was CPU bound, now averaging 130 plus frames per second. Now that's great. He's providing some really useful mods. But where the controversy kicks in is not only the fact that he's paywalling the DLSS 3 version in particular behind a paywall, being the Patreon subscription.
Yeah, of course.
He also decided to implement DRM to ensure that people pay, that people subscribe to his Patreon to access this DLSS. And there's already plenty of controversy surrounding games being DRM'd, but now we're starting to see a mod that's being paywalled being DRM'd as well. See, that's the line that a lot of people are like, whoa, let's back up. The very notion of paywalling mods has people feeling uneasy as it is because
I don't think that any mod should be paywalled, and I think that it's actively in the developer's best interest to shut down anybody who is trying to paywall mods. The reason why is that you do not, like, the company does not owe you a living because you want to mod their game. Like, if you want to make money and ask for donations, I think that's totally fine, and every single company out there, minus maybe Nintendo, believes in that. But the truth is that mods should always be for the community. And if a mod is not available to the community, then it's actively hurting the game. Because now there are going to be more people, because this is the problem I've said with World of Warcraft too, with like paid mods for WoW and like paid plugins for WoW mods, right? Which is basically paid mods. These things hurt the game in the long run, because what they do is they make more people charge for mods to play. And what previously was a game with a bunch of free mods that you could try out and play, increases the value of that game to the public. Now you have to pay money for it, and that value is no longer recognized. So modders should always exist for the benefit of the community, first and foremost, and all mods should be free in all circumstances with no exceptions. So yeah, I think this is ridiculous that any mod is paid at all. What if the mods are only $1? What if you need 10 mods? Well, that's $10. Another modder will just do a free version. Yeah, exactly. And that's a good thing. All streamers should stream the game for free. Well, we do. You don't have to pay any money to watch the stream. I know, like, I will ban you for that comment because I can see that you're, you're trying to do that thing, right? But like, we do. And actually, so I'll even go further than that. In the Blizzard EULA, I've read it. I know. It's a mental disorder. I read the whole thing. There actually is a clause that says that you cannot charge money in order to watch content of World of Warcraft, but you have to make that content available to the public. So actually, correct, I read that too? Yes. So like, not only are you wrong in the idea of like trying to catch me in some sort of like double standard, but you're also just like wrong factually.
It isn't in line with the spirit of modding. Like, it's one thing to put up a donation link, but offer the mods for free and be like, hey, whoever needs to download these, go ahead. But also, if you want to support my work, you know, point to your donation link. That's great, but to be like, you have to pay me to access this mod.
Yeah, paywalling mods is totally different than asking for subscriptions or anything else like that. So you try to charge people for your content? What? No. I didn't try to bot either, but I know that botting's against the rules. No, it's okay, I banned him too. Anyway, yes, I think all mods should be available to the public for free. I think that a modder should be allowed to solicit for donations. I think that's totally okay. But anything beyond that becomes problematic.
And to make sure that you pay, I'm going to implement DRM. That's where things get kind of murky. And so we're seeing articles like this from Deserto, Starfield DLSS mod might be paywall because fans are divided. Scrolling.
Yep, there it is. And yeah, of course they are. Gotcha Andes are so weird. The reason why they're acting that way is these are people who live in constant resentment that streamers exist and are able to make money streaming. And so anytime that a streamer does something that they feel like they can try to like second guess them, they're gonna try to, you know, like come in with their like stupid opinion. And it's like, what kind of a person sits around and gets mad about what somebody else does for a job? Well, a loser does, and a stupid loser does. So guess what? Well, they're gonna come into the stream and they're gonna be the ones talking. So it's just like you kind of have your work cut out for you. So free labor? Yes. Yes. I don't think that, like, yes.
Down there, details about how on August 19th, Pure Dark released their new Red Dead Redemption 2 DLSS 3 mod. With it comes a new form of DRM.
No one's making the mod.
And scrolling down here, you can see right here a quote where part of the installation process involves pressing end to open the menu, then authenticate.
Yeah, you think you're not thinking modding is work like coding, so they have to give their expertise for free? Well, no, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to mod. Are you stupid? Modding's not a job. And also, who says they can make money off of it? They can solicit for donations.
For the first time, no continuous subscription needed. Any account that is subscribed before can pass the authentication. So there is some kind of authentication process, some kind of DRM. This is something that was pointed out by Twitter users, and you can see right here scrolling down that this was not well received. I'm fine with donations. I would gladly donate them, but putting it like this,
exactly.
Nah. Again,
So true.
a mandatory paywall combined with DRM. And this is something that has been implemented in Starfield's DLSS 3 mod as well. DLSS 2 has been put out for free by Pure Dark. You can see right here on Nexus Mods that Pure Dark did upload the replacement for FSR2 with DLSS or XESS, but DLSS 3 specifically, which benefits performance greatly for those who have the 4000 series of NVIDIA graphics cards.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not about what the mod is. I think that this is just like a categorical rule that I have. Anything that is a mod should be free. It's that simple. That's it. Like, I don't care if it's like a performance mod, a make this character's butt bigger or boobs bigger mod. I don't care if it's an inventory mod. All mods should be completely free. What about WoW add-ons? Yes, they should also be completely free. And actually, Blizzard has explicitly stated that they need to be completely free. But Blizzard doesn't care about their own rules. So they just let people like Rested EXP do it anyway. And Zygor. Yeah, I mean, explicitly they do state that making money with your mods or requiring people to pay money for mods is something like that. Imagine if BBM went behind a paywall. Well, yeah, exactly. The guy worked for his mods, why should he not get paid? He should get paid. Through donation. I'm not saying that he shouldn't get paid. I agree with you. I just don't think they should be paid. Is it that hard, John, that no one donates? Who the fuck cares? How's this your problem? Does that mean every streamer should like, oh, well, I'm streaming, I should just be paid to stream? No. If you stream and people aren't watching you and they're not donating, then you don't make any fucking money. It's that simple. It's not the same thing. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Imagine if your streams or YouTubes had to be paywalled. Exactly. Paid mods are literally non-official payable DLCs. Exactly. Yep. It's like a cover song versus an actual. Yep. Want to change your perspective on normal living? I'm gonna ban you for that. I will ban you for that, but I will, again, this is a comment I will address. Let's actually just talk about what I'm saying. I'm saying that the public should not have to pay additional fees in order to play a video game, because it creates a precedent that will then create a culture of making people pay money for mods, which will in turn ultimately cause the customer to have to pay more money, and it will diminish the quality of products that companies put out for the money that that customer pays. So it's ironic that you use that type of argumentation against me, that I think this because I have money, whenever the actual truth is that this is something that I am advocating for people who do not have money, for people who do not have the resources to pay for extra mods, to pay for extra plugins. Because I think that their money that they invest in buying the game should entitle them to what the game is in its entirety, including mods. So, in fact, it's the opposite. I am making this argument for the public. I'm not making this argument for a few mod developers who think that they deserve
Idem ja, ti dođi za mnom,
to
kao da smo sve dogovarali nešto.
by
Gdje da idem?
paywalling their
Kod
shit.
peka
So
zbog
it's just, it's
čega?
such a funny fucking thing that I get to hear that. Then just play the game
Pa ne
without
trebaš
mods, the game
niti
sucks
onda,
without
šta
mods,
si?
and don't play it. What does that have to do with it? I think he was referring to the modders need to make a living. Not every single thing that you do you deserve to make a living at it. You don't need to make a living streaming either. If you can't make any fucking money streaming, then get another job. Then stop streaming. Stop working. Stop doing something that you can't monetize in that way. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not entitled to make a living making mods for a video game. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're doing this entirely on somebody else's IP. Now, if Blizzard, for example, said nobody can stream our games anymore, Nintendo used to do this. They did. And you know what? They turned it around because they said this is not good for our community. They used to have a Nintendo partner program on YouTube, and Nintendo would take a percentage of that money. And they went away with that. They got away with that. Or sorry, they did away with that. But they were okay with, people were okay with that. It is what it is. Because nobody deserves, like, they're literally selling the company's code. That's what they're doing. They're selling a plugin to the company's code. This is not some sort of like original product or anything like that. This is a derivative of something that already exists. Modders has multiple revenue streams, a true meritocracy. Yes, true. And people can make money however they want, but I don't think they should be able to paywall the mods. You can make mods, but you can't expect people to pay for them. Yes, exactly. Streamers and YouTubers profit off of the game IP. What's the difference? Are you stupid? all right, we're gonna pull it up right here. Let's go. I literally just explained it. Do you not understand? Do you not understand? You're arguing that people shouldn't get paid for their work because it's an improvement to another person's work? No, I'm not. I'm arguing that people should not be able to paywall their work because it is a disservice to the product that they paid to use and everybody else paid to use. And they're using their code. And they wouldn't be able to make their money unless that product existed. Should be a free market. Modding can sell mod and people have a choice to buy or not. I just asked, I opened a stream 2 minutes ago. Don't know what we've been talking about. Okay, yeah, that's fair. You might not have seen what I said. The difference is that streamers and YouTubers don't paywall their content. So, like, for example, like, it wouldn't be the same thing if this isn't the same as streaming. It's not, because, like, you didn't pay any money to watch this stream. Like, if, for example, somebody was making paid videos of, like, video games and it became, like, a popular thing for, like, guides, I would also shit on them. So, like, again, I think that people are trying to... People's lack of understanding of a topic gives them the Dunning-Kruger effect of thinking that they've caught me in some sort of, like, double standard. There actually is no double standard. I'm being completely consistent.
that is behind a paywall and a DRM. And as this Twitter user pointed out, this will likely set a precedent. I expect this will affect all of his upcoming DLSS Super Res / Frame Gen mods, for example, for Starfield. So if you don't sub to his Patreon for at least $5 a month, then you won't be able to get...
Kruger's never people are so stupid that they think they're smart.
His mods working for your games. And so we're seeing plenty of posts of people who were once subscribed to his Patreon and are now deciding to cancel their subscription. Canceling my Patreon sub to him, says this post with over 100 likes. And there are plenty of similar comments if you look around here. Here is another set of comments. Here's somebody saying distasteful DRM for mods. Basically, I was a Patreon subscriber for him, but I just canceled. Now, there are those out there who are in support of paying him for his work and stuff like that. But I feel like more often than not, you'll see that the more popular comments are along the lines of...
Well, people are already getting nickel and dimed by their own company, right? They're already paying $70 fucking for a video game, and now you have this parasite that's trying to attach himself to the video game and then trying to make their mods paywall as well, so you have to pay them an extra $5. It's ridiculous. They're not entitled to make the money off of somebody else's IP and then paywall the fucking content. It's all about the paywall. I have no problem with modders making money, but if you have to paywall for it, it's not okay.
Zeke, this is not in the spirit
Welcome to
of
my
modding.
channel.
And so it should come as no surprise that the community got to work and very quickly cracked this modder's DRM and made the mod available for free. The free non-DRM version of this mod quickly spread across the internet, so I guess if you know where to look, it's a non-issue. But the fact that this step had to be taken at all...
There it is. You knew it, I knew it, everybody knew it. And the best thing about it is that he can't sue them because he actually doesn't own it, because it's derivative of Bethesda's stuff. Now, he might try to get it taken down, but they can just put it back up and he has no recourse at all. Isn't the internet great? You sure? Yes. Sometimes I gotta believe that this world might fix itself. We allowed it to? Yep. Yes, look into it. He can't take it down? That's right. And, like, the funny thing about this is that we all knew how this story was going to end. I have a counter-argument. Well, I'm not going to read it. It's stupid. I read the first line. It's stupid. Don't want to waste my time. The fact is that this is obviously good for most players. And the best thing about these paid mods is that this is going to happen every single time. It's going to happen every single fucking time.
Just left a poor taste in people's mouths.
Yep.
And right here it is further explained by Dexerto. The DLSS 3 mod sports frame generation tech for those on NVIDIA's RTX 40 series cards. Pure Dark knew that this would be wanted by a large swath of the audience and is protecting their work with DRM. And it's not surprising that
It's not surprising that Pure Dark Starfield mod was cracked so quickly. And it will always happen. People will always find a way to promote it. And now this guy is going to get shit on for years. In 2 years, whenever Starfield DLC comes out, this guy's going to try to make a mod about it or talk about it, and people are going to shit on him. And you know what I say? I say good. That's what you fucking deserve. You want to be a little rat leech? That's what you get.
Mod was cracked so quickly. I mean, games from the biggest publishers and developers eventually get cracked, so I'm not surprised that Pure Dark's DRM didn't secure his mod for all that long. More specifically, the mod was protected with a custom DRM and VRM, a Google protection software, but this has been cracked and quickly shared less than 24 hours after Pure Dark's original upload.
There it is.
So his DRM...
Less than 24 hours. Good for them.
Really all that effective and has caused quite a bit of backlash. On Reddit, you'll see people spreading the word that DLSS 3 plus FG mod for Starfield by Pure Dark has been cracked already. Paid mods get what they deserve for implementing their own DRM inside them. You can see right here that plenty of people are not happy about the way Pure Dark has decided to paywall and DRM his mods. This post right here has garnered thousands of upvotes, and you've got plenty of comments saying things like, paywall mods, bruv. Bethesda tried this shit years ago and see how it ended.
Yep, there it is. This is fucking great. Is paywalling mods specifically against any rules in the case of WoW? You say it is, but what about Starfield? I don't think that Starfield probably has, I don't know, maybe they do or they don't. So what I would expect Starfield would have in their EULA is that any mod that's made derivative or made through the use of or for the function of interacting with their code is also their they functionally own it in the same way that, like, if you make fan art of an IP, like for example, like Sonic the Hedgehog, you make fan art of Sonic the Hedgehog, well, Nintendo can take it down. So yeah, I don't know. And also, like, even if they don't have that in their license agreement, it's legally true. Yes, Sonichu. Yes, they could Nintendo could theoretically shut down Sonichu. It's mentioned on their UL. Yeah, I just don't. I'm assuming that it is because I've seen other ULAs that have stuff like this. But yeah, these people are always going to get shit on. I feel sorry for the guy. It's his work. He should be able to ask people to pay him for his work. I totally agree. I think he should be able to ask people to pay him for his work. I just don't think he should require it.
So on and so forth. Endorse donations and mods all the way.
Yep.
Again, optional donations. People saying, hey, please support my work. People will gladly do it if, you know, they feel like the mod really had a positive impact. But to demand money to gain access and implement DRM again just doesn't sit well. The mod apparently had VM protect plus custom protection. They got what they deserve, so on and so forth. Good. That shit is beyond a joke. Totally fine with mod makers putting up a donation link for anyone that wants to reward them for their work. But paywalling, then DRM is dirty as shit. Hope going forward his work is cracked each and every time and face rubbed in it. It's de nouveau level fuckery. Yeah, this is what a lot of the discussion surrounding Pure Dark's monetization scheme of his mods looks like. On Twitter, you've got users like...
It's that simple. Developers should have included, honestly, no. People should at least get as mad. People should at least be just as mad at them as this modder. Oh, yeah, definitely Bethesda should have included this. And it's really stupid. But, like, the thing is that, like, Starfield has already racked up so many and also, like, the reason why we didn't get this feature in Starfield probably has to do with some sort of exclusive contract, too. So it's even stupider than you would have imagined. So I totally agree that they should be shit on. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean we can't shit on somebody else. Yeah, if the devs had a stance of encouraging modders to make paywalled mods, I'd be fine with that, but I'd agree with you. In a case like this, paywalling something you don't own should be frowned upon. I think that it should be, and also, if the developer is okay with it, this is what I said with Rested EXP, right? Is that Rested EXP is like a paid bullshit add-on for WoW. In my opinion, I think Blizzard should shut them down. I do. I think it's harmful for the community, but that's not my decision to make. That's their decision. That's Blizzard's decision. And so if Blizzard doesn't care, then why should I? Do you feel the same way about cosmetic mods? Yes. All mods should be free.
PC Focus, who tweet about general and interesting PC info and news, cracked/pirated games.
Oh, by the way, I hope more mod makers paywall their mods in WoW. I think they all should. Because why is it okay for Rested EXP to do it, but nobody else can do it? I think they should all do it. It's unfair.
And de nouveau info as well as benchmarks. They were none too happy about this, and we're glad to see that the mod was cracked so quickly. Starfield DLSS 3 FG mod by Pure Dark has been cracked already. Paid mods get what they deserve for having DRM implemented. And scrolling down, comments are very similar. The most upvoted include Bro put DRM on his mod. And then beyond the backlash, on top of the fact that Pure Dark's mod has been very quickly cracked and shared for free across the internet, you've got people coming up with their own DLSS 3 mods that are being shared for free on Nexus mods.
Of course. And this is what's going to happen, is that, like, this is the best thing about the internet, is that whenever something like this happens, like absolute bullshit like this happens, there's always going to be people out there to completely undercut it and completely shit on them. So good for them. It's going to happen every single time. Do you think it took a lot more time and work to do Rested EXP rather than other mods? That's why they charge? Why would it matter how much work you put into something? What would that have to do with anything?
Here is a mod by Luke FZ564. You can see right here that this mod replaces the built-in version of FSR2 with DLSS 3 plus DLSSG to enable frame generation.
Yeah.
And obviously this garnered a lot more positive sentiments than the paywalled DRM'd version. And for those who are playing Starfield and want to test out the DLSS mod, There's a
Should I
guide
try
here
this
by
out?
Rock Paper Shotgun that walks you through how to install DLSS in Starfield. Scrolling down, you can see there's a step-by-step process, as well as an explanation for how DLSS 3 sharpens the image, but it can also provide higher frame rates thanks to its NVIDIA frame generation
Oh, I don't need
technology.
it.
However, frame generation is
Okay.
only available to those using a card from the RTX 4000 series of graphics
Yeah, I have a
cards. There's a good amount of
4090,
people
so
who use the RTX
not a big
4000
deal.
series of graphics cards, and we're expecting that such mods that bring
Mm-hmm.
DLSS would be among the first to make their way to Starfield. Currently, mods aren't officially supported, but that will happen down the line. But while we wait for that, you know, DLSS was one of those implementations that seemed obvious, and to see such an obvious mod be paywalled and DRM'd, one that is so useful at that genuinely enhances frame rates. And yeah, Starfield, when it comes to performance, it's, you know, it's quite
Is it
demanding.
bad?
I can attest to that myself.
That sucks.
And so this is one mod that people would like to see just available for free. So much of modding is that communal sharing of incredible, not only new content, but also incredible new fixes and features that just make the experience better for everyone. And the appeal of the modding community and what gives mods longevity is how accessible they are. And the second you start paywall...
Well, I think that that's right. It's true. Like, it's about how accessible mods are and about how many people can just actively go into a game and download mods for it. If you made it to where people had to pay to download every mod that you used in Skyrim, Skyrim would not even be probably half as popular as it is. Most of the people that I think play Skyrim nowadays are playing it modded, especially on PC. Maybe if you don't take into account like console and everything like that. And so this is why it's so harmful to a community for people to start paying for mods. Yeah, it's player retention. So yeah, it actively hurts the game.
And DRMing mods and setting that as sort of the standard of what mods should be, that's where, you know, modding loses the spirit that makes it so special and that can take games and give it a level of longevity.
Yeah, 10-year longevity. Look at World of Warcraft, for example, you know?
That you otherwise wouldn't see. Not to mention that DLSS is essentially like a graphic setting, and if Bethesda paywalled a graphic setting, there'd be plenty of backlash. But for a modder to do that, you know, that's a damn shame.
Well, I think if Bethesda paywalled the setting, people would be equally furious. Yeah, so I think it's kind of the same thing. Like, if you had to pay money, if you had to pay extra money just to be able to play the game, and like, yeah, they'd be even more mad. Yeah, exactly.
One of those basic features that feels like should never be paywalled, because what you have here is essentially a graphic setting that you're selling as a microtransaction, or in the case of the modder, you know, as essentially a subscription fee for what should be a feature that already exists. And the fact that it's not in Starfield at launch already kind of sucks, but like charging for that, whether it's on the developer side of things or on the modding side of things, you know, that's not a great precedent to set. So
yeah, it's not. And as soon as you allow it to happen, then everybody's going to start doing it.
This is kind of a basic summary of the controversy surrounding Pure Dark and his DLSS 3 mod, and the way he decided to approach releasing that, and the way he decided to try to monetize that and DRM that, and just kind of do something very corporate feeling when modding shouldn't feel corporate. You know what I mean? It shouldn't feel so monetization driven.
I don't even think it's an argument of how things should feel. I think it's an argument of this being actively parasitic and bad for games. Like, it's bad for games, and it's bad for the companies that are trying to sell the games. And it will hurt the people that are playing the games more than anybody else. And the only people that come out ahead for this are the actual people that are making the mods. So yeah, I think it's just that simple. It'll hurt the company. Yes, it is. I think if we want change, we should incentivize these devs and companies to take action against paywalled content. I think that most of these companies, like, they don't even give a fuck. Yeah, they really don't give a fuck. Like, I don't think they care that much. So, like, and also the community solves this problem itself. They do. Because now it's free. The working class measure their days in terms of money. Modders do it out of passion, but they live in a capitalist society. In my opinion, they should be allowed to payroll and copyright as long as it's their own code. No, they shouldn't. Just because you want to do something for money doesn't mean that you can. You are not entitled to make a living off of every single thing that you want to do. Just because you want to do something doesn't mean that you are entitled to make a living off of it. What a ridiculous way to look at things. That's like people saying, oh, well, WoW Arena players, they have to, dude, they have to sell carries or they wouldn't be able to play all the time. It's just so ridiculous that people think like this.
And I also have questions surrounding whether he can monetize in such a way where he's straight up paywalling a mod for Starfield and not get into legal trouble. You know, one of the things that makes mods viable and what makes companies allow that stuff is the fact that people aren't monetizing it and making money off of you know, the developer's product. It's one of those questions that should be raised, but primarily it is about the spirit of modding that feels has been lost with the way Pure Dark has decided to approach something so useful that I feel like any other modder like Luke FZ564 here would just kind of put out for free as a service to the community, as a service to the game for the longevity of the game and support.
That's the best fucking thing about it, is that people like this, bad actors, get naturally pushed out of the community. That's it. But they can try to make money. Nothing's wrong about that, in my opinion. Well, yeah, they can try to make money, just not with paywalling. Yeah, yeah, let nature take its course. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter because people are just going to download it anyway.
Just kind of fostering something that you know, will only grow bigger and bigger as long as it remains accessible, which paywalling and DRM
makes it not accessible.
Defeats the purpose of.
Exactly.
But you know, this is one man's take on all of this, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on all of this. Is Pure Dark justified in paywalling and adding DRM to his DLSS3 mod, or are you in the camp of the backlash where that just feels like really scummy and
it's very scummy,
just again defeats the spirit of modding, and it feels like it sets a bad precedent. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
There it is. There it fucking is. I'm glad he covered this. I actually hadn't heard about this until now. So yeah, let me go ahead and link you guys the video. That was a good one. I'm so glad to see this. I don't understand the logic that like people have that like somehow every single person deserves to make, like, the problem is that I think that there's just this trap that people have where like if they see, if like they perceive two things that are the same, but like there's like a standard for one that's different than the other, they just they have to express that because it makes them feel smart. You know, they're like, okay, well, I can see that these two things are kind of the same, so I'm gonna call you out for having the same standard on the two things, right? But the truth is that they're like dramatically different. They're like way different from each other, but people just don't really want to see that because they want to think they're smart. That's what it is. But yeah, I think that I think mods, every single mod should never be paywalled. Every single time that a mod is paywalled, if it was up to me, if I was the company, I would try to shut it down. I think it's very, very harmful, and it creates a bad environment for the actual consumers. And think about how much worse games like World of Warcraft and Skyrim would be if paid mods became the norm, paid mods became the culture. So it is actively harmful to the player base, it is actively harmful to the developer because it makes the quality of playing the game and the barrier to entry of getting involved with the game higher. It is harmful to everybody except for the modders. You are not entitled to make a living off of playing and making mods for somebody else's fucking game. Just the same as you are not entitled to make a living just for playing another person's game. If somebody doesn't want you playing their game, or they don't want you paywalling videos of their game on YouTube or some other website like Patreon, then I think that's totally fine as well. You can try, though. You can do whatever you want to do. It's like buying a ticket to a buffet, grabbing a plate, and then trying to sell it out in the parking lot. Yeah. I like that. Actually, you know what? Yeah. That's a good one.
Ja sam platio
Feel
punu
mercy.
cenu za igru i nije mi žao bilo.
Welcome to my channel.
A Deluxe edicija nema ništa posebno. Bar za sad nema ništa posebno. Talking to myself. Deluxe edicija ti nema ništa specijalno. Ali eto.
Ima neke dodatke ili nema?
Ne, ima samo attachmente za onaj kofer s oružjem da ti recimo pada više municije za pištolj ili više para da ti pada 10%. Ima, ja mislim da ima DLC za, mislim sigurno se to kupuje posebno, onu kao mapu da ti pada više blaga. Ali to je malo nebulozno zato što to sjećam da su ljudi kupili taj DLC pa su ga isključivali zato što igra umjesto survivor horrora postaje ono, znaš, imaš par tih blaga koje pokupiš koji su recimo po 100.000 onih pezeta. Možda kupiš čitavu prodavnicu.
This is a fairly major story. It's actually one that will impact myself, it will impact my studio, it will impact a lot of game.
Ja mislim se ja uzeo standardnu ediciju, da nisam vidio ništa dobro u toj. Jer kad izašla igra ništa nisu ponudili posebno da vredi. Dok sam Remnant uzeo full verziju.
O, evo te šta ih je.
Pa ja sam platio 70 evra ili 60 i nešto zaboravio. Ne, ja sam platio 5.600 dinara, mislim, ili 5.500, tako neka glupost. Pošto je to Capcom, to računa da su je stavili na popust. Pa puna cena je mnogo veća, kao što rekao.
Ove, ko je ovo kurez, da koliko zombija odmah na početku. To je zomboid.
Pretpostavljam. Ako ćeš da igraš prihvatljivo, ako ćeš da je kupiš, da imaš na Steam accountu, mislim da je to glupost. Kao što rekao, ako ti se sad ne igra, nemoj kupati. Ćeš da igraš, kupi. Neće. Hoće za godinu dana. Ako ćeš da igraš za godinu dana, onda nemoj sad da kupuješ. Ako ćeš da igraš za mjesec, 2, 3, onda je možeš sad kupiti slobodno.
Developers that make games that...
To ti sve zavisi. Pogledaj kolika ti je cena onoga Resident Evil 7, ja mislim da nije na nekom posebnom popustu. Samo ne. Resident Evil Village je 20 evra, ali to je zato što su izbacili DLC. Onda im je bilo u interesu da spuste cenu originalne igre malo niže da bi neko kupio DLC. Da mogli da prodaju neki bundle. Mada puna cena...
Koja se ovom igram?
Koji?
Puno... Mnogo...
Da?
Mnogo buguje.
Šta to? Šta mnogo buguje? Jo. Zomboid, šta?
Da.
A pa to je zato što igraš na svom serveru koji si ti hostova. Obično ljudi igraju na dedicated serveru. Šta je izgoreo Iđo? Šta je? Evo te bog. Daću otkaz. Daću otkaz na mjesto nosača. Rekao sam mu da... Taj momak ima 150 kg njega, taj što vam dovesti. Tako da nema šanse da možemo ići večeras. Mislim, ako nerealno. Ne da ga ja ikog prepoznajem tamo, znaš. Ajmo tako da kažem. Ne znam, ni Sonja, ni... Većina njih je iz Fektića i iz Iđeša. Bar da ide do Fektića, do kraja Fektića makar. Iz Iđeša? Ne da ih ja znam. Ima 2-3 neka Mađara, ali s njima nit radim, nit sam se čuo.
Šta možda pitam?
A kad je da pitam, kad? Koliko radno vremena pitam?
A slušaj, dobro nije problem, hoćete vratiti tvoj snijem?
Pa da, sledeća nedelja, a ne. U moju smenu radi Varnos. To je rođeni brat u Rigoru. Oni žive tamo na ulazu u Švektić, pored onoga pizzerije, samo što je na Bolu. Sad ja ne znam da li ide biciklom ili kolima, to ne znam. A znam da je na Bolu, da sam zato ja uposljen. Ja nemam s njim problema što radi, jedino zbog prevoza. Sad ako ostane kod njih u smenu, možda čovjek ide, ne znam, vidite.
Te Mađare, dobro bit će, ako već ostaneš iduće nedelje. Ne znaš dok će taj biti mogu.
Ne znam dok je ko radi. Kaže, samo pretpostavljam da su iziđeš.
Ajme, u mater, pitaš ljudi.
A kako pitam kad nemam vremena da pitam? Nije mi ista pauza kad i njima. Ne završavam u isto vreme. A posle rabote u 6, nemam vremena sad ja nigdje lovim po parkingu. Razumeš? Kada pitam? Poznaj nekog u smenu, ja sam baš socijalan tip. Ti se ja imao ko stoji.
A ili ja
Radi sebe. Ne znam, Daku, spontano sljedeće nedelje. Prestani, samo prestani. Iću peške ako treba.
you play. This is pretty crazy. For a long time, we devs have been feeling more and more, I would say, betrayed and ignored by the engine maker Unity. In a world where you look at Unreal Engine and see the march of progress, while Unity's technical people do great things, we do see them off chasing other industries and making business moves that are particularly worrisome. In fact, almost a year to the day, I launched a video in this channel about another wave of developers essentially having a bit of a rebellion. Today, though, it's an even more crazy situation. And I want to start setting the tone today with a quote from former Electronic Arts executive John Riccitiello, who is currently the CEO of Unity. He explained the strategy by saying this: "You're 6 hours into Battlefield, you run out of money, we now charge you $1 to reload, and you're far enough in that that's going to be something that you feel okay about." So he actually did use an analogy of a paid microtransaction reload. Of course, that never came to pass, but the point is, that's the kind of analogy he used. That's the sort of thinking that is going on. Recently, he said this: "If you're a 7-figure developer, you can afford $75 a month." True, but if you're not, you can just get started or choose for an artistic reason to give your games away for free. Or if you're a hobbyist screwing around or a student, this is free. You get the full power of Unity 5 for free. There's no royalties, no fucking around. It's simple. That's really what we're announcing. Things have somewhat changed since then, though, because only a weekend after Unity highlighted the performance of Sea of Stars, a game that's on Game Pass, getting humongous amounts of downloads and has separately sold over 250,000 copies, they have managed to, single-handedly create an insane drama for themselves and actually worry developers. And this all started with a blog post on the 12th of September, and it was released right at the same time as Apple's big showcase. I wonder if they were trying to bury that news in tech circles. The title is Unity Plan Pricing and Packaging Updates. Pretty, simple name for something that's going to generate a lot of rage, because this is a update to Unity's licensing plans, designed of course to get more money out of users. Now in this there are some more minor elements. As an example, they are removing the Unity Plus service tier, which was a smaller scale one used by smaller indie developers and perhaps some solo devs, right? It's replaced by the much more expensive Unity Pro. And while that may have a bit of a sting for some, where things get a lot more spicy is this: we're introducing a Unity runtime fee that is based on each time a qualifying game is downloaded by an end user. We choose this because each time a game is downloaded, the Unity runtime is also installed. They're basically saying, right, we're two products: the Unity editor, the Unity runtime. You'll have your Unity subscription that will, pay for however many seats you have that have access to the Unity editor, and then we will charge you based on how many times the Unity runtime is distributed, which of course means any time your games are downloaded, right? And they say this because yes, each time a game is downloaded, the Unity runtime is also installed. Also, we believe that an initial install-based fee allows creators to keep the ongoing financial gains from player engagement, unlike a revenue share. Now, how does this work? Well, you have to pass a revenue threshold to be eligible. At the free and plus tier, that revenue threshold is $200,000, and it's $1 million for the pro and enterprise tiers. Now, you might think, 200 grand in the bank? Fantastic. Here's the thing though, what if your game costs 250 grand to make, right? And maybe you got a publisher. That would mean that you will have, say, sold 200 grand worth of copies. You will have not made back, you won't have made back money, and the bill for this sort of thing will come due, right? This will come due in a pretty damn bad time for you, because you've now got to work out, okay, how is my studio being funded? I'm not seeing revenue from the game that, we released that just came out. And it's very rare. Let's say a game's budget is $250,000. It's pretty damn rare that a game is able to cover its production budget in a month or two, right? So this may seem kind of not that big, but that's actually a really bad time to have the bill. Also, interesting, is this charged to the developer? What about the publisher? Because it's rev share everywhere, but then, the developer, doesn't pay based on a rev share. The developer gets to pay on a per install basis, which, oh boy, there's more. There's wrinkles to that. Now, then you have to pass an installation threshold on a lifetime scale to be eligible, which is 200,000 at the free and plus tier and 1 million at the pro and enterprise tier. Then fees are structured to basically allow for some allowances of scale. 20 cents per install at the free and plus tier, and then that scales from 15 cents to 2 cents per install for each more than 1 million installs per month at the pro and enterprise level, with a special caveat that if your game is installed in an emerging market, there will be a significantly lower flat rate. That's of course because a lot of mobile games are big in low revenue per user regions, at least say on a US dollar basis. And then you can get some credits for the fee if you integrate more of Unity's technologies beyond the editor, like say their gaming services or their mobile ad support. Ah, yeah, you can see how this is kind of working now. So, companies want money, licensing fees, those are not a particularly new thing. Now, Epic Games, right? The creators of Unreal Engine, their toolset is free. But the understanding is that if you make a big old box game with it, then you have the first million be royalty free, and anything past that, they take 5%. And of course, because that's based on revenue and it's going up to a fairly high number there, I think the idea is, hey, you make money, we make money. Everyone's happy enough. Now, this install threshold is also a bit of a new question, and at which point developers and the general audience then really found it become rapidly clear that this is one of the more poorly thought out deals for game developers that really many of us have seen in a very, very, very long time. And they put out a Q&A. The Q&A is quite bizarre. So, the Unity runtime fee does not apply to our film, gambling, or education subscription plans at this time. So if you're industrial plan or gambling, you don't have to worry. It's just game and app developers. You are invoiced monthly based on the installs in a given month, and the installations are just defined as installation and initialization of a project on an end device. Now, this is the big thing. There's some good, there's some bad. The fees will only start being generated from January 1st, 2024. The bad news, all of the installation threshold requirements, those are retroactive, right? So, yeah, if you have big install numbers, yeah, you're just going to be straight into this. Now, there's a lot of problems here if you apply some of the old human brain thinking to this question. So, the more people who install your game, especially on the perhaps razor-thin margins that you'd planned before any of this became apparent, the more money you then have to pay Unity. And your installation of a game can then actually actively harm a developer, which is fairly crazy. I did enjoy, of course, Chris Wolfart, funny Twitter account, many good funny things. Pirate game, delete it, download it again. Keep on doing it. Company loses $600. Fantastic. So, let's talk about the problems that developers and community members have highlighted, and then Unity's attempts to squirm their way out of this, because there is quite a large amount of trust me bro in this. Okay, let's start with some problems. Hello Unity, how are installs tracked or monitored? How is revenue determined? Do pirated installs count, and how would that be determined? Aside from other issues that many people have raised, are we going to see more games delisted to avoid incurring additional costs? There are so many thoughts here. I mean, make a game. Game is freemium. Game makes 200 grand from in-app purchases after being installed 3 million times. Now owe Unity 20 cents per 2.8 million installs, 560 grand. That's 360 grand more than we've made. Yeah, this is one that is quite funny with the, with the freemium mobile model. Also, publishers are talking about things. So, Devolver Digital, you may have heard of them. Definitely include what engine you're using in game pitches. It's important information. What a well-timed post from them. Because you've got to remember with all this stuff, you sell your game. Valve takes 30% from them. Because you've got to remember pitches. It's important information. What a well-timed post from them. Because you've got to remember with all this stuff, you know, you sell your game, Valve takes 30%, then that's split between you and your publisher, then you are charged the money. Like, that is, that's pretty rough because of where this is probably going to happen. Like in the waterfall, at least based on how they're talking about it. Developer Aggro Crab pointed out that if you put your game onto Game Pass, that's potentially millions of installs that you could potentially be asked to pay a licensing fee for. And well, while it may not be you, actually, as it transpires, Unity have a response to this, and I don't think the industry is going to be particularly pleased by it. I mean, hey, what about giving access of your game to people for free for a free weekend? Maybe the Epic Game Store free game option. That could now cost you money. For Over the Moon Games, they've said here, hey Unity, our game The Fall was on Epic Games as a free game. I was quite happy to sell them the rights for peanuts, and the game was installed like 7 million times. How do you propose this will work? I'd owe you more money than I've made in my life. That's insane. Again, what are you thinking?
Ako si stavio Arsenal mod, da. Pa, ne znam, pogledaj. Moraš prvo da instaliraš Arsenal, Gunfighter 2.0 i onda Brita Weapon mod pak. I možeš i Armor, moj ti je savjet. Imaš dva mod paka, jedan ti je za oružje, drugi za Armor. Mislim da Vanilla ima 9 mm pištolj, revolver, pump action shotgun, repetirku pušku kao Winchesterku i lovačku pušku i to je to. To je to. Kontant akcijna tigre nije na oružje, ali pričamo o Americi. Gde svaki farmer ima bar 3 komada oružja.
Moje meno mesto.
Znaš.
Then, of course, there are developers talking about just abandoning the engine, you know. They're saying, like, all right, you know what, screw it. Here's one from Aaron. We've used Unity 11 years now at Flipfly, and I've been teaching kids how to make games with it at a non-profit for 3 years. After today's egregious announcement, I'm actively planning to move us all to an engine with less hostile practices. Because, yes, be it Unreal Engine, be it Godot, there are other engines out there, and people are potentially quite interested in moving now. I would bet a decent amount of money if I could port everything in CUD. I think that's Caves of CUD, which there's a really good Man's World Gaming video on. Either that or Seth, I forget. But anyway, the only thing we'd lose is mobile and console, which is big enough to stick around, but it probably won't be a blocker forever. Cult of Lamb! Buy Cult of Lamb now, because we're... but it probably won't be a blocker forever. Is mobile and console... which is big enough to stick around, but it probably won't be a blocker forever. Cult of Lamb! Buy Cult of Lamb now, because we're delisting it January 1st. That's certainly fun. Others have pointed out the potential for harassment here, like, yeah, you could pirate a game, install it to 500 virtual machines, and you've potentially hurt a game developer. People may say that's insane, but like, look, people are technologically proficient. They can do spooky shit with virtual machines, right? Of course, Game Maker, Default Engine, Godot, and even Tim Sweeney have chimed in on all of this. Epic saying that they've got no plans to change their perpetual license model, right? And they're going to do it so that, like, they can't change the deal that they've made with you And when you sign on, just a whole bunch of the whole industry just taking this as the easiest marketing win they could possibly get. There's actually some talk of a class action lawsuit coming from developers. But ultimately then, the point here is that Unity just decided to change the rules of things, the rules of the game really, arbitrarily, because this is almost like a new utility cost. The way that you've got to pay, or at least they want to start charging you for Unity runtime deployments. And again, as you'll soon see, all on a trust me bro basis. And what's being said here? I already committed to their engine for my new game, put years of work into my pipeline. I did so under a simple per-seat license I'm happy to pay. Now when I'm close to release, they spring something new on me. Not a price increase, a fundamental change in how we do business together. And that really, that is the point here. So, let's talk about the clarifications and the regrouping. By the way, if you want to do some supporting of, a game developer, we're a game developer. Our first game, The Pale Beyond, is of course on Steam. And it's made in Unity, but hey, I guess if you buy it before the 1st of January, we won't be charged 15 or 20 cents. But also, if you want to check out store.bellular.games, we have got our art book and all those lovely things there. Man, what a story. Okay, so obviously Unity did put out some press responses here. Let's go through them. Unity will only receive aggregate data from various sources, so they'll be working off estimates, not hard one-to-one numbers. Because people were wondering, hey, what, does the Unity runtime phone home to give you a number? No, it doesn't. They have some proprietary method of working this out in a method with no transparency that is literally just, trust me bro, we'll bill you accurately. So that's cool. Demos won't count, but only if they aren't the same build of a game that allows players to continue progression. So for actually quite a few demos, that's really quite bad. Early access games, they will count as to fraudulent stuff, right? So somebody spinning up the game on a bunch of virtual machines. I don't even know how they catch that, but again, trust me bro, they say that they have fraud detection stuff that they built for their ad platform. They can handle it. And they'll have a way for developers to submit their concerns. Again, presumably after the developer has been charged. And if a developer is just charged, let's just say 30 grand, 40 grand, that's going to be very bad for their cash flow, right? Especially if it's soon after a game is launched and the money hasn't came in yet. You're just going to fire a torpedo at a developer right when they actually need that cash flow. Again, this is absolutely crazy. They also did confirm that they will be applying the threshold for lifetime installs of the game. And also, web and streaming games built with Unity also do count because everything that runs the game is counted in some way. Now, Steve Totillo of Axios then went and got a bit more info, and there was a second round of updates from that QA about reinstalls after a sort of regrouping within Unity. Apparently, if the same game is reinstalled on the same device, it won't count. And somehow Unity can tell that. Again, very suspicious. But if a game is installed on a new device or new hardware, that counts. So, imagine this. I'm a developer, sell a game in Unity. You install that on your PC, then you install it on your Steam Deck. For some reason, I, the developer, am charged twice for that, even though you're doing it under one license of the game that you own. Charity bundles will be exempt from fees, and Unity will somehow provide a way for developers to notify Unity. Again, how's this going to actually work, you know? Subscription fees will fall upon the distributor, not the developer. So this is quite an odd one. This means that, say, Microsoft will be facing large fees for every Unity game that they list on Game Pass, like, say, the smash hit Sea of Stars. Now, if Sea of Stars, like, whenever I boot up my Xbox to play Starfield, what do I see when I go to Game Pass? Sea of Stars. Like, it's probably been downloaded millions of times. And you know, that could actually get to a stage or a state. Like, obviously the Sea of Stars devs are like, okay. But again, you know, how much money did Microsoft pay for that? And could Microsoft end up paying more in Unity license fees than the payout that was given to the developer, right? Like, that's actually potentially a concern. And maybe that is all part of Unity's plan because they're seeing again, via their proprietary method. Maybe they look at all of these freemium mobile games and all these like Game Pass, Epic Game, you know, free games. Maybe they see all this and just look at the sheer amount of downloads, and they're trying to find a way to monetize that. I mean, it very much looks like that's the case. Now, of course, these updates, you may notice that these aren't really better, because everything is somehow relying on Unity's completely undefined, trust me bro, data gathering, and it's somehow being able to identify legitimate installations by some method, even though the runtime doesn't phone home and they seemingly only are using aggregate data. And the end result being that the distribution of your game will inevitably end up costing you in some way, because, hey, guess what? If it costs your publisher, that's going to change the deal for you as a developer. Especially because any money that something, you know, will cost to your publisher, it's not like you pay, you know, in Eureka, you pay it back 1-to-1. Publisher money costs money. So this is going to... the idea, it's kind of funny. If a publisher is on the hook for, let's just say, 100 grand of fees from something like this, the developer, you know, in some publishing deals, that could cost the developer more than 100 grand because of how the recoups work. So again, a lot of publishing deals would probably need to be changed to account for something like this as, I mean, as a new cost in the balance sheet. And then they're also throwing publishers and distribution partners under the bus, and that means that taking deals with developers can, well, just become less lucrative, right? It's quite crazy. Like, I'm glad that we are making smaller scale PC games where it's like, you know, where that's like a lot better, but still, like, one of the things that really helped us with Pale Beyond is we released a demo, and that meant that we had, suffice to say, everyone was very happy with our wish list numbers. I think right now we have like 160, 170,000 wish lists, but through like Steam Next Fest and all that stuff, our demo did really good work for us, and there's a chance then that actually some of those demo installs, like some of them technically could be charged. That would really, I mean, that would suck. So this is all kind of whack. Again, Mike Bithell here, of course, Bithell Games. The thing that sort of propelled his career, I think a lot that people know about was, like, say, Thomas was alone. He's made many projects since. I keep cycling back to this tweet and how hilariously exposing it is. Given their model legally cannot be collecting real user data, it amounts to a guess. A guess they are refusing to break down to those they are hoping to bill. Walk back imminent, but it reveals a lot. Yes, because they say, we leverage our own proprietary data model. And, you know, it's got to comply with GDPR and all that too. And you may think, surely everyone in Unity knew this was happening. Well, yeah, and they were all ignored. Heard from inside Unity, the blog post was reviewed for weeks, and internal concerns about poor/confusing messaging, Game Pass, etc. were all ignored. It's resignation time for some folks. Hopefully we see a walkback, I fear, for Unity. And just a quick little aside about John Riccatello, the CEO of Unity, the man who wanted to sell you bullets in Battlefield. And last year had to post an apology because of the way that he called some developers. You know what? I don't know. Sometimes you can get demonetized for swearing, but you know, you can look at my screen and what I'm highlighting right now.
To ti je base mod, Arsenal Gunfighter 2.0. To ti je base mod i onda moraš na to da instaliraš, ne moraš, nego onda instaliraš preko toga Brita Weapon mod pack i instaliraš preko toga još Brita Armor mod pack. Armor mod pack ti je za vojne, one torbe, ruksake.
Ja mislim da se dodao neki za ovo, kako se zove.
Pogledaj, imaš tamo mod listu. Koji build ti imaš igre? 41, pretpostavljam. Nemaš betu možda onu. Imaš
Nije mi upaljeno veto.
41... 7...
41 T.
Kako 41?
T.
Ne znam šta je to. Imam ovdje... None samo. Di, što imaš instalirano?
Sad ću ga ubaciti.
Moraš da kreiraš novu mapu da bi to radilo.
Znam.
Neće se ponovo.
Znači, beta. Dakle, imam betu. Ima beta instalirano.
Jel imaš weapon i armor, pretpostavljam da imaš oba.
Da.
I imaš i arsenal, Gunfighter 2.0.
Znači, arsenal, nema arsenal.
Kako nemaš?
Arsenal, Gunfighter, imam.
Nema, nema. Mora da ima, zato što je to dependent mod. To ti je mod koji bacuje animacije zapravo za pravilno držanje oružja i za reload i ne može bez toga da radi. To su dva različita modela. Taj što pravi taj Gunfighter, on bacuje animacije, rigove, reload, bacuje te osnovne stvari, a ovaj što pravi on modelira oružje i zvukove i to. On balansira. Dva različita tipa. Pogledaj onaj video što sam ti stavio na General Gaming, imaš setting za mod. Preporučujem ti da prođeš kroz to čisto prvo da ne bi bilo previše oružja. Ne, vrati gore. Imaš podešavanja za taj Brita Arsenal weapon modpack. Pošto ima jako mnogo oružja, i možda nađeš zastavu Kragujevačku. To ti je ona kao Dragunov varijanta, onaj klon što ima naša vojska.
Idemo. Kost. Rama ne bude dosta.
Znaš, ne treba ti toliko, treba ti gigabajt i po 2.
Ja sam stavio 12.
Neće raditi.
Sigurno.
Znam da neće. Ti hostuju sa 12. Zato što ćeš preopteretit ćeš sopstvenu mašinu. Nebitno je koliko imaš RAM.
Dobro, da stavim 2 gigabajta, a?
2. Staviš 2. Pa ako krene igra da štuca, onda povećaš više. Inicijalno ti ne treba više, zato što igra učitava po sektorima. Znaš da moraš da staviš, kad hostuješ server, imaš dva taba za modu. Imaš mod workshop i mod list. Imaš dva mod taba, jesi gledao?
Znam.
Znam kad sam ja hostao server da se moram da se bakćemo kod toga. Moraš u oba ta, jedan ti je kao mod pack list, kao koji server ima aktivan, a drugi je koji ti kao klijent želiš da downloaduju, tako nešto ide. I moraju da budu isti.
Reći se spamuj moj. Murder ili Riverside?
Ja ti savjetujem default Mildro. Riverside je manje mjesto, a Mildro ti je default startna lokacija. Mislim, u Riverside imaš gun store na istočnom kraku. Na izlazu iz mjesta. Ako se dobro sjećam, ako baš hoćeš, ako te baš zanima šta ima od oružja i želiš, ako kreiraš karaktera koji je tipa bivši vojnik ili aktivni policajac i želiš da se odmah braniš od zombija, možda se spomniš u Riverside i da probaš da nađeš negde macolu. Ako nađeš macolu, možeš s macolom da razvališ zid i da upadneš u prodavnicu i da se naoružaš. Možeš bar Riverside da počistiš, na neko vreme. Pošto se zombi šeću preko mape. Mislim, najbolji loot ima na krajnjem istoku, ja mislim, onaj grad veliki. To je sigurno, ali on pod karantinom ima jako puno zombi. Bukvalno jedan jedini metak koji opališ dovući sve zombi iz 3 kvarta okolo. A to je mnogo, mnogo baš. Tu ako nemaš prigušivač ne vredi da ideš. Mnogo su agresivni buči. Ja ću ući za 10 minuta tačno, treba samo da završim ovaj level. Ne mogu da sačuvam ovo. Phantom Needles. Ok. A to za Unity sam gledao, navodno tvorci Unity-a traže da ti naplate, developerima da naplate za svaku instalaciju i pokretanje Unity igre. Znači igra koju si obrisao i instalirao mogu i za to da ti naplate. Ne tebi, nego developeru. Neki developeri su napravili računicu da za neke igre treba više da plate nego što su zaradili. Neke igre koje su free to play tipa, znaš. Jer čim je igra free to play, developeri zavise od mikrotransakcija i kozmetike i gluposti. Ako moraju za svakog korisnika koji ne plati i ne uzme ništa, oni moraju da plate Unity tipa 23 centi po korisniku. I tu je bilo ljudi koji su tipa, a šta ako instaliramo igru na 500.000 virtualnih mašina i Unity to detektuje kao regularnu instalaciju i naplati developer možda bankrotira. Šta onda? Dosta tih developera je rešilo da pređe sa Unity-a nešto drugo. Jedan deo njih želi da pređe bukvalno na drugi engine, pošto ne žele da ih ovi deru. Tako. Još uvijek namještaš ili si pokrenuo igru?
Još uvijek namještam.
Dobro, ovdje namešta.
Što neće da dam mod je?
Moj ti je savjet da staviš brzina infekcije instant. Ne da si bolestan 5 dana i da umreš posle 5 dana. Pošto si potrošio lekove, hranu i svašta nešto. Moj ti je savjet ako te ugrizu i ta rana, ono, znaš, ima šansu da te inficira, da umreš odmah.
Znači, kad instalirane igre gdje vam opet mora plati Unity.
Da.
Takav fazon.
Da, znači ako uzmeš, instaliraš, obrišeš, instaliraš, obrišeš. Ti si jednom plati igru, developer mora svaki put da plati po instalaciji.
To je glupost.
Pa glupost, objasnio sam ti nekad je moguća, ima tu 1000 problema, znaš, u tom videu su baš objašnjavali. Teški bullshit, ono, ako nešto ne uradi Unity, izgubit će sve korisnike. Kažeš, šta je s igrama koji su early access, šta je s njima? Koje ne prodaju finalni produkt.
Znači, moram da isključim, da ih palim, da bi radili i u ovom.
Šta to?
U multiplayer.
Modove? Da, moraš da dodaš ono mod listu ako to pitaš. A Crytek izgleda stvarno hoće da napravi Crysis 4, ja mislim. Sam dobro rekao? Da. To bolje da se ubiju odmah. To je moj savjet. Jedino ako hoće da prodaju novi engine, razumeš? Nisam primetio da je ovaj stari nešto posebno popularan. Koliko sam igrao igara napravljenih novih u njihovom engine. Wolfsen i? Ima li još koja popularna, relativno i poznata igra, da ja znam za nju?
Mislim da nemam.
Ima Rise, Son of Rome. A Wolfsen ni ne reklamiraju, čini mi se. Jer nije njihova igra, samo rađena na njihovom engine. Na njihovom engine ti je urađen Han Shodan, Crysis i taj Rise, Son of Rome. Ne znam da li ima još koja. Far Cry igre, mislim da ko radi Ubisoft, ja mislim njihovom engine.
Da.
I to je to. Znači nisam siguran šta traže pored Unreal 5 engine. Što nisu platili pisce i dizajnere da naprave Hunt Showdown kao kampanju. Tipa story mod. Kao što je Path of Exile, igra koja je koliko, 10 godina. I posle 10 godina ljudi su napravili Path of Exile 2, koji nije ništa drugo nego ista igra, samo jednostavno sa ne znam, novim story modom i upakovano u novi engine sa ono, poboljšanjima. Ne moraš da izmišljaš toplu vodu, samo daj ljudima ono što žele da igraju. Možeš sad da intervjušeš, ne znam, osim tih kao gamera entuzijasta koji možda hoće da testiraju mašinu na novom engine-u, ne vidim zašto bi iko uzeo Crysis 4. Možda sam ja hejter i ono, glup čovjek, ali ne vidim da je multiplayer uopšte recimo bio popularan kao mod u Crysisu ikad. Ne poznajem niko koga je igrao, možda grešim. Osam milijuna damage sa Lukusom radio. Ne, zato ostala oružja nisu ni pucala.
Samo nauči da teksturu.
Učitava, ja treba još 2 minuta provedene na ovom nivou, onda mogu da probam da se joinem na tebe. Šta učitavaš? Teksture? Imaš onaj mod za kola, to znaš. Za više automobila i za ono bolju opravku. Dobro, neće se ne zamaram.
Kako da znam sad da će da mi ubaci modove u ono govno?
Gdje, u mod listu za server?
Da.
A možda zaustaviš server i pogledaš tamo u server config da vidiš šta je aktivno na serveru.
Čekaj, kada se biš ubacio to? Idem post.
Imaš tamo edit za server. Još nisi ni kreirao server, šta?
Nisam, znači host. 8.1 server test. 2 giga manage setting tu, znači da staviti.
Tu imaš 2 puta se spominje mod list. 2 settinga bukvalno imaju. Za modove i na oba moraš da ubaciš sve.
Mamut jebe.
Izvoli, šta bi?
Gledam ovaj edit.
Dobro. Crit enemies 50,000 times within one round. Ja sam uradio 45.000 vaši. Jao, pa on je totalno gajda. Interesting.
Kako se rekao da vidimo modove?
U server configu imaš... Doduše ne znam da li si instalirao mod manager. Imaš mod manager za pravi zomboide. Ti lepo pišu svi modovi koji su instalirani.
Mislim da jesu.
Misliš?
Evo ti kontrole. Ima neki mod nešto za ne. Znači.
Neurotic Official.
Yes, neurotic
Welcome to my channel. Nista. Telefonoram.
Na telefonu si me uključio. Interesantno.
Welcome to my channel.
neki instaliran. Ima mod option.
Ne znam da li ti je aktivan. To je više za tebe kao klijenta da bolje organizuješ sve modove. To ne mora da bude uopšte uključen na serveru. To ti je više preporuka. Nego što moraš to da imaš.
Aj gledao. Ti je šerim ovo. Uđi na ovaj stream na Discord.
Ozbiljno. Ti misliš da ja nemam dva ekrana, šta?
Evo, ovo sam izdodao. Znači, i onda idem host.
Ideš na manage settings, vidimo odavde. Ideš na edit. Imaš tamo Steam Workshop, jesi vidio Steam Workshop?
Evo ga, mod.
A sad si to našao, ali?
I moram sada da izdodajem jedno po jedno. Nisi ni gledao tu.
Znam da nisi, hvala što si mi to podelio, inače bi bili nigde, čitav dan. Mislim, ja bi bio na poslu, što toga tiče u 10, nije to problem. Ti bi bio nigde. Isto to moraš da uradiš i na Steam Workshop, ja mislim.
Dobro sam. To sam na Steam Workshop i dolet. Tebi će da skine stele, ili...
Da.
Znači što moram jedan po jedan. Daj, mati.
Znaš ti problema za mene, ako ti si to sve konfigurisao kako treba, to će da radi. Nadam se da imaš dobru memoriju, pošto to može da potraje to što ti radiš.
Hindered Spirit. Welcome to my channel.
Jel odveo?
Nisam još sve dodao.
Znam da neći vidim koliki ti je slider za te modove.
Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
Da, preporučujem ti, imaš da to snimiš kao default config, znaš? Ako se ne varam negdje.
Začuvaj,
Dobro. Ten years later, to je ono gdje je sve zaraslo. Ako si stavio 10 years later, znaš šta ćeš naći. Aj samo igraj, baš me zanima šta ćeš lootovat.
Ima dosta sad, mislim.
Ne bi rekao baš. Igra je onaj... Warden igra. Na tom 10 years later. Na default settingu. Ne pričam o kvalitetu stvari koje možda nađeš. Nego o settingu. Naprimjer, ako si stavio da je loot eksterno redak, doći situaciju kao što sam ja njega gledao. Da odeš u...
Jesi AFK, a?
Ne. Gdje sam AFK? Nego nisam u igri, stani. Kreni da igraš. Uđu ja, nema problema. Samo kreni da igraš. Neću da igram ako ne radi kako treba. Kreni da igraš. I kreni da lootuješ kući. Neš ti ništa uraditi za pola sata što ja ne mogu da... Samo me zanima. Kreni da igraš, din koliko ima loota i šta zombi imaju. I ti inventar. A nije valjda da klikaš na to.
Nije, tap.
Dobro, ovo je normal loot. Čini mi se, default.
Zavisi kako on tamo poresi.
Pa ti si to podešavao.
Ovo nisam dirao ništa.
A nisi dirao?
Nisam. Znači onako kako je bilo, tako je i ostalo. Nego je on mnogo htio da igra ono.
A pričamo... Ne, on je teo roleplay da radi. On je teo roleplay da radi, ja sam gledao... On je stavio da se svi zombi spawnuju od prvog dana. Maksimum. I onda kao da proba da očisti čitav kao county. Naravno poginuo. Pobije njih 5 do 10.000, ali mislim da je poginuo. I onda je uzeo igra iz početka, pošto ono, ako kao pogine, onda kreće iz početka. Ja rekao važi. Jer kolika ti je šansa da zombi bace bilo šta?
20 Savangame. Welcome to my channel.
Mogu da se kladim da neš naći ništa ti zombije. U pare. Ne, samo piče. Ništa. Samo odeći. A nađi neku veću grupu.
Evo ja mogu da očistim to na ovome.
Možeš. Ako ne trče, jesi stavi da hodim. Da kao džogire. Možda dok imaš stamine. Nisam mislio grupu 100 zombija, nego 5 do 10, to možda pobiješ, ako imaš stamine. Imaš i foru sa tarabom, čekaš iz druge strane tarabe, pošto zombi moraju da rade animaciju. Kada preskaču. Koliko god brzo trči mora dođe od tarabe da je preskoči.
Ima baci ovaj strani. Igrao sam na solu. Solu ima baci.
Da sad nisam vidio ni sekiru ni pištolj. Tipa ono malokalibarski 38-icu.
To baca policija.
Policija to baca?
Da.
Policija baca 22 LR. To baca policija.
Mislim da su bacili kad sam igrao na sol.
Ne, tako će tu biti. Nema za drugi karakter. Mada nisam siguran zašto, ajde okej, igrati se igra, kapiram, ali... Ja sam rekao da neću da počinjem uopšte da igram, mogu s tobom da igram malo, kad imam vremena i kad si ti raspoložen. Ali nisam te uopšte ozbiljno da igram dok ne izbaci sljedeći build. Ja neću da sad vežem da igram nešto 2-3 mjeseca ili mjesec dana i da oni između vremenu izbace taj build sa životinjama i uopšte nije kompatibilan sa trenutnim save-om i moram da krenem iz početka i da instaliram opet modove i da čekam da mod makeri izbace podršku i tako. To nisam teo da počinjem, ali okej, za ovako kako ćeš ti da igraš, mogu.
Dobro je dobro sad, ja viš. Evo on je teo hardcore da igra.
Pa on igra hardcore. Ne igra normalno uopšte.
Dosta mi je...
On igra solo scam protiv čitavog klana. Sam igra protiv klana. Ima bazu... A? Scam.
Aha, scam.
Scam. Igra protiv klana od 4-5 ljudi koji imaju vozilo. I onda ja ono samo slegnem ramenima šta da mu kažem, ništa. Pravi džakove sa peskom i kopa utvrde. Oni ga mogu polomiti kako će, razumeš, kad igraš sam. Njemu je to kao čelno. A da ne znam, nego jednostavno on je, vide i oni da je on jedan čovjek, razumeš, i ono, neće da se zamari oko njega. Treba si staviti onaj mod sa sa vozilima. Ali dobro, previše tražimo tebe. Previše tražimo tebe. Vjerojatno voliš da ideš peške svuda i da loot nosiš na leđima. Mod sa vozilima, koliko ti je pojačana igra, mogu li da pitam?
Dosta je pojačan.
Pa dobro, vidim da je dosta pojačana, Hand Showdown sindrom. Ne vidim zašto je bila pojačana, ali... Da bi čuo zombije, šta? Ja znam da igram sa gluvim karakterom i da preživim duže nego moj kum koji čuje. Ja stavim gluvo karaktera, mog kuma pojede, a on čuje. Pojedu ga zato što se pusti da ga okruže zombi. Ja baš zato što ne čujem, imam običaj da non stop se vrtim karaktera okolo, šta god radim.
Može se voze automobili, to je, ubacio sam čak i onaj neki...
Koji si stavio spawn?
Onaj Mulder, neki se zove.
Mulder, kijaj. Mulder County.
Sine... Podešaj.
Ne znam kako sam se joinovao na tebe kad... Znam da imam neke modele, nemam sve sigurno.
Daj.
Jednoručna oružja tih neće... Dobro su za... Ne znam za šta. A znaš koje ti je najbolje oružje za buđenje snage?
Koje?
Šipka. Komad šipke.
Pa evo, to je nos.
Znači obična palica, metalna cev. To što ima jako visok durability. A je zapamtilo podešanje, pitam se. Mislim 10. Ima više modova nego ti zapravo, nema veze. Ono, opušteno.
Vašeg ima dosta.
Naprimjer, ja sam stavio slower sprinter mod. 20% sporije trče, ovi što trče. Znači, dalje trče, ali nije ono tipa, znaš, teleportacije. Ne znam.
Vjerujem ti što žene be trče.
Neš nikad to pobiti. Moraš da razbiješ line of sight, a i ne vidim neki posebno dobar loot da si našao. Si našao išta što liči na oružje od zombija. Ako je, znaš šta je moj problem, slušaj me, znaš šta je moj problem sa default loot dropom kod zombija, znaš šta je moj problem? Nema pointer ih ubiješ, a nemaju ništa, razumeš? Nemaju ništa, bukvalno ništa, imaju odeću na sebi. I zato ja, ne, samo razmisli šta sam ti rekao, nemaju ništa, nema čak ni da ubiješ 20 zombija pa da ima 10% šanse da zombi ima ruksak sa hranom ili da ima jednu pušku i kutiju metaka, nema ni to. Jedino što možda ubiješ je zombi koji ide na tebe. Da vidim samo.
Mogu je to da promeni, to nije problem.
Ja samo rekao. Znači, sam koncept borbe sa njima nema pointe. Osim ako ne želiš statistike da naprediš.
Ušao ne pobegnem.
Piše da nisi otvorio port 16.2.6.2.
Na čemu to da?
Piše warning, server has port 16.6.2.6 closed. Performance may be severely affected.
Uzmi pogledaj
tamo. Project port 12.6.2 closed. Evo ti ga. Izvoli. Firewall, jel imaš firewall uključen? Reci mi da imaš. Pa dobro, aj sad ga fino isključi.
Ne možeš se droneš...
A dobro, reći ti kad budem igrao, ajde. Ako bude imao problema, isključit ćeš ga. Bar dok igramo. Imaš Windows firewall uključen ili imaš default neki drugi?
Ne, imam poseban firewall.
Dobro, onda možda nema veze s mozgom to što su oni rekli.
Moram napravim kopije u pizdu, mate.
Evo puške.
Odmah.
Našao u Orman. Verovo ti ili ne. Doduše mislim...
Blizu
Lendu.
mene ili...
U kući su se
Welcome to
spawnao,
my
u
channel.
istom selu.
Yo, homie.
Howdy. Howdy, stranger. What's up?
O, beži!
How is life? Nisi instalirao mod da možemo da otvaramo konzerve s
Awesome,
običnim
just
nožem.
tired as hell after completing my project.
Nisi, jel tako? I znaš šta ćeš sada radiš? Sad ćeš da se jebeš sa konzerviranom hranom dok ne nađeš jebeni otvarač za konzerve. To što nemaš po defaultu, igra ne dozvoljava da sa običnim nožem otvaraš konzerve. Jer to nije logično.
LOL, what are you saying?
You cannot open canned foods with a normal knife. You need a fucking can opener. If you cannot find can opener, you can fucking die out of hunger. Even though you have like a 20 cans in your inventory, it doesn't matter, really. Because you don't have a can opener.
Do you like anime? Okay, got you.
Anime. I don't know. Ish. Jesus. I mean, I do watch it sometime. Fuck. Oh. Alright.
Which ones?
I don't know. A lot of them. I would say Berserk, but that's kind of a cliche, like everybody knows about it. Maybe Cowboy Bebop, Vampire Hunter D, you know, stuff like that. Done and done. One by one, ladies. You'll get a piece of me eventually. Where? Si nabavio sat ručni?
Yes.
Oh no.
Žele vidio da sam pocepam cel. Evo te ti si vam na početku našu pušku.
Ma ne pucam. Jesi mi čuo sam metak upalim?
Da su i sine men krenuli, cijelo naselje.
Yes.
Ajde, ovo nije normalno.
Icons too small. Options. Gameplay. UI. Fucking hell. Three times large, tooltip large.
Moraš sve na TV-u. Imam neke knjige na podnu.
Ja sam, stani, ne mrdaj. Da ne bi pucao. To je ta kuća da ima 50 zombija, jel to? Jesi ti tu? Hello. Come with me. Čisto sumnjam da ćeš išto ubiti, ali evo ti. Izvoli.
Municije ima.
Mislim da je puno. Nikako da uzmeš, a? Evo ga ovaj s ruksakom, njega ćemo. Opašen. Moraš da stojiš da pucaš, nema mrdanja. Ni šanse širi. Džem. Nemaš iskustva sa vatrenim oružjem, zaglavio si. Pošto si opalio metak, znaš. Beži negdje.
Nije džem, nego nema više u njemu municiju.
Koliko je bilo? 3-4 metra. Well. Znaš da vidiš kako se brzo zombi skuplju. Ja sam vidio ruksak. Idem po to. Uf. Yes.
Uje, ti ne došao mi. S.W.Frost.
I'll sacrifice for the cause.
Si kupio ono?
Šta, pušku? Ne znam da si umro na cesti.
Ne pušku, be, ovo.
Ruksak pokušavam.
Našao se kanopene.
Zadrži ga i ne puštaj ga.
Našao sam još jedno.
We are done.
Si metav ili?
Prilično živ.
Ako kažeš, ja dam, ako da nisi.
Ne, završili smo sa zombijima ovdje.
Ovo nešto sam prilično lepo stavio.
Op, 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 op.
Ovaj put nismo tako blizu.
Oh, Lord. Znači stavlja infekcija da automatski ubija.
Mislim da jes.
Kao što rekao, ne želiš da investiraš hranu i lekove u karaktera koji će umreti za 5 dana, pošto leka nema. To jest, u suštini tvoj karakter je već imun na vazdušnu infekciju. Pošto kao po tom game lore-u infekcija se prenosi sa vazduhom. A ovo je tvoj zombi. Thank you, Nenad. You've been very kind to me. Ima jedan dobar savjet za knjige. Nemoj se trudiš da skupljaš knjige koje su ono volum 2 i 3. Neš možda stići do volum 2 i 3 knjige.
Napravimo bazu.
Imaš mjesta na kojima biblioteke i velike veliki tržni centar i škole. Ako nije stavljen loot na extremely rare, šta ti ja znam, trebalo bi da ima loota pun kurac. Stres. Smoker. Onion.
I blizu pogledaj.
Tačno na isto mjesto da sam bio zadnji put, ako to pitaš. O! Testera za drva. M14 puška bez municije. M14 magazin pun municije.
Našao sam Erika.
Of course it's dropped to the ground. Okay. Cigarillas.
Baš sam našao kamalu ovih lekova.
Ti si u Cortman Medical. Ne znam. Ne znam da odem da te nađem. Ima jedan zombi sa dobrom torbom, znaš? Ima torbu i ima... Pomozi mi reći... Bejsbol palicu.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Malo sam upala noć, ja?
Upaljač. Ti ne igraš, blago me. Vidio. Panic mod.
Spremio sam da čitam u ponoć. Dok je ova noć.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
ideš po napolju. Noću.
Isti su mi šansi dan i noć. I to znaš. Znaš da je ona izolovana kuća u Mildru. Znaš ipak.
Upavijem da vidim. Kaj se sakriš?
Ne znam šta se krim. Alarm se upalio. Evo ja sam gore. Ovdje imaš izolovanu kuću. Tu su ove kao kamp kućice, kurac palac. Sad ću ti pokazati da su.
Znam, vidio sam.
To ti je na kraju ove ceste, imaš jednu usamljenu kuću. Ugrađenu sa plotom. Sred šuma. A nije šuma, nego malo onako zatravljeno. Nije da ne dolaze zombi, tu dolaze, ali ono... Ne mogu barem fizički da te vide, ono. Možda im razbiješ line of sight.
Would die, man.
Cigaret. Vozi. Šef cigar.
Kiša, ne? Kako biše da legnem da spavam?
Kako ćeš da spavaš na multiplayer 7?
Ne može, ne?
Možda sedneš na stolicu i staješ da se odmaraš, ako si na to mislio. Jesi to mislio?
Da.
Mislim, pitao si me stvar koja je nemoguća u multiplayeru. Nemoguće, bukvalno.
Evo, našao sam još jedan otvarač. Svi painkiller, evo ga.
A ti nemaš onaj mod, ono za kanap. Da napraviš od pocepanih, ne vidim da imamo. Ne vidim da ima opciju. Stavim desni klik na pocepane posteljine, to ti je ono od komada odeći i nema opcije uopšte da napravim kanap. Imaš?
Mislim da sam bacio treba. Možda da se naučiš što već.
Da naučim kako da pravim kanap od pocepane odeći. Jesi ti šališ? Kontam neke kompleksne stvari da su ono... Znaš. Cigarillos. Flashlight. Ključ. Pa ima ključ u paljenju što se toga tiče. Na gore. Ili motor nije ispravan. Nema ključ.
Imam pola HP.
Health. Voda. Krvariš.
Nervosam. Discomfort.
To što ti je neudobno.
Ne mogu da sedem na krevet.
Da si instalira onaj mod da imaš one animacije da možeš da legneš na krevet. Drago mi je što si ušao na onaj Steam workshop i pogledao najviše downloadovane modove i pročitao šta koji radi. Znam da se to radi.
Možemo i to se lako do da.
Kao što ti rekao, kanap sam našao sad u kući, ali kanap ne bi trebalo da uopšte da trebaš da nađeš, kanap možeš da...
Da praviš no, kao da nastanjuješ odeću to.
I pokidaš odeću s makazama i samo imaš opciju od 10 pocepanih odeća, napraviš jedan kanap. Od 3 regularna kanapa napraviš jedan onaj kao morski čvor, mornarski čvor, onaj kao debeli onaj kanap. Od jednog regularnog kanapa možeš kao 3-4 manje one manile tanje da napraviš. A za to ti treba mod. Jedino što vidim da vanila ima, što sam zaboravio da vanila ima, da kad pocepaš odeću dobiješ kanap kao ono thread. Thread ti je kao craft sheet rope, ne craft sheet rope, nego craft rope. Rope. Ne. A sheet rope ne možda iskoristiš ni za šta posebno dobro. Ajde ću da se izlogujem, da ti predložim samo neke stvari. Quit. Neke glupe stvari koje, znaš, ono malo olakšava igranje. Halo?
Ja. Evo ćemo kvit. Šta, ne radi kako treba.
Šta? Kao, ovo ne radi, šta?
Ali šta je farming?
Nije kod mene ni uključeno. Mislim, šta, ovo ti ne radi? Traktori ti ne radi, šta?
To.
Pa,
neće radi kako treba.
Pa ne interesuje me, imaš traktor da voziš, to mi je samo bitno. To da li radi traktor kako radi. Ovo, vidiš?
To ima.
Ovo imaš. Alternative inventory rendering, ovo imaš.
Da.
Da. Imaš ovo isto, da?
Imam.
Dobro.
Ne moj auto, sad tuning i to.
Ne moraš to ti za više vozila. Ako nisi stavio ništa za vozila, dobro, u redu. Imaš ovo isto.
Become imam.
Imaš i ovo, become desensitized.
Imam.
Imaš i ovo, zamisli. Zamisli koliko ovo zajebano. A znaš zašto ti treba pojas? Da možda staviš za pojas šafciger, čekić. Bez belta ne možda staviš ništa na hotkey, znaš? Onaj dole hotkey. Ako nemaš belt.
Imam i to.
Ovo ne moraš, ovo ti je za kamion za vuč. Ne. Imaš ovo. Da ti ne treba... a znaš šta to radi?
Ne može to da su.
Ako nađeš aparat za varenje i masku, da možeš da pokidaš rešetke sa tim. Rešetke, ne zid od betona. Rešetke možeš da isečeš. Umjesto da nalaziš čekić, lakše naći blowtorch nego naći jebeni sledgehammer. Znaš, i malo lakši za nošenje. I jes logično, ali nema već to ono kao develop. Možda pogledaš da li radi, ali trebalo bi da radi, ne vidim šta tu menja posebno.
Kako se zove blowtorch?
Blowtorch Gates. Pogledaj moj stream pa vidi.
Vidim.
Mislim da nema nikakav mod dependency. Mislim kad si već tu nemoj da zatvaraš taj mod workshop. Pogledaj još kod mene. Imaš ovo, ne znam da li si to stavio, vjerojatno jesi.
Bok collection.
Da.
Mislim ne.
Imaš tu subscribe oni modovi na workshop. Bez da ulaziš u igru. Zapravo ako kucaš ime...
Ne pokazuje ga ono.
Ako kucaš ime moda u Steam Workshopu, pisat će ti da li si subscribe na njega. Zato što ti piše po defaultu, znaš kako ti pišu knjige, pišu ti tipa book for beginners, advanced book i tako to. I uopšte nisu sortirane. Onda kad kreneš da vrtiš i da tražiš knjigu koja ti treba, moraš da...
Da sam ubacio da mi pišemo vol 1, vol 2, vol 3 i to.
E pa to. Ovo ti je alati za preživljavanje. Ovo ne mora, ovo su. Ovo kako hoćeš. Ovo je interesantnije mnogo, vidiš?
Bushcraft.
Da, bushcraft gear. To su ti baš mele oružje za preživljavanje. Sekira, mačeta, ručna sekira, 2-3 noža. Ništa posebno.
Ovaj dole, a?
Da, ovaj. Ovo su ti red kao oružje, ovo su ti kao... Ako nađeš, šta je ovo, katana, sekira kao vikinška i buzdona. Gledaj ovo. Mod to let you chip regular stones with a hammer to make chip stone. Od chip stona možda praviš ručni alat, to znaš. To ti je kao škriljac kamen, znaš.
Chip stone.
Da, vrlo... zanimljivo.
da bacim to?
Pa ako nećeš da razvaljuješ automobile, a imaš skrepa, to ti je od skrepa, ja mislim. Zaboravio sam, ima recept za pravljenje delova za auto. Jer ljudi obično rastave 20 automobila da bi napravili jedan da radi, znaš. I to nije baš ideja dobra da razvališ svaki auto. Osim ako ne staviš da se ono regenerišu čankovi, onda te boli kurac. Onda možeš.
Bacio sam njega. Novu backpackovi imamo već.
To ne moraš, ima dovoljno backpackova i u vanili. Ovo ti preporučujem obavezno da staviš.
Ima.
Bez ovoga nemoj da igraš uopšte. Bukvalno, ja mislim da smanjuje broj tih odziva, znaš, za recept.
For expiration date.
Player can view food condition as a bar. With the new trait, player can find out exact time to stale and rotten state with high precision.
Dobro.
Ovo ti ne treba. Ovo su ti dodaci za mapu. Greenleaf is the country road from Rosewood to Akron. It's a small town with complex facilities. It's a very good place to die. Ovo ti je ostrov, za ovo ti treba onaj agrocar, onaj kao oni brodovi. Ili teleporter neki. Imaš i ovo.
Make path.
Clear paths using shovel. To ti je već opcijno. Ja sam stavio ovo.
Bacio si mi to.
Viš, ja sam stavio ovo da mogu tačno da vidim. Ja imam pokrenu taj mod manager, viš.
Imam jedan to je instaliran.
Ovo isto.
Što mu to?
Pa to su ti mudle. A za health, za staminu, za depresiju, pokazuje ti tačno bar koliko si recimo umoran ili koliko si gladan ili koliko ti fali vode ili tako, razumeš?
A imam i to.
Imaš i ovo je jako dobro, ako nemaš ovo. Mislim da je 99% tačno opisa za videokasete.
Nametjem VHS.
VHS tapes. Tačno ti piše, mada mislim da ima par koji nisu imenovani, ali mislim kažete da 99% radi kako treba. To ti je XP kao videokasete. Neke daju malo XP, a neke daju dosta.
Što imam?
Ovo imaš.
Da ga baci kroz prozor.
A jel imaš ovo?
Ne.
To ti je XP bar. Za sve što radiš. Svaki put kad uradiš nešto, pokaže ti mini ikonicu i napuniti kao bar. Zato što si radi tipa strength, melee, sneak. Znaš, opcijeno, ali lepo vidjeti šta ti se konkretno buči. To je old school RuneScape, OSRS experience bar.
Ne izbacuje ga ovdje.
OSRS.
Da, ne izbacuje ga uopšte.
Da vidim samo. Samo pogledam u ovom overlay baru.
OSRS experience.
Si naš? Da li ja ima...
Možda nije podržan.
Čisto sumnjam.
Ne vezi, ne možemo još.
Možda nije, upravo si. Imaš ovo? Ja, pogledaj, mislim, piše ti tačno šta radi, vidiš?
Vezi može.
Od daske sa... Ako imaš nož i letvu, možda napraviš palicu, kao držalju. Ako imaš glavu od sekire i ekser i možda napraviš... Jest. Glavu od sekire koja je pohabana možeš da sa kamenom naoštriš. Da. Možeš sa škajšem da naoštriš isto sekiru. Zamisli. Progres.
Kaj dalje da vidimo?
Mislim, koliko... Jel ima to?
Znači, PZ.
Pa onda prazno mjesto, ekstra.
Ima nešto, pelne gravite to. Znači, evo. Jes, ima.
Da.
Tu sam dolo.
O. Imaš jo. Ovo je nebulozi. Mislim, mogo si staviš 70%, 90%, to je baš cheat kod. Default težina je, čini mi se, jedna letva je teška, ja još nisam vidio dasku teško, razumeš? Dasku dužine 2 metra, ne, metar, koliko su ovdje daske dužine? Daska dužine je metar da je teška 3 kg. Mislim, šta je to, bukva, sirova. Imaš i ovo. Možeš da opraviš... A, znam. Imaš ovo da možeš da opraviš stvari, samo ti treba materijal za njih. Stvari koje inače regularno ne može da se oprave, tipa lovački prsluci, samo ti trebaju komadi odeći. Treba biti takvi komadi odeći. Imaš i hot wiring. Ovo. To moj kum ne voli, ali ja sam tim običaj to da koristim. On voli da svaki auto spoji sa šrafcigram, ja volim da napravim ključ. Kao ako treba ti engineering ili zaboravio sam i možda napraviš kao ključ za auto. Ovo isto. Ovo ti je kao Dark Souls mod. Ako igraš sa određenim karakterom malo duže i imaš kao da pišeš dnevnik i ako ti taj karakter pogine, dođeš sa svežim karakterom i počitaš dnevnik i dobiješ XP nazad. Bukvalno nastavljaš da si stao. Ovo ne moraš, ali mislim možeš baš da...
Da ne teče veza,
Pa, ja sam išao nekako normalno. Viš kaže, minus 10% slower player walking speed. Ja sam stavio da sprinteri trče malo sporije, a isti kurac kad te juri horda, jel taj jedan zombi brži od tebe kad ti hord ide za tobom. Samo odlažeš smrt. Ovo nisam aktivirao bio. Ne radi se većinom odao dobro. Ovo nije loše. Ovo je jedina vajda od ovoga, ovaj Loot Zeta Expand Edition. To je da nalaziš bolji loot od zombija. To je ono što sam rekao, kad pobiješ hordu zombija, imaš veću šansu da spawnuješ stvari koje su tipa... No dobro, mislim ne mora, ali ja sam instalirao. Ne. Imaš ovo isto. Imaš Steam Powered generator.
Imam. Steam Powered generator. Nemam to. Čemu to služi?
Ložiš drva, sipaš vodu, evo struje. Šta je problem?
Evo baci.
Mislim, svejedno ti trebaju drva. A drva imaš u šumi, bar je to ovako, relativno. A ono što sam ja tražio, to je ovo.
TNG.
Da, convert your shit rope into rope. Zamisli. Tehnologija. Zato što shit rope ne može da se upotrebi za sve što tebi treba. To je problem. Zato što nema recepata za taj shit rope. A ovo sam ja stavio True Music i ove diskografije. I onda nalaziš kasete baš i baciš u auto i slušaš muziku. Ali to ne mora. True Action ako hoćeš da spavaš. Žibija. True Action. Možda legneš. Možda legneš i da čitaš također.
Imam ti ubačeno, be. True action, act 1 and 2, sitting and lying.
Ne.
Or multiple disable entity.
Da, moraš na opcijama za server, kad hostuješ server, moraš da isključiš kao anti-cheat control. Šta je ti ne varamo svejedno. Ova dva ti idu zajedno. Ako hoćeš ovo. Nećeš da nosiš... A?
Sigurno.
Da nosiš na jedno rame palicu, na drugo rame možda nosiš dve puške ako hoćeš. Da nosiš dva oružja, na jedno levo, na drugo na desno rame. Nisi išao u lov sa dva oružja, ne?
Nisam išao.
Pa nisam ja išao u lov, ne običaj da ubijam životinje. Samo ubijam prasiće.
Čekaj, ja te da imam. Weapon on back.
Da, i onda moraš compatibility patch za ovaj Brita Armor pack. Ne, prvo moraš ovaj, pa onda ovaj.
prebačen.
Ziki.
Ako ćeš da
Welcome
se...
to my channel.
Da ideš peške, ne moraš ništa od ovoga, ali ako hoćeš da se voziš, savjetujem ti 2-3.
Samo polako. Koji ti? Ovo je recikliranje vozila.
Da. To ti je sa propan lampom i sa maskom. Možeš da vozilo recikliraš u korisne delove. I sečeš ga na komad. Prvo skineš ručno sa auta svaki deo i kada stane prazna školjka uzmeš sa lemenicom ga isečeš. I kad si skinuo sve delove koje si hteo sa vozila, onda preko vehicle repair overhauла imaš opciju da svaki deo možeš da opraviš ako imaš materijala za opravku. Tipa izoliv traku, scrap metal, male šipke, velike šipke, ako imaš LED lampu. To ti je ovaj vehicle repair. Možeš auto da opraviš na 90% trbljivosti.
To imam.
Imaš, ovo je dobro za immersion. Nema potrebe, ali je dobra stvar. Zato što kad nosiš generator, tvoj karakter šeta se bez ičega, znaš. Ništa ne vidiš. Kad nosiš leš, isto tako ne vidiš leš u ruci. Nego samo se krećeš sporije, a leš ti je kao u džepu. Nije ti. Iako su ti ruke zauzete i kad nosiš generator i leš, nemaš ništa. Jer developer nisu radili model. Isti kurac, samo drugo pakovanje.
To je.
Ovo ti je... Ako želiš da... Ako ti auto ili kola ili šta već nije upotrebljivo, uzmeš šlep kamion.
Dobro, i tako ima puno automobila. To je to modova, a?
Pa ja sam to koristio uglavnom. Stalo te ne interesuje. Sad fino edituju opet config za server i samo isključi anti-cheat i ubacite modove na listu, inače neće raditi ako nisi ih ubaci. Mislim, ko što rekao, moj kum ima običaj da ide u drvaru da traži sekire i te gluposti. Ja volim da odem u šumu i da napravim drvenu sekiru koja ima tipa 10 puta manji durability, ali bar mogu da isečem 3 daske. Dok ne nađem pravu sekiru.
Now, this is what he called developers for pushing back against monetization. You know, alright, no. So, this is something. I can make no inference about certain pieces of information here. A lot of people are, you know, going quite far in saying certain things, and it would be, you know, a shame if that got them any trouble, right? Got them any sort of notice in the mail. I suppose a lot of people do find some of this information to be curious and pertinent, because on the 6th of September 2023, John Riccatello, president of and CEO of Unity Software Incorporated, sold 2,000 shares of the company. This move is part of a larger trend for the insider, who over the past year has sold a total of 50,610 shares and purchased none. Of course, please consider this above information about this announcement being planned long in advance, and then think about of course, John Riccatello's sale of shares. I make no inference about these two pieces of information. Obviously, though, you're now aware of these bits of information. Think about them what you will. Now, this all appears to be some form of top-down push from the C-suite, with a specific focus on the kinds of games Unity thinks can make them the most money. It's the core thing, and look, you guys probably feel it as gamers. It's like, if you're not the whale, the developers don't care. You look at D4 and you're like, look at all that cool armor, I would maybe play the game to get that armor. Oh no, it costs $30. They're not making it for me, they're making it for the whale. Well, Unity makes it feel like that to us now, right? And the fact that this does not apply to gambling, and that's an interesting, oh man, it's an interesting thing with gambling. Anyway, it doesn't apply to that. The fact that there are credits if you implement their proprietary advertisement technology, it just says absolutely everything. Look, I fully expect a walk back here. It's either they walk back and they hold.
Dobrze, ja wiem, što da pojedem. A ti probaj da to namestiš da radi.
Iđmane, za 5 minuta
Kaš to rekao?
ručak, evo sad ću da postavim. Aj baci ovo u kampu s nečem od nas.
Vlit. Welcome to my channel.
Carlo. Carlo. Ja, zo is het. Nešto hvala, on mislim bio tu bili da zaključi bolovanj i ću svaki na poslu ću pogledati pa ću joj tjedan koji su cene. Možda pa ne znam. Javi se da je 8.15 na kraju bio 53 dinara, da je 5.15 51 dinar bio. Da. I mislim da neće ili gore, ali ne znam kako će. Opet, zavisi koje količine te ne su. A znači da se, koje količine te znači. A je uzim računati se. Pa mi javim da mi odliš nekada možda da ispusti malo da dobro. Tako najbolje. A trebao sam da su onda
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Pay the limit 120.
Czego 120?
Bez. No. Time. Znači, lost time na 0,11, a?
Šta lost time?
Lot za lutovanje, da ne bude kao ono da je rej nego 0,0, a?
Aha.
Dobro. Karakter.
Gdje je bio?
There was a zombie up his...
Dole imaš da scrollaš. Ima dosta podešanja za server. Da li je to AI behavior ili zombie behavior ili...
Voice. Ode. UPN. Recon. Chat. Save house. Faction. Lot. PvP. Army players. Spawner.
Imaš za safe house da staviš da se ne respawne loot u njega. Ako izabereš kuću da u nju napraviš bazu, posle nekog vremena se može desiti da se resetuje sa inventari čitava kuća. Ti ne stane sve što si napravio. Pogledaj šta ti piše tamo pod opcijama za safe house.
Save house, I love trespass.
Ne.
Save house, I love fire. Save house, I love lot.
Loot respawn. Jel to? Ako ti je stavljeno na loot respawn, desit će se da ti resetuje kontejnere.
Stavljeno ovako. Play save house and admin dog. Save house, I love trespass. Non-member to enter the save house without being invited. Allow fire to damage save house. Save house, allow loot. Non-member take items from the save house. Nije stavljeno. Nemojte.
Onda dobro. Si našao podešavanje za zombije?
Nisam. Populacija ono da bude zombie count i zombie distribution, ali sem toga nema ništa.
Kako nema ništa?
Nema. Advanced zombie option. Population stat, population peak. Respawn multiplayer.
Ti znaš da ima sandbox ovdje, jel vidiš ovo?
Znam, tu sam, gledam.
Zombie lore možda.
To nemam.
To nemaš zombie lore.
Imam.
Nemaš? Dobro, onda igramo drugu igru, aj ti i ja igram onda nešto drugo.
Što ga stavim? Shambles.
Default, ali staviš fast shamblers.
To da teče bezu.
Ma to ti je fast shamblers, imaš sprinter, vidiš da piše sprinter gore. Fast shamblers, to ti je kao džogiraju, znaš, nije baš super sporo. Dovoljno brzo se kreće.
A shambles je da džogiraju.
Da, zato na primjer staviš toughness na tough. Strength normal, toughness tough.
Save.
Znaš što je zabavno, isto staviš zombie house alarm triggering. To je po defaultu, ja mislim, isključeno. To ti kad upadnu kroz prozor, aktivira alarm i se živi dođu. Ponekad to želiš. Ponekad.
To ne znam da se nastavlja, to je isto, evo jako.
Jesi nešto dodavao posebno novo ili?
Samo modove i ovo što sam.
Ako su više fiksovi nego što dodaju nove stvari. Aha. Žimbio. The fuck? Hello? Startuje. I'm gonna assume yes. Slušaj, drago mi što si ti sad sve to stavio. Ima jedan mali problem. Možda prepostavljaš šta je problem.
Možeš posebno.
Da, moram da odem da odspam jedno sat vremena. Pa negdje oko pola 6, pola 7, zavisi kad se probudim. Ako budeš i dalje igrao, a prepostavljam da hoćeš, skočit ću da vidim šta radiš. Ne znam da hoćeš da se naseliš, ali mogu da ti preporučujem 2-3 dobra mjesta. Imaš magazin, jedan dobar niz glavnu cestu tamo u Muldru. Ima obično dobar loot i može lako da se zagradi. I ima ona taktika kako da blokiraš zidove i vrata da ih zombi ne lupaju. Ne znam da li to znaš. Ok, otišao sam da odspavam. Se čujemo za, ne znam, kažem sat i po. Zavisi koliko zaspim. Oh, I'm gonna be taking a nap. As you know, work.
Oh follow mo. Welcome to my channel. Alacidra. Welcome to my channel. Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel. Zeki. Welcome to my channel. Vlit. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Wholesale cut it, or they walk back to a watered down version of it, in which case they'll have made progress. And it could just be the out of touch CEOs doing the usual thing, saying it's only a vocal minority, it's only the Twitter users. Real developers won't care. Real developers are too bought into our system. And that actually is partially true. Yeah, you've built your whole pipeline around using Unity. Every month costs you tens of thousands in cash flow, right? To pay for your team. And you want to spend 4, 5, 6 months of, stalling some progress to redo all your stuff on Unreal Engine? That's probably going to be more expensive than these fees from Unity. So you can see they truly do have a captive audience. So that is the situation there. Of course, if you want to get something that is the making of The Pale Beyond, because this is a book, it doesn't have an activation fee. Isn't that insane? Store.bellular.games. Bloody hell, screw the C-suite of Unity, absolutely. My god, the poor people of that.
Michael has massive riz.
Michael has so much riz.
How'd he get you? What was the line?
It started when I would visit his room and be like, hey, have you heard of the Unmaker?
Ladies and gentlemen, Unity is a game engine. Unity is a game engine that we all know too well, and if it's one thing about Unity, you probably played a game in it, okay? One of my early games that I played on my channel was Slender the 8 Pages, a game made by one, maybe another person underneath Unity. But Unity isn't just designed for shovelware trash on Steam. There's a lot of big games that use Unity. So to understand, Unity is a game engine that people come in, they develop games on, they release it, and it's not just used for game development, it's used for a whole bunch of other 3D varieties, other 3D reasons. But today they've introduced something that's a little wild. What if I told you that they are now charging people for each install? So if you're a game developer and you release a game on the internet, and 100,000 people, download your game, launch it, and after you make a certain amount of money, you may end up owing a serious amount of cash. Now, I'm wondering how this is even ethical, okay? Why is it that a game engine company can suddenly decide to charge you money for a project you made on their tools just because other people download it? To give you a comparison, imagine if tomorrow Adobe came out and said, hey, all you YouTubers making videos, you're gonna have to give us, a certain amount per 100 views. Why? Okay, just because I used your software to produce the video? I already pay you. Why would I pay you extra if other people consume my media? What? Ladies and gentlemen, let's actually look down into Unity, okay? So to understand, this whole hoopla kind of came out from this one post. One poster from a small independent company, Agro Crabs. This is where I actually found about it first. Hey gamers! Hi. Today, Unity, the engine we use to make our games, announced it'll soon be taking a fee from developers for every copy of the game installed over a certain threshold, regardless of how that copy was obtained. Yet, that also includes people that find a pirated version of it, okay? A certain repack. Guess who has a somewhat highly anticipated game coming to Xbox Game Pass in 2024? So basically, that means another Craps Treasure will be free to install for 25 million Game Pass subscribers. If a fraction of those users download our game, Unity could take a fee that puts an enormous dent into our income and threatens the sustainability of our business. They could actually be bankrupted, okay? And that's before we even think about sales on other platforms, or pirated installs, or even multiple installs by the same user. Okay, so this sounds really, really wild. And of course, if you look at September 12th, 2023, should have released this one a day ago, to be honest, given how destructive it is for their company. Unity plan pricing and packaging updates, okay? So this is actually a blog with further updated clarification. And as many of you know, the Unity engine is Unity runtime is code that executes on players' devices and made this Unity game work at scale with billions of monthly downloads. So we are introducing a Unity runtime fee that is based upon each time a qualifying game is downloaded to an end user. So again, let's look at their threshold for revenue. Games qualified for the fee if two criteria have been met. The game has passed a minimum revenue threshold in the last 12 months, and the game has passed a minimum lifetime install. So from the day you launch a game to the end of time, they're calculating that number. We set high revenue and game install thresholds to avoid impacting those who have yet to find scale. So here they've actually detailed Unity Personal and Unity Plus. Those who have made $200,000 or more in the last 12 months and have had at least 200,000 lifetime game installs. And then of course, if you're a pro and enterprise user, then you have a threshold of $1 million USD in the last 12 months and 1 million lifetime game installs. So this is probably run by big companies and small businesses that are going to be big companies. Personal is obviously the independent game developer, okay, just posting their project on Steam. So this actually is kind of wild. You might think those thresholds are crazy. So here's actually the founder, Gary Newman of Face Punch Studios. You might recognize them as the developers behind Gary's Mod and Rust, okay? So right here, best known for Gary's Mod and Rust, two popular games. So here he writes, I was wrong. This is how fees were calculated because initially he said Unity wants to pay them $200 grand a month. Lifetime, we would have paid them $410,000 or more, around $40K a year. Last month, based on all of these, installs and whatnot, they would have cost $2,517. And while this isn't much, here's stuff that they don't like. Unity can just start charging us a tax per install. They can do this unilaterally. They can charge whatever they want. They can install tracking to our game. Interesting point. And of course, can you trust their tracking? Unity is a bunch of scumbags. For me to trust them, even professionally, takes a level of disbelief that I could probably talk towards believing in the flat fucking earth, believing in aliens, but never believing the greedy game company run by a greedy CEO known as John Riccitello, okay, who currently is CEO at Unity Technologies. John Riccitello once famously said, what if Battlefield players could pay $1 per reload? Okay, so during a transcript from a 2011 stockholder meeting, Xbox 360 Achievements discovered the following comment. When you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your magazine, he says clip, we ask you for $1 to reload. Were you really not that price sensitive at that point in time? This dude is the fucking scumbag that the moment you walk into a public journal and he's out there in front of the stall with a nice roll of Charmin Super Ultra, soft, and he's like, you would pay $10? You're gonna need to clean the piss. $10 per roll. He's the dude that takes advantage of you. This is an actual scumbag CEO. And this is where I kind of wish that if you're the CEO of the company, especially if you're in game development, I really wish it was ran by gamers. This guy doesn't seem like gamers. This guy seems like an actual proper full-on, no joke, scumbag. And that's the best way to describe this guy as a person. If Bobby Kotick and this guy had a face-off between who could be the most evil gaming CEO, that would be a battle of the ages, okay? That would be like a serious heavyweight title championship to witness. So, looking back into Unity, this is how much they charge. This is how they calculate the fee, okay? So if you cross the eligibility, the fee calculation is like this. Unity Personal goes like, so new installs per month, right? Standard rate if thresholds are met. If you're on the personal package, they charge you 20 cents per install, okay? Now in the enterprise side, they charge you 0.125 cents per install, okay? So it's cheaper if you buy the higher tier straight up. Now for 1 to even 1 million new installs per month, it's a flat rate of 20 cents if you're a brand new personal Unity developer. And of course, if you buy the Pro package or the Enterprise package, then it starts to get cheaper. So after 1 million users, Enterprise accounts only have to pay a penny per install. It's literally cheaper for just the Enterprise guide. The largest pain point comes from the personal amount. Could you imagine people, indie games, like indie developers that make like the one-hit-off game that a streamer enjoys, and millions of people download it, but they were using a personal account? Just because their game was successful, they have now bankrupted themselves because of these new fees that are going to these scumbags. And of course, new installs per month, emerging market rate. Okay, so I guess the emerging market rate, which let me see what do they actually mean over here? Emerging gaming regions such as India. So for instance, if your game is downloaded from India, then the standard rate is 2 cents per install, and then of course 1 cent for Unity Pro, and not even a goddamn penny for Unity Enterprise. Again, it really feels like the actual pain point is for that person who is in the personal package. Now, free-to-play games like Genshin Impact, which I think are run on Unity, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. If you make a free-to-play game on the mobile store, that might be the biggest pain point, okay? So unless, if millions of people download your mobile game, but now your ad system in the game or microtransactions aren't making up for it, it creates an unsustainable model. So again, I have to imagine no one is happy about any of this. So then I started to read into their FAQ, okay? And so they said, what about pirated copies? Which is a pretty valid concern. We are happy to work with any developer who has been the victim of piracy, so they are not unfairly hunted by unwanted installs. Wow, that's cool. That's a nice vague response, I guess. I'm glad you're happy to work with them. You should work with them. How is Unity collecting the number of installs? We leverage our own proprietary data model. Oh yeah, it's not open and transparent, huh? I gotta trust you guys. Okay, all right. And we'll provide estimates of the number of times the runtime is distributed for a given project. Will installs of a demo or a game in open access? Oh, Jesus. If a user can access a full game, then installs count towards the fee. If a user can access a full game, then the demo would be considered a separate package and not count towards the fee. So when that's actually interesting wording. Separate package just means that you're going to bill me for that demo on its own, or the open beta, or whatever. They're also killing demos from the way that it sounds.
Feel mercy.
We don't intend to
Welcome
capture
to my
account
channel.
installs for QA testing. I would hope not. I would hope during development you don't at least bill the actual person for developing their game. That would be insane. You're already charging them in certain cases to use higher tier versions of your software. Why the fuck would you then charge them money for debug? Just stop doing this in the first place. Now it gets even wilder. So looking into the Unity forums, this is Leonard from Unity Technologies, and this is where it gets even wilder, okay? So highlighting some of the question and answer pairs, so right here, one of them asks, if a user reinstalls, re-downloads, and changes their hardware, will that count as multiple installs? Yes, the creator will need to pay for all future installs. The reason is that Unity doesn't receive end-player information. That might be one of the most disgusting answers that I've ever read. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it here today. There used to be a meme back during Nintendo, like, emulation days, where it was like, how do you bankrupt Nintendo? Oh, you just download a Nintendo game over and over again. That's $60 out of Nintendo's pockets. It's real! At least for Unity gamers. So if you wanted to bankrupt your Unity developer, your Unity indie guy, just keep downloading their game. You know, on itch.io, where I used to play and, you know, occasionally still want to download some amazing VHS horror games, a lot of those games are made underneath Unity. Could you imagine? Just for a minute. Just for a minute. Just downloading just uploading your Unity game on there and people download it, and all of a sudden you're bankrupt Unity because the game's not popular and people are just running the final launch build, end user build on their system. Again, it goes back to Unity. How is this even ethical? Unity is a tool that you have purchased, you have licensed to create your game. Once your game is out there, the final project, why is it all of a sudden Unity feels that they can collect actual royalties on a game they don't have any involvement with, you know, after all of it? It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Could you imagine if Unreal started doing it? They would absolutely be chastised. They might even go straight up bankrupt if they tried. And of course, you know, this has opened the door for people to look at things like Godot Engine, which is an open source project which you should absolutely switch to if you're a game developer. Because let me tell you something right now, the beauty of open source is it's not run by one scumbag company that can absolutely decide to bring this anytime, day and shape. You can just download this engine and start working on your project. And that's pretty much where I want to end this video off with, ladies and gentlemen. Unity, even if they roll this back and say, guys, we messed up, you still did it. So nobody should trust it. Unity as a game engine should just die. And honestly, that's the best case scenario. Because what they've shown is you cannot trust them if you're a developer. And it's, if you do want to continue developing after all of this, then, that's on you. That's all on you. Because then you can't complain. The genie is already out of the bottle. You've already seen it.
Welcome to my channel.
No more room. I can't carry any more of that.
Welcome back, everyone. It's a roundup episode today, and I've got fantastic stories for you. Starfield, it's actually got some pretty major features coming. Also, Overwatch 2 is now no longer the worst game on Steam. Pretty incredible news. We've got something kind of significant going on at Respawn Entertainment and the woes of Square Enix. First, though, I think we've got to dive into the Starfield news. DLSS is coming to Starfield at some sort of undefined point. They were probably never going to let this just be a thing that modders do and sometimes charge for, but I think with the large public outcry and also modders doing what they can to get DLSS into the game, I think they certainly did feel the pressure. So, now that the game has been officially out for a week, they've got a plan for some immediate fixes. They've got their first major update, there's a small hot fix for some top issues. After that, though, Bethesda have said there are going to be regular updates that will have top community. What are these? Well, one of them is brightness and contrast controls. Yes, it's insane that the game did not ship with that. Absolutely, it should have, and you can really feel that those would have, I mean, honestly, are kind of needed to get a good image. So that's a bit the same. Also, a HDR calibration menu, of course, HDR because TVs only sometimes properly meet HDR standards, even when they advertise being HDR. You combine that with bad game support for HDR, and oftentimes HDR actually ends up being an awful customer experience, so that's good. Also, an FOV slider, so that'll be good. NVIDIA DLSS support for PC, 32:9 ultra-wide support for PC, and an eat button for food. I gotta say though, right? The FOV slider, it's not bracketed as being PC. To me, that certainly is interesting because they did talk about improved like stuff like that. Of course, what that's going to be like the FOV on console, man, it is tight, and I'm glad that there's cost protection for this game. Now, they are aware of other issues, right? They said, even if we don't get your request immediately, we'd love to do it in the future, like city maps. Again, the city maps for the ship for this game is honestly kind of what it is purely they ended up having to ship. They've said, though, that any bugs aren't things that they're focusing on first. So, overall then, this is pretty good. A lot of these features really should have been out for launch. Drivers have helped. They're actually saying that there should be a stable 5% improvement in performance for the 40 series cards. That's actually good. And of course, one thing that probably I think did go unsaid, but everybody should know AMD, they're running both consoles, right? So they're having a closer relationship with AMD does make sense. And of course, that they're yeah, both Xbox and PS5, and they're running AMD tech, right? And interestingly, Starfield being pretty good on console is actually actively moving sales. Of course, this cannot be extrapolated worldwide or anything, but the Xbox Series S and X UK sales have jumped 76% on the launch of Starfield. Now, that's 76% of a number that probably was not overly high to begin with, yes, but it certainly is good. And while the week of the 2nd was their best of the year, actually the week of the 9th, that's their 4th best. So this really is shifting units for Xbox. Meaning, yeah, Phil Spencer was probably right. Starfield is not some 11 out of 10 game that's able to sell their PS5 and properly jump ship, but it clearly is meaning that people are choosing now to pick up an Xbox, or perhaps are even getting one in addition, which is, yeah, fairly interesting, I suppose. And I guess especially in a world where it's a pretty damn challenging game to run in PC. And by the way, and especially off the back of the recent Unity video that we did, a lot more people are coming to the channel. We had like 700 new subscribers yesterday. So if you watch the content regularly, be sure to subscribe. We are here to bring you gaming-related news and entertainment just about every single day for as long as possible. So, you know, subscribe for more of that. That being said, let's hop over to our next story, which is Overwatch 2. It's no longer the worst game on Steam. Of course, are we going to say that Overwatch is literally the worst game in Steam? It's just the review bomb. Now, the review bomb, yes, it's a bunch of people in the West who are angry about the state of Overwatch 2. It also, and it's got to be remembered, it's also people in China on the global version of Steam who are expressing their disappointment in the state of Blizzard services and games in China. As in, there isn't one because the deal with NetEase fell through. And really quite shockingly, a new deal hasn't been made to get games like World of Warcraft back to the Chinese audience. So I think we have to play on servers now. Yeah, it's a kind of insane situation. So a lot of those downvotes were actually, yes, you can sort the language and Steam. I'd recommend you do that and swap languages and translate. It's a lot of That being said, this time, of course, amazing Take-Two Interactive has actually claimed that their latest gaming success is NBA 2K24. And it really isn't really new NBA game comes out, and it gets utterly really good. So both games are overall user rating 10% positives, but NBA 2K24's is much more concentrated negatively on a small population size. Now, in terms of this just being another sports game, it's broadly fine. 79 top critic average, 70% of critics recommending. This time, though, it is a lot worse in PC. PC players have got a very different experience to those on PS5 and the Xbox Series consoles. because the PC version seemingly has not got any of the technical improvements that are actually existing on the console version. And of course, as is the standard for many of these sports games, players are generally frustrated that they're barely evolving from year to year anyway. So not only is it barely evolving, but the evolutions that have happened to the consoles are not making not really making their way onto PC. There's also significant complaints about the way that the systems in the game are encouraging long grinding for anything that you want. What could that lead to? I don't know. Maybe it could lead to the game being riddled with microtransactions, which, yes, of course it is. Here are all of your NBA 2K24 My Team points in a system that is, of course, operating rather like FIFA Ultimate Team. So basically, this is a PC port that is disappointing, a game that is an iterative update and still has all of the bullshit microtransactions that one would expect. Perfect recipe for something sliding just under Overwatch 2 on the Steam negative review rankings. Next then, let's talk about the leader of the new Jedi games actually leaving the company. This was broken by Bloomberg, and yes, Stig Amundsen, he's left EA and Respawn Entertainment. Now, he had a 25-year career in the games industry. Most notably, he was the creative director at Santa Monica Studio on God of War 3. So that's kind of crazy. Then that all went quite well when he joined Respawn and began working as the director of Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, both pretty damn terrific games. And in interviews as recently as March, he actually said that this is really a series of games that they consider to be a trilogy, one that pretty much has like the tacit blessing of LucasArts as well. But now he's off to do something else before the third game is properly underway. Here's what was said. After careful thought and consideration, Amundsen has decided to leave Respawn to pursue other adventures, and we wish him the best of luck. Veteran Respawn leaders will be stepping up to guide the team as they continue their work on Jedi Survivor. We've got no info on where he's going, but he is the guy who led EA on two financially and critically successful single-player games. I imagine he's a hot commodity. Also, I'd say in terms of like games production, it seems that they were able to just get those two games like made in, good time, kind of good efficiencies. He seems to also have the production chops as well, or at the very least knows how to get a team of people around him who have got good production chops. Because yes, there are AAA games that take a lot longer to make than the Jedi games. Think about where are Rocksteady? Where have Rocksteady's games gone? Yes, things like that. I imagine he's got a stack of money. Now, is this all going to be doom and gloom? I would say likely no. This seems like a guy who's had a very successful career, who's very competent at his job, who's probably going to some sort of new opportunity that he's very excited about. Take a look at, say, God of War Ragnarok. It doesn't have the same game director as the first new God of War, right? So absolutely, I'm not worried here. It's still in large going to be made by the same game, and I imagine people will have been decently trained up to take over the reins. Though I suppose it is some change, and change can be a bit scary, especially when it's things that we do love. Now, Square Enix, financial analyst blows. Man, Square Enix are such a fascinating. They're a loopy, wacky, crazy bunch, and they are so fun to follow. So, Square Enix has lost $2 billion in market value since the release of FF16. However, the situation is not particularly clear-cut. FF16 is not necessarily the cause of this drop. Instead, it's the realization that Final Fantasy games alone won't really improve the financial performance of the studio that has had multiple years of mixed success. Final Fantasy is the thing that they have, and not every single Final Fantasy has blown the doors off in terms of like sales and critical acclaim. So if they can't translate that formula over to other titles, like Forspoken, then investors are obviously going to be worried. Now, the analysis here is rather obvious. The analysis is, how about you guys release fewer games, but they are better, and you make more money with big, chunky Metacritic scores. That is the sort of thing you would expect to hear from a financial analyst. But the reasoning for the Square Enix problems given by sources to Bloomberg, they're actually a lot more interesting. Listen to this. Current and former Square Enix employees pin the blame for that on the company's approach of making every game project a single producer's fiefdom, right? A lot of the people who follow Japanese games, yes, they will be following directors. obviously, like, they're a very, I think, like, top-down kind of director-driven culture in terms of how they make games, and perhaps people are now seeing this as a little bit of a worry. Some people would even say, like, you know, yes, FF16, like, FF16 is really good at some things, not good at other things, and maybe could have been better if it had more effort. Also, you look at FF14 in its post-Endwalker, doesn't seem like it's been able to really engage players as much. That's all Creative Business Unit 3. So is there perhaps a worry that, like, yes, they have all these big successes around Creative Business Unit 3, but what happens if you're relying on the same people to have all your big hits? Are they going to be stretched too thin? That's the sort of thing somebody would perhaps likely worry about. So in short, there seems to be an environment built on a certain culture of auteur style leadership that often does lead to great games like, say, Creative Business Unit 3 and Yoshi P, but also has led to notable failures, right? Because basically, if it's a bunch of auteurs and you don't have great central coordination of, like, your overall strategy, stuff can be a little bit for this year, per Alex Donaldson, this control isn't just about game direction and development experimentation that causes delays. It's also things like disconnected creators all deciding to release highly similar games at the same time, so they cannibalize each other. There's a lack of central strategy, and I suppose, yeah, you can see that. Of course, it's not the easiest thing to solve, and they're certainly doing goofy things right now. As an example, there's a gacha version of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, should we do a video on it? Sometimes it is fun to just, like, peer into the depths of hell, but yes, it is a full-on FF7, like, single-player. Is it single-player? I forget, but anyway, it's basically go play Final Fantasy VII. It's a gacha game now, and they did it. Madness. Okay, that's it for today. Be sure to subscribe and all of that good stuff. If you want to support what we're doing, you can buy, as an example, an art book for our first game, The Pale Beyond, which is on store.bellier.games. Of course, subscribe for more. I'm pretty much here daily, and certainly been looking at what the team have been doing, and man, we have got some great stories coming up for you. So, thank you for everything, and see you next video. Did you know that Rockstar are selling a cracked version of their own game? Yeah, that's one of the stories we got to talk about today. Other great things. This is a fairly major...
That's correct, everyone. You read the title and thumbnail properly. You cannot compare Diablo 4 to Path of Exile 1 or 2 in any regards. Not in the slightest. Never, ever, at any point during any discussion, under any circumstances, may you size up this select set of video game titles. In fact, I say we go a step further. Never compare Diablo to PoE. Franchises are entirely separate. Stop. After all, the Diablo series has had a drastically different upgrade than the Path of Exile series. It has been a rough go for Blizzard. Even though both lines are firmly set in the ARPG genre, there's no way to compare to give them a full match of the other. It's like comparing apples and plants. Who in their right mind would do that? At this point, I'd suppose the majority of people stand in one of three camps. I totally agree with this try guy. PoE has been out forever. Diablo 4 just released. Something suspicious is going on here. I better keep listening to this try guy to see if he's up to no good. They're literally games in the same genre. The Path of Exile developers are a spiritual successor to Diablo 2. How can this try person say they're incomparable? Regardless of which camp you're in, and even if you fit into none of these camps, I implore you to reflect upon your position and ask yourself, do these other points of view have merit? Could my opinion be wrong? Am I the baddie here? As your thoughts begin to ponder and search for some firm position to grasp onto, let me guide your path. And where better place to start than the beginning of this incomparable no, wait. A bit further back. Diablo 1. All the way back in January 1997, a relatively large game development company called Blizzard released a short and thrilling hack-and-slash title called Diablo. Blizzard's Northern Development Division, Team North, struck silver here, combining multiple novel video game elements previously segmented out in different genres into a single gaming experience. Not only was it monetarily successful, it was deeply enjoyed by gamers across the planet and spawned a legacy that would ripple across the gaming industry. Truly, the first Diablo crafted the loot-based ARPG genre as we know it. As many people attribute many modern RPGs to D&D, and modern fantasy stories to Tolkien and Middle-earth, plenty of people credit the developers at Blizzard North for developing Diablo and the rest of the action role-playing game genre. Could one say all loot-based RPGs based on Diablo could be compared to Diablo? Perhaps. Perhaps one could. Titan Quest, Torchlight, Fate, Last Epoch, it matters not. Let's go Diablo 2. Not long after the hype of the original Diablo died down, Blizzard returned with an absolute banger of a sequel with Diablo 2 in June of 2000. While Diablo 1 struck silver, Diablo 2 struck fame of gold. Players loved the cinematics, the story, and the atmosphere. Players loved the level design, loot and item gear, and mightiness their characters achieved. Players sought more. Even with Diablo 2's huge success, Blizzard weren't quite ready to move on to the next installment for quite a while. Instead, they pumped out the critically acclaimed Lord of Destruction expansion instead, listening to player demands. It released in June of 2001. As players did with the base Diablo 2, they devoured Lord of Destruction. It iterated on random item, monster, and semi-random level design, gameplay systems players enjoyed. It improved crafting with interactive. It added 2 iconic classes, the Assassin and the Druid. It added a new, very farmable Act and Act boss. Really? It doubled down and built upon many of the fantastic ARPG systems introduced in Diablo 2. Lord of Destruction further cemented the Diablo franchise in the foundation of any good ARPG. Despite its tremendous success, Blizzard didn't look to continue updating the game or releasing expansions for it, instead deciding to work on yet another sequel that was unfortunately stuck in development hell, not Diablo hell, for about a decade. While Diablo 3 was stuck in the fiery pit, avid Diablo 2 players sought a void to continue the auto Diablo 2 iteration. New action role-playing games like Titan Quest and however, some incredibly ambitious Diablo 2 lovers long for a true sequel to their beloved However, it would be quite in fact, it took about 8 years to be the bones of Path of Exile weren't meaty, but they were deep. These developers were taking everything they loved about Diablo 2 and giving it more depth and their own spin on the genre as a whole. They understood Diablo 2 was genius. They loved to play it for thousands and thousands of hours.
Welcome to my channel.
They were aiming to recreate the magic of Path of Exile. Yes, everyone, this might be where the comparisons directly began with the actual creators of Path of Exile. As they began ramping up their press releases, alphas, and betas, bringing more and more community members into the fold, and taking loads of feedback, the initial ARPG Titan re-entered the fold, looking to absolutely crush the competition. As we'll see in a moment, it may have backfired entirely. Diablo 3. Finally, after oh so many years of hiatus, Blizzard announced the Diablo 3, the long-expected sequel to Diablo 2, in May of 2012. While the beta for Diablo 3, the first act of the game, was quite well received, the game's launch was disastrous. Between the Server 37 that didn't allow players to log in, the real cash auction house, the lack of seasons or ladders, and the dreadful endgame loop, most players weren't satisfied with Diablo 3. It definitely wasn't the successor to Diablo 2 a huge chunk of the player base was searching for. Of the most vocal, some large community figures, such as Hikari, instead of using the slog through Diablo 3, Blizzard's latest ARPG, ventured to new frontiers and gave Path of Exile's alphas and betas a try. He loved them, alongside the players who traveled from Diablo 3 to Path of Exile, blowing the small independent studio away with tremendous support. Mind you, this was probably the best Diablo 3 player and streamer at the time, leaving the game to play a tiny title being built by a startup. Again, here's the next lot of comparison. Some people may think D4 bad, PoE good is not. It's not. This is where the bad people standard in chat, videos, on streams, even in real life. Both games were ARPGs. Both were supposed to be successors to Diablo 3. Both similarities, okay? But the Diablo 2 with Diablo 2 launch, let's dig a bit deeper at this both not similar competitor, Path of Exile. Path of Exile. Currently being developed alongside Diablo 3, Path of Exile was gaining more and more popularity. While it was released officially until October 2013, it had a super populous alpha, closed beta, and open beta period from January 2010 to October 2011. While Diablo 3 launched and stumbled a bit, PoE was gaining momentum during its initial pre-release updates. And these weren't practice betas, similar to what we've seen for other big titles of the present, like Diablo 4. These were living, breathing betas with lots of problems, lots of new content, and lots of developer interaction. Which is to be expected, right? Path of Exile was an in-development game made by a tiny studio with a fraction of the resources compared to giants like Blizzard. However, even with the bones of the game enraptured the players realized that this was the real sequel to Diablo 2 they were searching for, with a bunch of flair attached. The huge passive skill tree, the gem system, the dark and gritty campaign setting, the items. Oh, and the items. It helped that the frontman of Dynasty Games, Chris Wilson, was a massive, passionate fan of Diablo 2 who wasn't afraid to show it. He constantly compared Path of Exile to Diablo 2 and other ARPGs of the time, like Titan Quest. He was also a huge proponent of interacting with the community. The PoE team constantly posted YouTube videos featuring Chris Wilson narrating new content, design manifestos, and even cool new builds to showcase to the public. The relationship between GGG and the community was wonderful. Much of their inspiration came from the aforementioned videos. You could say they'd never think comparing the games was fun, and they were all based around the same core concept. Plus, it didn't matter that Diablo 2 was made a decade before, or the fact that the huge Diablo 3, the most financially successful PC game of all time at the time, had just released an enormous batch of development resources allocated to it. None of that mattered in the end, as, truly, they were games made from the same distant ancestral origin. Eventually, Path of Exile released in October 2013 and began its intense development live service cycle. The meme of deep bad, PoE good continued to build up as each PoE league or season continued to improve more and more on the game, while Diablo 2 took multiple years to launch its first season. Come on. Item rewards. Meanwhile, every Path of Exile game will introduce a fundamentally game-changing mechanic, many more items, new skills, reworks the past three, and oh so much more. Plus, constant, always growing inside, Path of Exile Yes, Diablo 3 player numbers dwarfed Path of Exile, but that didn't stop the comparison with the player base then, as the players weren't focused on the vanity metrics. They were focused on the gameplay and development. It's always been a mystery as to why Diablo 3 had only one major release. Its first and only expansion, Reaper of Souls. While Path of Exile released new content every 3 months for years. In May 2018, for the first time, Grinding Gear Games experienced a major infusion of capital in doing so. The Chinese publisher of Path of Exile acquired a majority stake in the company. As posed by the managing director, Chris Wilson, this left would not mean any changes or dictations by Tencent or any pay-to-win international servers. In fact, it would mean BTG could hire even more developers for its most ambitious project yet, called 4.0. Even to this day, their promises have been kept, and the game's monetization and content direction has not changed, fortunately. As Path of Exile's player base and amount of content skyrocketed after this past year, Blizzard had something cooking related to Diablo that would shock absolutely everyone involved in the ARPG space. Diablo Immortal. The next big Diablo announcement was not a 4th edition to the PC and console series. It was a mobile game. Diablo Immortal absolutely lit the entire Diablo franchise on fire. When it was announced at BlizzCon 2018, the crowd couldn't believe it. Thankfully, it spawned a variety of recipes too that are still used to this day. Blizzard made a huge mistake here that we don't even know the retrospect of the game. Most of the Blizzard, especially the Diablo player base, was PC back then. The announcement of a mobile game without the confirmation Diablo 3 or another sequel being worked on heavily was unbelievable. Even more flabbergasted at least attitude about it. They really don't seem to understand why people are upset. Keep this announcement in mind as we continue our story. Diablo 4. As Path of Exile was growing to be bigger than ever before, Blizzard clearly saw an opportunity to break back onto the ARPG stage. Diablo 4 was in development with a cinematic trailer that gave chills to everyone who watched it at BlizzCon 2019. Alongside that, they had some highly curated gameplay footage too, with promises Diablo 4 was going to be a return to Diablo's roots, especially taking lessons learned from Diablo 3 and the great meat of Diablo 2. In terms of style, item design, level design, character design, really everything, they were taking Diablo 2 and bringing it to the modern era with an MMO twist. This was going to be an open world game. Of course, when they announced all this in November 2019, they said they were a ways out, and they were. But thankfully for them, they got in front of Path of Exile's next big announcement and release. Right? Path of Exile 2. Not long after Diablo 4's announcement, Grinding Gear Games upstaged Blizzard and let loose the news that Path of Exile 2 was on its way just 3 weeks later. Unable to secure the massive funds that Blizzard could, they didn't have an amazing cinematic trailer, they just had incredible gameplay to show, in a trailer and not. During Path of Exile 2's announcement at ExileCon 2019 in November 2019, the actual lead developers hopped on stage and played PoE 2 live in front of an audience. Additionally, they noted 2 other upcoming releases, the next huge Path of Exile expansion, Conquerors of the Atlas, and then Path of Exile Mobile, a mobile, non-pay-to-win version of PoE. Of course, this immediately sparked comparisons to Blizzard's announcement of Diablo Immortal. Chris Wilson even referenced it on stage, and their promotional video for PoE Mobile featured a mobile Fall Guy, 100% referencing Wyatt Chang of Diablo Immortal infamy. The Triple G developers didn't shy away from comparisons between their product and their rivals. PoE players constantly compare the two. Interestingly, people who don't like to compare Path of Exile and Diablo are Blizzard themselves, who very rarely acknowledge PoE's existence, and Diablo players, who cannot fathom comparing their beloved series to a tiny little
Fire.
Exile.
Welcome to my channel.
What's really the harm?
Ensign.
Especially
Welcome to my channel.
Diablo 4 release, PoE 1 now, and PoE 2 upcoming. Ah, yes, a present. And all the Diablo 4 versus Path of Exile comparisons are igniting fires everywhere. Diablo 4 released long before Path of Exile 2, as PoE 2 doesn't even have a release date. However, even the live Diablo 4 is struggling to please players and, as I predicted, is pushing more and more people to Path of Exile 1 due to its many problems. Path of Exile 1 is still trucking along with content updates every 3 to 4 months, while Path of Exile 2 has now been split out as its own separate game and is quite far out from release. While it looks absolutely phenomenal, with amazing additions to the series, even looking better in graphics, animation, and art direction fidelity than Diablo 4, we'll focus on their currently released. Path of Exile 1 is still an incredibly big and complicated game, even if the bosses far too intimidating than Diablo 4 are becoming massive fans of it. For example, Darth Microtransaction, the person who built his current huge channel on Diablo 4, is now playing PoE over D4, and even other games online he loves. And compares D4 to PoE plenty. Asmongold, or Zach Rar, has been a long-time Path of Exile supporter and player, starting all the way back in the betas. He constantly compares Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. He's a big fan of PoE and enjoys seeing people bad occasionally. Quinn69 cannot stop saying D4 bad, but I wouldn't blame him after the absolutely abysmal bugs he has encountered during his playtime in Blizzard's latest title. Other smaller creators like Hog discovered PoE for the first time after being disappointed by D4, and are refreshed by the entire game and its developers. All of these people are just the tip of the iceberg. Diablo 4 is doing PoE a huge service. It's the best ad PoE I've ever met, bringing tons and tons of new players to the series for the first time, or convincing them to try it again after bouncing off years ago. Why? Because they are similar games that, initially, claim to cater to a similar audience. They can be compared, even if Diablo 4 has some aspects that really set it apart, being a far more complex game. Diablo 4 beats out Path of Exile in animation and graphical quality. Cinematics too. I'd also say it's cosmetic and constant play Path of Exile as well. That's it. In every other aspect, Path of Exile wins. I've laid out a few video, so I won't do it here. You can watch those in future releases if you like. However, defenders of Diablo 4 will say you cannot compare Diablo 4 to Path of Exile because Path of Exile has existed for so many years. Diablo 4 just released. For that I say, Diablo 4 has a very long legacy. We just took a look at it. The series began in the year 1994, with 4 separate titles released before Diablo 4, with thousands and thousands of developers working on it, alongside ludicrous sums of cash to support it. I've never
Welcome to
said
my
D4
channel.
should have the same amount of content as PoE, but it should match it in terms of quality, given the amount of resources available and storied history. D4 good supporters also may say, D4 has way more players than PoE. It also made so much money. That I respond to, so what? I'm not comparing population metrics or finances. I'd expect a company who can put up billboards in New York City to advertise their game, a company that could make deals with huge fast food companies, or a company that could hire Megan Fox to read ads to garner a far larger player base, and therefore have more players and make more money. GGG cannot do that. You win that, I guess, but does the financial success and marketing of a game really matter? Or does its quality? I'd say the latter matters far more. Finally, some D4 supporters also say you cannot compare D4 to PoE. They are different games. To that, I give you this video, Heroes of Sanctuary. Of course they are not the same game. We all know that. However, they are both inspired by the same material and in many ways cater to the same audience. The Grinding Gear Games developers have directly stated they wanted their games to be a spiritual successor to Diablo 2. Blizzard outright claimed that they wanted to return to a Diablo-esque game with MMO elements of Diablo 4. How can they say these titles are incomparable? It's okay to compare games. There's no need to be furious about it or be for defensive. Honestly, the only people spouting this nonsense, funnily enough, are the people defending Blizzard and Diablo 4 and Blizzard themselves. The former by directly outlining the three arguments above, and the latter by basically ignoring other competitive issues. I prefer a different approach. The approach taken by some of the big figures I've named, Asmongold and Chris Wilson. Acknowledge the competition. Analyze what may be better counter how you improve, and of course, don't say how you cannot compare this to. Acknowledge, analyze, that's how we get better games, everyone. Friendly competition. I and many others sought for Diablo 4 to be an amazing game. A banger. We were filled with hope after the jaw-dropping sci-fi home trailer in 2019. We were receptive to Blizzard's goal of modernize Diablo 4. I and many others were disappointed, which is unfortunate. Sure, I've talked about just how many people are coming to mandatory therapy, Path of Exile, because of Diablo 4. But if it was a good or great game, more would come. It would be beneficial to this entire genre, games as a whole, if Blizzard succeeded with Diablo 4. I don't define success in terms of population size, sales made, play. I define it as fun I have in the game. In Diablo 4, I don't have fun. In Path of Exile, I have experience. Honestly, that's the only comparison I needed to make to finally understand this one simple fact. D4 bad. Thanks for watching. Leave a comment below with your opinion. Compare Diablo to Path of Exile. Why or why not? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let me give a huge shout out to every exile who supports this channel. You can help the channel grow by giving this video a like, bare form slamming the subscribe button, and turning on the bell. There's a ton more PoE content and beyond on its way.
Stasis is a sci-fi horror game that initially seems very open about what it is. It asks simple questions like, do you like Sanitarium? Do you like Alien? Do you like man-made horrors beyond comprehension? If so, you're probably going to enjoy this game. And I mean enjoy in the same way you might enjoy I Have No Mouth and I Miss Streets. There's a lot that's obviously vile and horrific in Stasis, but there's still a good amount buried in the details, including some huge reveals friends of mine have missed. It was made by a very small studio called The Brotherhood, and it's the kind of adventure game you can beat over a weekend. In line with that, the setup is extremely simple and effective. Well, as both go right after the title screen, our story takes place somewhere in the future, in orbit over Neptune. Right from the get-go, the alien influence is incredibly strong. The slow, creeping string music, elongated shots of vessels. The ship is bathed in smoke and fog, which could be space debris or some kind of exhaust, but it's framed more like a whistle. It could just be the ship is extremely high in the atmosphere, but it could also hint that things will take a turn for some reason. For starters, this is not your baby. You've just been suddenly awoken from cryogenic stasis. And while you are confused and groggy, you don't have amnesia. You are John Marichek.
Subject Marichek, John J. died during the procedure.
And I won't be stopping to point out more of this. There are little nods to sci-fi horror here and there, but I don't want to let them get distracted.
Welcome to the full corporation stasis drug suit. Please hold still while your biometric scans are completed.
After a quick, medically induced power nap, you recall your last memory was traveling with your family.
Here they come.
Your wife, Ellen, and daughter, Rebecca. After a long lullaby, John awakes and discovers that his family is also aboard the mysterious ship. They were intercepted en route to Titan Station, and for what purpose, he doesn't know. It's also unclear why or how he was awoken. Everything is caked in dust and other signs of wear. He finds clues to give possibilities, but nothing concrete.
Security lockdown? Must be why there's nobody here. Maybe they were evacuated.
Sure, maybe. But just because there's no people doesn't mean there's no danger. So, become John Stasis and find your family. Let's start with the graphics. For starters, this is a completely 2D game. Everything from the environments to the character models. This is especially shocking on John himself. This man is a sprite, but his animations are frame heavy, delighting the level effects him, and he's capable of dying in so many miserable ways. It has an autosave system, which is nice, but fortunately you can also save at any time, which is good because I wanted to have the bad options for puzzles and was rarely left disappointed. Like turning on a super furnace that actually knows to skin off the bones. If the ways to go in the environment aren't enough, you can also stupidly use an item on yourself and get a full FMV of you dying with it. It's a grisly game. I'm generally not squeamish around violence in these, but there is one section where you perform surgery on yourself, and failing it will make the torment machine rip your entire spine out. It's sort of like watching a tree stump being removed. I'll save that for the end for those who wish to partake in that. But don't let that distract you from how gorgeous and detailed this game is. And that could come across as weird seeing this industrial hellscape, but there was so much attention and care given to the environment. Each little piece of debris carefully placed where light falls in the room, and when you're in the point-and-click adventure rodeo, those tiny details matter a ton. If it weren't for the widescreen and just from a CRT, I would think it should have been. And I say that stereotypically. I'm still having to go back and watch the show, but there's a good variety of stuff. It's enormous, and you can see how areas are sectioned off for crew, work, and everything else. Though the layouts for some of these areas can feel more bizarre at times. Rooms can seem far too large for what they should be, in some strange area, but it's not inconsistent in a bad way. Like starting off, you'll hear announcements from the ship's high-tech, I assume, computer, which does sound closer to human than some others you run into.
The tower. I am analyzing raw materials contained tab.
Very early on, you find a PDF from work that is also baffled. He was told it was the most advanced research ship in existence, but it's also over 50 years old. The ship is called the Groom Lake, which could be a reference to the salt flats near Area 51, or it could have been a subtle hiring beacon, to let self-admitted rapists know that they were eligible for the workforce. But anyways, it's an appealing-looking world in all its low-resolution glory. Plus, there are all the great interactable objects you use for puzzles in progress. Hell, even the PDA text logs you find from other characters have all kinds of personal touches to them. It is close to being an outright home run, except for John. As impressive as he can be, there are plenty of times he could stick up for the environment like a sore thumb. He has strange animations at points, but the one that seems the most clear is the run. He moves like he's absolutely flipping it, but not really moving that fast or far. You do get used to it, but it never stops being awkward.
You're doing very well, Reggie. You run really fast.
The animation can also be out of sync with sound effects sometimes, which can make something like knocking on a door janky, but I notice this kind of thing more when the Forbidden Ones dragging him into the deep doesn't trigger properly. Still, going back to that run, it also has a heavy breathing sprint sound which puts off when it's dying. I appreciate them wanting that detail, but it detracts more than it adds. It's not hugely distracting, but when it's quiet, you can get the occasional... It's still a fairly minor point in the grand scheme. I probably shouldn't say minor aboard the Groom Lake, but hey, the rest of the soundscape is very interesting. I would not have guessed that would be here. Most of the soundtrack is quietly building tension, sneaking in and out, and sometimes blending with the other characters. Though it sometimes rises up into the foreground with somber visuals and long, drawn-out scenes. There are some beautiful tracks paired with some disgusting visuals.
What's going on? But I don't know any specifics. You have to believe me.
Most of those kinds of tracks are done by Mark Morgan, who composed the original Fallout games and Planescape Torment. That alone is a good pick for the tone. However, other composers like Daniel S.W.Frost also contributed, and you'll sometimes get more action-y music in key moments. There are also the club bangers, and I'm not sure who's behind those. The music does bring some comfort in the sewer of these trying times. The idea of club stuff is all good, but at its worst, the soundtrack can feel inconsistent and clash at points. It also doesn't help that the action music can be way louder in the mix. Audio mixing in general is something that Stasis struggles with. Sometimes this adds on to it. Sound volumes can range all over, there can be loud creaks and crackles, but most of the effects they've created or are using are very good. So when they're trying to make something sound real, it is crunchy, but also incredibly bizarre and offensive. For a little comparison, here's the vending machine in the Postal Protocol. When they break, they slow down or get staticky. Here's a broken vending machine in Stasis. If I heard that at night, I'd get a gun to shoot myself. You never know when it'll end. Still, most of your time playing is atmospheric and quiet. It helps to build up and access the elements. Most of your time is spent quietly reading and figuring out how to progress. Only treasures can be in that doorway. The sounds are a mix of great and terrible, and the biggest gap between them is in the voice acting. The mixing issue is straight up detrimental. The voice cast is also tiny, and John's is exceptionally good. There are some horrific scenes that are brought up by how intensely he reacts to them. The issue is, he's running laps around the other cast.
Who are you? Here, Hensley. I'm a body in hydroponics. I know you have questions, but right now, let's try. Are they also bodied up? Quiet before.
I'm not sure how many people I'm looking at. Something for the eugenics walking.
Let's push through, John.
There are some moments where they do a good job. I don't know if they're being directed in those or even with that, a lot of the issue is that the audio in some of these things is so bad that it's completely unacceptable.
Talk about this.
This was the last. I'm coming for you next. Unless we have an
It's to a point where the conversations feel like they're in a completely different world than what you're reading. The atmosphere is stimulating enough to still get into it, and those moments can really rip me right back out. It's also possible that Rebecca is some kind of technical speech.
But Sammy said that if you have bad dreams and you speak words like that, you'll be stuck in them forever.
This was long before the AI voice craze and just seems like text-to-speech, so don't think the pitchforks. There's more to talk about when it comes to the dialogue, but we should move on to the gameplay. This is an isometric adventure game, which means there are different puzzles, which means there could be a veil of madness. For those of you unfamiliar with some of my other videos, I've played a good amount of adventure games. I've showcased some that range from playable bowling alley strike screen to a psychosis test. There are some great adventure games where the puzzles are almost entirely reasonable, but even the best usually have some small bits of moonlight. You could say something is convoluted for a situation and you'd be right, but we're now entering the adventure game scale, which is extremely arbitrary. Walkthroughs are always available, but you have to take everything I say here with a big chunk of salt. So, with that out of the way, on the scale, I think stasis is decent. You can't accidentally soft lock yourself out. Items or clues you need are only a few squares most and usually right now. It lacks most of what makes the genre unbearable, but there are still some things. You have a Star Trek-like company storage device. All kinds of items are broken down if you don't know what's combined, but you rarely have many at a time. You're not drowning an item, so can brute force some moonlight, but the main issue is pixel hunting. There's not a ton of it, and it mostly seems unintentional. For example, you only see PDA or indicators at first, even without that, it's sometimes obvious that it's not readable. The issue is the world is so detailed that even if someone is watching events, you might not be looking there. You'll pass all kinds of containers and boxes and shelves that you do nothing with. Sometimes they're obvious clues, and sometimes they're indistinguishable from background objects. Like the locker here is placed between two PDAs so that might guide you towards it, but maybe not. The most egregious pixel hunt in the game is this one room with blood that you're supposed to get blood from, but only from this next little corner. Again, there's a PDA to try and guide you towards this, but if you didn't move all the way over there, then you would never know. You can see they're trying to keep the realism and still guide you without the items you need being clearly obvious, but it still means there will be times where you have to hunt around. Unlike some other games, it doesn't feel like Stasis is trying to do this, but the scales were tipped too far towards realism over convenience. And I say realism for item placement, because that chunky blood I found in the matchup is useful. This is the kind of moon logic to expect sometimes, which isn't insane. They're more puzzles that make sense, but easily annoyed by it. Down in the morgue, you want it unfrozen, so you need to find a way to prop the furnace door open. You have a drill and other items by now, but those won't do the trick. Instead, you need to go to a nearby toilet and fish a dirty rag out of it to stuff that into the hinge. That does make sense, but I'm still pissed off. Welcome to adventure games. There's also a valve you need to turn 3 times, with the hint being use all of your might, which I did do, but I could smell how people would get stuck on this. I also think it's the only thing you have to do. It's a big, complicated down puzzle. There are pretty all over the place. And there were plenty of puzzles that were satisfying to figure out. Again, my brain is melted from measuring these things. The setting may be cool, but I don't think...
Dobro, jedio sam isto jabuku.
On the horror side of things, I do love most of it. It did feel like a sci-fi horror greatest hits compilation at first. You know, I sure hope hydroponics won't be too messed up. But the more it went on, the more fascinating it became. The perspective and resolution also works well for it. Sometimes you're only getting shrouded glimpses of things. Things you may have read up on and may know about in terrifying detail at that point. Nothing ever jumps out at the screen, but the scares in that spirit do feel earned with the build-up. The most horrifying aspects in the game are passages you read or you seeing what it shows a lot of appalling concepts that are meant to stick with you. It does excel at that until some people start talking. It does go on sale fairly often. It's currently a little over $1 on GOG for their autumn sale. It bases for around $10 there and on Steam, which is still worth it. But I do want to dig down more into the story, so if you don't want spoilers, go to here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
From the beginning, it was clear this was no mix-up. John and his family's pods were shanghaied by the Kane Corporation, which in-game is somehow an even more evil Amazon. They're the most powerful company and possibly most powerful entity back on Earth. The Groom Lake has nabbed all kinds of people in stasis, which they refer to as products. When John goes to medical to fix himself up from nap time, the computer's already set to harvesting skin, organs, and other fun bits. So at first it seems like legal organ harvesting. except the logs from many staff weren't fully aware of what was happening. The staff thought that products were criminals, drifters, and other undesirables. If they woke up confused or screaming, adamant about who they were, that's either them lying to crash out, or stasis just causes confusion. Keep in mind, this world has an assisted suicide law. Stasis rarely shows the problems with the setting directly, but it does give bits like this to clue you into how dire things are. That is smart writing, but it does get undercut sometimes by taking things too far. Like having Kane Corp budget cut out the fire axes. And Anus Inspection Day.
You stay clean of parasites at all times. Mandatory rectal exams are to be enforced.
They do drop this kind of thing early on. It feels like a Fallout bit that's not landing. Having the highly volatile methane tanks directly beneath the crew quarters, that's better. One nurse did try to get off the product line when they cracked open a child's pod. What's interesting is she doesn't quit, she just wants to transfer to hydroponics. The pay isn't as good, but at least I'll be able to sleep at night. So that would make her feel absolved until, uh-oh, hydroponics uses products too. It had to keep being in her face to care, otherwise she just doesn't want to think about it. I mean, calling them products alone is a nice little way of dehumanizing them. When John links up with the botanist Taya, she reveals that she's just trying to escape the ship. And she's been at it for a long while. The situation was falling apart over a period of months, and since the final night where the ship was remotely functional, it's been 3. Even Taya isn't fully sure what happened. Well, one of the experiments Kane was working on was mass human cloning. Using lots of product samples for research, they were hoping they could mass produce a standardized organ. Giant vats of hearts and lungs for hospitals, and not the giant vats of half-formed screaming monstrosities, where some shake uncontrollably, scream day and night, and have been rotting and devouring each other for the first financial quarter of the year. It's still looking kind of bullish to me. Some of the organs they were trying to grow were forming incorrectly. Like a mass becoming a tail that would aimlessly swim around the vat all day, which they named Samantha. Why it became this fucked up is from a combination of reasons. Another department wanted to get from it, so demanded it got started now, and many planned safety features weren't put in yet. The samples the other department, Project Seed, provided were also all kinds of screwed up, so different vat samples were creating and then you have the poor age and maintenance of the group later. Some of the vats and machinery have mold growing on them. By the time the game starts, it's gotten so bad that it's like a ship computer and your own suit. The air is spicy and full of spores. So the result was producing rotten beings of pure suffering on an industrial scale. John electrifying one of their tanks is a mercy. So maybe some cloned monsters escaped and killed the crew, right? Well, some did. There were reports of clones that fell apart, along with the fact the mold was made up of fire or replacing it. That fungus may have traces of intelligence as well. Maybe the ownership of one connection is lies well on the issue is the party that was the club that makes things more confusing. There are piles of bodies that have been completely seen, but it's slowly revealed that what John's seeing isn't completely boring. There's a lot of mention of something called the eugenics world that happens back on Earth. What little details you get about horrifying monsters and remote viewers being used in battle. The result is so horrifying that genetic research back on Earth has largely stopped. It's highly regulated to stop this from happening again. The Groom Lake wasn't just working on a single project. It's a collection of being done on a deep spaceship where no one will be able to find it. We come across a horribly bloated giant insect who is being milked for jelly, but the rest of them are really fucking dangerous. And they're thriving in the fungus-infested electronics. As for Project Seed, that's actually going to as long as they're infected. I'm sure only for the It turns out that Seed was the Groom. It was supposedly a super soldier project, until a good amount of them escaped and began to murder too. It turns out everyone on the ship, staff, and products have a personal data tag, or a PDT. It tracks everyone, and it's how Taylor is tracking John. She can't scan out his family, which doesn't mean they're dead, only that their devices have been activated. She can scan for DNA signatures though, so if he can find a scanner, he can send her his information, and she can find his daughter. And then his wife, which will make things easier. The Project Seed hybrid race has also learned about PDTs. By that I mean, they figured out something about human skin let them pass through doors. So they've been skinning and writing people they come across like some kind of prehistoric child. So the surviving crew targeted defenses against PDT users and surgically were removing their own. John has to undergo this in a much more duct tape way.
time.
Where the hybrids are born is as nightmarish as it sounds, to the point where I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show it, which might be for the best. But contracted staff or acquired products are used up to create the hybrid line. The hybrids are created by a Dr. Milan, and they're not an original concept. A version like them was created in the Eugenics War, and Milan is a mad scientist who doesn't care about super soldiers, he just wants to make a human successor, which is written down more eloquently, but he sounds like a cartoon.
You stand up. You call me a monster. The morals of men don't apply to gods.
There's been extensive hybrid research, seeing which ones should live on, or mate, or just mate. Many you come across are also withering away or disaster. They were also being killed, and you come across a mass grave of hybrids and humans who were all dead. They were animalistic monsters, but also suffering. They didn't learn much beyond violence and that Milan is their god. The fungus is not alien life. It first showed up after a bunch of corpse overflow from the hybrids. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so there's three things I find striking about all of this. While the hybrids were going low, this was a compounding lasagna of terror. The subject matter is amped up. If you've ever worked a corporate job, you've seen shit like this all the time. Projects being rushed, not enough resources given to neighbors until something bad happens, unqualified people forced into the nepotism of their office politics bullshit. The company is evil story is not new and will be around long after I'm gone. The issue is, many can be written cartoonishly evil, to the point where I doubt the writer has ever worked an actual 9 to 5. The issues at its core of how things went wrong on the Groom Lake are so mundane, but so familiar. Sure, it has a mad scientist element with Milan, but he had no oversight. And he too ignored other departments to focus on his own little project. Sure, Kane Corp is a sci-fi company, but you see the exact laziness, greed, and cut corners that led to the outbreak. The disaster happening isn't even the heart of the horror. The most vile, horrible things you see in the game are planned. Milan has been having his fun with what's left, but the disaster has actually stopped the Nightmare assembly line. The worst atrocities have been done, and it couldn't have been done without a lot of apathy from those working. It still keeps going because the process was working. Kane's research was wiping out cancer and other disorders. The Queen's Jelly was developing into being able to instantly heal wounds. They could also use it as an organic construction adhesive because they found new uses for research items all the time. This little hellhole has many benefits to the world, but those who argue in favor of it probably don't want to volunteer for experimentation.
This is the purpose of the Groom Lake. It's not on Earth. Can't see it, so they don't care.
What if they knew?
So what?
There are lots of well-written logs from staff members coming to terms with their life and what happened. They're not all winners, but there are some excellent ones. The modern world has all kinds of aspects like lithium mining that people don't want to think about. This is an amped-up space-haunted house with interesting science concepts, but it gives you a lot to chew on with its repugnant conclusions, which makes the terrible dialogue moments so much worse. There's a part where John needs to burn down hydroponics and a woman has been fused into it through the fungus. She's been watching her child slowly decompose in front of her. Harrowing stuff here.
I will be able to crack this flare. The oxygen will ignite. Then we will die.
And seconds later.
What did you do?
I cleared the vines.
Flamethrower!
Something like that.
He's not a quippy action hero either, he's terrified for most of the game. And Milan goes in on the family too. But anyhow, John is losing his mind while his suit tells him how bad things are getting. It can be such a clever game, like giving you a pistol to make you worried about combat that never comes. The reveal that the Green Lake is originally a mining ship called the Tower, explaining its vast empty spaces. Kane Corp is ahead of the game because they found a eugenics war vault in Camp 571 in Japan. Okay, that one's kind of ham-fisted. But you know what? Even with how disjointed this game can be, I realize this is the Callisto Protocol if it was about something. Except it was made for less than 1% of the budget. And many years earlier. Look, there's even a two-headed man. John burning down hydroponics does cripple the ship, and things get insanely dark. Milan takes revenge on John's daughter. The child is completely obliterated, which is taboo in most games, or at least it used to be. But here's where things take a turn. He has Rebecca's blood, so Taya can find her. Taya does find her pod, but gets captured by Milan.
so John Stasis goes to confront him. To cut the confrontation short, he does defeat Milan but injures himself in the process, and Taya is revealed to be a traitor. Kind of. She also wanted to find Ellen because Ellen has the right genetic makeup to be a living USB. She could only find John and will refuse to get to Ellen. Taya has stored the Gruelite research into her bone marrow. She too also wants revenge on Kane Corp for her husband, and she can also get rich off him. Or something. You pull your ripped out PC out of a quantum storage device and the first turn of chains. The escape ship only has room for one pod, and this is where people get thrown off.
Destination change.
I love you, Ellen.
He sends her off to escape alone. Oh Christ, he didn't notice she was dead? Well, really listen to how he delivers that.
I love you, Ellen.
Some players still think he just didn't notice. If you were reading carefully, you learned her fate, and it only came with a small audio sting. All game you were bombarded with names, but did you remember your wife's in the hybrid birthing room? Fucking hell. How she died exactly is ambiguous, but there is a scene that calls back to the beginning that could give a good hint. Beyond that, John is losing his mind, like that little girl looks nothing like Rebecca. There's a lot of psychological ambiguity I don't want to get into, but I just know his family's dead. And he does too. Maybe his memory of Rebecca is implanted and that's why she has a robot voice. Stasis is a brutal, dark game, and it got a sequel. And I'm of course talking about the free sequel, Kane. People say to try this to see if you like Stasis, and they're wrong. It stars a pregnant woman named Hadley, but there is no hope here. Sacrifice her fetus. I was compelled, professionally of course, to see what would happen if she didn't sleep. It just didn't. It has a large hub area, moon logic puzzles, but as someone who nearly loved Stasis, the dialogue. Holy shit.
Head towards the screaming. Clever Hadley.
You're scared.
Heck yeah, I'm scared. Holy Toledo.
No, why would you do this? Don't say it. Please don't. My heart can't take it. No, I despise Kane. I hate it. And I don't want to look at it anymore. If you want to try it, it is free, but it is not like the first game. I was so close to loving Stasis. Every cell in my body is screaming that this should be a favorite of mine, and it still feels like that. But there's still too much frustration in some puzzles, the janky and while it's not Kane, some of the dialogue scenes just absolutely torpedo the atmosphere. It's hard to convey the shifts through a video like this, but they're breakneck. Now beyond Kane, they did do a proper full-blown sequel, where you investigate a lost deep-sea world. This game is next. Do I ever go back to play some of the stranger games? I generally do if they were very fun.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Spiffing Brit, and today we are going to be playing Starfield. That's right, Bethesda's latest brand new magnificent AAA game is suddenly in my grasp, and you know exactly what that means. It means I have to see if there are exploits, to see if there are unknown features, mechanics, doodads, and glitches, all left by our Lord and Savior Todd Howard for me to enjoy. We will be seeing if once and for all, Starfield is a perfectly balanced game with no exploits at all, or if perhaps, there's a little bit of shenanigans going on. So before we introduce our lovely hero for today, make sure to give the video a like, grab yourself a nice warm cup of Yorkshire tea gold, as this is going to be a beautiful adventure. Let us begin! Ladies and gentlemen, our hero today is none other than the wonderful, the breathtaking, the devouring Rihanna Keeves, now brought back to life in the glorious world of Starfield. That's right, we've escaped the bounds of Skyrim, and we are now on a universe-wide adventure. After becoming an unstoppable god in Skyrim that could one-hit dragons using just a fork, I felt that now was the time to experiment with a wider world. Now immediately, if you've never met this man, you think, hang on a second, this looks a bit like Keanu Reeves. But no, this is Keanu Reeves' long-lost cousin. And whilst he's similarly breathtaking, in Rianu's case, it's a little bit more literal. The man has the ability to collapse your lung from 50 meters away, using just his mind. He's a little bit of an eldritch horror, and I've just unleashed him on the galaxy, so let's go see what he can destroy. Now first things first, today's video is going to avoid as many spoilers as possible, because well, who needs story when you have exploits? Besides, the game, like Skyrim, plays massively like a sandbox, which gives me a lot of flexibility for shenanigans. Now starting out today's video, Rianu Keeves is only level 17. He's not exactly the greatest fighter in the shed. We have a couple of decent weapons that will shred our enemies, but our character is certainly not overpowered. We do not have the ability to one-hit everything we run into, yet. And I really do mean emphasis on yet. For my goal at the end of this video is to turn Rianu Keeves into a god, an unstoppable being of unfathomable power. And luckily, because I'm British, I'll be willing to do anything to make that a reality. Oh dear, Hangsing. That person? Yep, you've got to look out for the flaw, madam. I hear it's a little bit temperamental at times. And you know what? That brings us to our first exploit in today's video, as we are going to be making our way over to the spaceport. Now, like all good classical RPGs, the most important resource of all is money. Everybody needs money, everybody wants money, and you can buy pretty much everything with money. Any problems? Solve it with money. Need a better gun? Just use money. Accidentally committed a war crime? Pay the guards off with money. Everything's possible when you have money. Now I have been saving up some money, so I do have over 100,000 credits, but that's not exactly going to save the day. I do have a habit of burning through a lot of ammunition, because I love firing with an auto clicker, so consequently I need money to buy more ammo. But luckily, this gentleman's about to help us, whether he knows it or not. This man is a ship services technician, and what we can do is we can buy and sell ships to him. Now, ships are very, very expensive, and because of that, as a trader, he needs to have a lot of money in his inventory. This man has 72,000. Now, of course, you might be thinking, hang on a second, Spiff, we could be super cheeky here. What we could do is, surely we could rob him. So yes, if we went down behind him and pickpocketed him, no, you can't steal any money from him. This is because Todd Howard wisely decides to separate the actual trader's inventory with the character's inventory. This means that he can have thousands and thousands of money stored away somewhere safely off map. Or so you would think. Because the legendary game of Skyrim taught us one lovely design feature that Bethesda loves to employ, which is that this man here does actually have his money stored in an inventory. It is stored in a chest somewhere nearby to him, and if we can get to that chest, we can get to all of his money. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, this does require you to think a little bit outside of the box, but that's my favorite thing to do. Dance, Rianu, dance. Okay, well, as you can probably tell already, some of the physics engines in this game are a little bit broken. And once you've made your way up here above the actual landing area, I mean, there are some other ships hanging out here, which I guess you could probably steal or something, but it's better than crime. And what we're doing is shenanigans, not a crime. Yep, shenanigans are not a crime. There is a clear legal distinction, of which I'm an expert. Anyway, over by this big orange tower, we're going to find a very interesting area, because over here we're able to leave the city of New Atlantis. Now, this entire area is technically completely lovingly rendered. You can go out here, go on adventures, go see whatever that structure is over there, 700 meters away, go see all of the wildlife, kill it, loot it, whatever, you name it. What a wonderful little adventure. However, the reason I've come over here is because this area is actually unique to some, let's call it terrain anomalies. Yeah, that's what I'm going to name them. This is an exploit using one jazzy skill. In the gymnastics tree, you unlock the ability to do a combat slide. This very simply allows you while sprinting to slide, which normally isn't that beneficial, but this does allow you to technically go a bit lower in the terrain. For example, when I crouch, I'm ever so slightly lowered in this rock, and you'll see that my knees are starting to clip through. This is very good, and if I can get all the way to the other side, I will be able to clip into the terrain. So, in what can only be described as a 1000 IQ gymnastics maneuver, I am going to shift sprint my way into the terrain and then power slide underneath it. This does take many attempts, and I haven't necessarily found a very reliable way to pull it off, but when there's a will, there's a way. Okay, we've made our way down. Okay, no, that wasn't Well, that's a good start. We are making good progress. We're not too far out from getting underneath the wall. Right, oh, there we go, we did it. Ow, my feet. Right, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are now under the terrain, just a little bit. Now, there are probably 100 ways to get under the terrain, but getting under the terrain is the goal, as soon as you can sequence your way underneath the textures of the map, we're able to start making our way over to exactly where we want to go, underneath the spaceport. So that's where we're going to be heading over now. Whatever you do, make sure not to jump too high, else you might technically clip above the terrain. That would be a terrible thing. You'd lose all of these wonderful benefits. Anyway, so I'm going to be taking this pathway over here, and this is going to bring me close towards where our lovely shipman was. Oh, hello, there's someone above me. I'm not too sure if you can shoot up through the floor of the terrain. There's a chance you can. Skyrim didn't let you, but this game might. We've made our way over to the lovely security kiosk, and you'll notice, yes, just over here, underneath exactly where the ship technician is standing, is a suspiciously placed box. And in this box is, yes, 72,000 credits. We can take that, and it's technically not stealing. Just like that, we now have 188,000 credits in the bank. Technically, from this point on, I think if we were to exit and reload the game, this inventory would reset, and we'd get even more money from it. But for now, I think we've done a good job of robbing this man blind. So it's over to our next little trade area for a bit of shenanigans. For you see, I noticed just over here, there's some kind of nice fancy little shop. A very fancy shop indeed that sells lots of good things. And tucked away here is their entire inventory, complete with a sidearm, 5,000 credits, a bunch of ammunition, and we can just take it all. Med packs, digipick, they have this rare pistol which seems okay. They've got some space suits, none of which are useful. And there we go, we're able to just rob this entire inventory, and they can't even notice that happening. I mean, we can technically also sequence break a bit and go into their mercantile storeroom, I guess. Who knows where that's actually located off map, but yes, we can access it. But yes, as soon as we're done with our exploit, we can simply jump on up and re-enter society, like so. Huzzah! Don't worry, people. Do not be alarmed. It is perfectly fine to clip through the terrain. I've seen some of you doing it earlier, so no complaining. So brilliant stuff. We managed to escape the reality of the map in order to benefit from some financial shenanigans. However, we can put this money to good use, and by putting it to good use, I mean we can use it to make more money. So what we're going to do is fly off to the greatest den of debauchery the world has ever seen. And no, I do not mean America, I mean the city of Neon. Neon is effectively a weird planet whereby most things that are illegal in other areas are suddenly legal. So now that we're in Neon City, we're going to use a little bit of a left behind feature. Yeah, let's call it that. But you see, if you can make your way up onto this railing here, you'll notice there is a gap of sunlight. Well, technically it's not sunlight, because we're technically in an enclosed, loaded environment. And if you're not very good at jetpacking, just use AMP. It doubles your jump height, which, as you can imagine, is pretty useful when it comes to escaping the boundaries of the map. So yeah, we're going to jump on up here, and then you'll see there's an exit to the map there. We're going to quite simply jump on out of it. So now that I'm here, I'm going to simply jump my way over and out of the map. Okay, fantastic. And once you've climbed up here, we are now on the roof of the map. You're definitely going to want to drop down to save, because it's hard to tell where the floor is up here, or if there even is a floor. But it's completely viable for you to accidentally fall back into the sky. So what I'm going to do is quite simply find an area where there is likely to be a, I don't know, trader chest located. I mean, there's a coffee shop there, but who'd want a coffee shop's trading inventory? Just horrible beans. No, instead I want to climb on top of this section of the map, and oh dear, do not fall out of the world. That would be very bad. So I'm going to jump over here, jump on over here, work my way around the edge of this wall like so. No, I fell in. Hello, don't need to alarm anyone. Oh, this is the trader forest. Okay, I've made my way the long way around Neon City, and I've made my way over to Ryujin Industries, as they appear to probably be the largest building on the entire map. So I'm hoping that underneath here there should be a healthy supply of lootable trade chests for me. Yep, there are. That's a chest right in front of me. What do we got here? Hello, lovely. Come to daddy. We've got money and what is this? Corpo power suits, Corpo business suits. Okay, well, I'll take the money already. Executive suit, diplomacy chance plus 5%, instigation chance. These all seem like quite valuable and good items. Very jammy, but there are other chests over there. Oh, they're probably going to be way better. Okay, right, drop down a save, as I do not know what the terrain is looking like from here. And, oh, yep. I did, because I am now back up here. Hello. Ah, so you're the man who sells the apparel that I just stole from. Hello, hello. Oh, and I guess you sell the weapons. Oh, there's a bit of a glitchy woman over there. Oh, wow, look at some of these weapons. Ryujin, 110 damage. That sounds very fancy. Well, I guess I do have to just loot you. And Tranquility. A tea company. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, I'll take the to-go cup. Why not? And what is this? Teapots and teacups. Todd, you didn't have to. Oh, this is brilliant. Right, okay. I need access to the tea chest. Todd, you have no idea how amazing it is that you actually have an inbuilt hidden tea chest. It's my greatest dream. Right, British people everywhere now rating this game a 10 out of 10. Okay, let's jump our way down here. Yep, this is solid terrain, so we can actually navigate using this. Oh, it's hard to tell where the solid terrain ends. Right, jump to here. Yeah, whatever I do, I don't want to fall off the map. That would be most embarrassing indeed. There we go. Right, okay. I've made it underneath the chest. I just need to make my way up to the chest. I know this is a little bit of a weird way to navigate my way through a video game, but trust me, this is the British way. Right, now all I need to do is simply wait for my boost to refresh, hop on up to the next level of floor. Hello, just like so. And yes, hello there, trader chests. Oh my goodness. Thank you for building all of these for me, Todd. That was incredibly nice of you. Right, so I guess the best thing for me to do is a running jump and then I press transfer. And yep, here we go. 4,500 credits. I'll nab that. Oh, wow. This is a lot of ammunition. Don't mind if I do. And ow, my legs are broken. I've got to work my way all the way back up again. I've got to get to that tea chest. Finally, right, tea chest. 1,500 credits. I'll take that. Breakfast tea. Oh, it's overpowered. Plus 2% experience gains. Let's grab all of the tea. All of it. Yes, classic tea. Oh, great tea. All amazing. Oh, it's like a British person's best dream imaginable. Ah, fantastic. Right, I think I've looted enough of the underground chests for my liking. There are a few others over there somewhere, but yeah, reaching them is going to be annoying. So I think it's time I put some of my new goodies to use, and we're going to do something very simple. A little bit of debt collection. Actually, wait, I realize I don't even need to escape here. I can just fast travel away from here. Yeah, sure. That seems fine. I'll fast travel away from the pit. I've gone outside of the Neon City because I realize there's another ship services man over there, so logically has a chest hidden away underneath this platform. So my goal is to get underneath it. This might take me a couple hours to do, but I will find a way. Now, one new ability I did also get, which I guess is a minor spoiler, is my super space power dash. And the super space power dash is useful because it also helps kind of move you into the terrain a bit, which in our sequence breaking becomes very useful. Anyway, I've got to basically find a spot that allows me to click on and climb into the terrain. Around we go. There we go. Good stuff. Okay, I found a clip in this corner here that allows you to pull up along this seam here, but it takes a very long time to pull off, so good luck doing that. Next up, there should hopefully be a trading chest under here. Let me take a look. Please, game. The man's over in his house over there, so I guess I'll run in that direction and hopefully just not fall into the abyss, because that's a big abyss. Do not want to get in there. That looks like a gap. Drop down a second. Is this a gap? Yep, there is a gap in the train. Right, well, if you can get yourself to that section there, you're also going to be able to climb up through, because that's non-existent. Pulling that off would probably require quite a few more skill points into jetpacking than I currently have, but still, it's always useful to know these things. Okay, I'm over here, and I went past the chest. There is a chest there. Okay, normally it is underneath the trader, but nope. Is this the ship chest? Yes, it is. Ship services vendor, 72,000. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. Robbing the world, living in your floorboards, you can't stop me. Right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the main thing holding... Doric fan, shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to record a video. Okay, well, welcome everyone. We're back in Starfield, and I've realized that whilst we do have infinite money, there's only one thing holding us back. Our character's ability and level. That means our next goal is to find the cheesiest way to level up as fast as possible. And luckily for everyone, I've done just that. All you need to do is find yourself any planet with an incredibly abundant supply of fauna. The higher the level of the planet, the better, as it is still relatively early game. game, I found this planet here, which is level 40. If you have an upgraded ship, then what you want to do is probably travel over to this system, Celebrae, which is level 70, as there's a very well populated planet there as well. Now, the reason we want to find a very populated planet is simply because it allows us to effectively abuse the wildlife. But before we become a menace to the local environment, what you want to do is make sure to go into the settings and raise your game difficulty to very hard. This increases the chance of high-level enemies spawning, which is actually exactly what we want. Right, next up, I'm going to make sure to land over on the daytime side of the planet in a forest. That way we can actually see and imagine most of the wildlife lives in the bushy forest. And now that we've finally arrived on the planet, the game is going to spawn in all of the wildlife based off of our difficulty settings. This means it will spawn a large amount of legendary creatures because I've selected very hard. And now that we're actually on the planet, we're going to crank down those difficulty settings to very easy. Any living creatures already spawned in will already be their respective levels. Anyway, fantastic. We have arrived on the planet, and what we're going to want to do is find ourselves a local target. Luckily for us, there are life signs in this direction for us to go investigate. But our mission is very simple. We want to find wildlife, and luckily for me, I can already see over there are some weird dinosaur-looking things. And if I kill them, you can see I get 55 experience. Look, here's a hunting nightmare. He's level 45. However, I should be able to very easily murder him because he's just a wild animal. There we go, that's 75 experience. Lovely. It might show the planet with abundant wildlife because it increases the chance of us running into other living creatures. And said living creatures are mainly experience. Right, next to the living creature over there. Yes, there is. Kill it? It's just flying there. I don't think I can kill it. I might have killed it. Yes, I did. Okay. There's some flying orb creatures that are worth 49 experience. They're all dead. But our main target is some kind of herding creature, like these beetle crab grazers. These are peaceful creatures that take literally 2 bullets to kill and drop 54 experience. There's some more of those hunting nightmares. We can get them peeled off. Easy experience. There we go, 130. And because they're wild animals, they generally don't bother fighting back. Oh, there's some more. Bam, bam, bam. You're all dead. Come on, round that corner so I can shoot you better. Lovely, jubbly. There we go. Right, I've now made my way over to Celebrae 2 because, well, it's a level 70 planet as opposed to level 40, which means we should get more experience from the creatures here. So, well, then here I am, and yep, immediately there's a lion bear, so that's quite good. Let us crank down the difficulty. And hello there, my level 70 friend. There you go. You're worth 114 experience. Oh, and there's a birdie. Hello, birdie. Birdie is dead. That was just worth 4 experience. Well, birdie, you're not very impressive. Little beetles. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Right, you're dead. You're worth some experience. How about you? You're dead as well. You guys take apparently a few more shots to murder. Well, I guess the more shots, the more experience, which is always a decent sign. I like the way you roll down the hill when you're dead, though. Oh my goodness, and there's more lion bears. This is just like one giant ecological adventure party. Let's kill that scaraby thing. Let's kill that lion bear. I guess I can kill the sky birds as well. Okay, come on, lion bear. You've got to die. Come on. There you go. You're dead. There's another one of you, and you're dead as well. Splendid. Oh my goodness, we're going to level up in no time. There's a birdie. Died. There we go. Birdie dead. Oh, there's another lion bear. You're dead as well. Splendid. Oh, and there's another one. Jeez, guys. This is just almost like infinite spawning enemies. Oh, and of course, then there's some more beetles everywhere because, of course, there's beetles everywhere in this game. Oh, and there's some lion bears behind me and beetles behind me. Let me quickly murder them all. There we go. Oh my goodness, you take a lot of bullets. Oh, you're dead. Splendid. Oh, and there's a bunch of rays of shells in front of me. Lovely. Go on, let me murder my way through all of you. Yep, we're level 22 already. Oh my goodness, you guys are brilliant. You're so good. You're just made of money and you hardly do any damage. Honestly, the difficulty setting here doesn't make really much of a difference, other than the fact that we just use less ammunition to kill all of them. Anyway, we got more shell boys down here. We can just murder them all. There we go. Oh, and there's another one in front of me. Lovely. And over here. Oh, I'm going to run out of bullets after a while. But yes, this planet is absolutely brilliant. It is just rammed with life. I have to start switching to using my shotgun because I've got to start burning through some of this ammunition. Oh, and en route here is a herd of stuff. There we go. You're dead. You're going to be next. Hello, come on over, crabbies. Yes, yes, lovely, jubbly. Flee! Flee, you fool! As if you can escape the might of me! I'm the bird. That's a dead bird now. Right, what do we got over here? More crabbies. Hello, crabby. Bye-bye, crabby. There's some other crabs over there in the distance. I'm now up to level 23, which is very nice. And effectively, I've started realizing the main issue with how it's designed here. You see, it largely boils down to the fact that a level 70 pirate gives the exact same amount of experience as a level 70 herding creature. The only difference is the level 70 pirate can have a gun that does a bunch of damage and wear armor, whereas this random lion bear can't, and consequently it makes it exceedingly easy to murder. The fact I get basically the exact same reward for killing it doesn't seem to be an issue in Todd's eyes. Well, that's fine for me, Todd. Clearly a lion bear over there, you can die. Oh, we got another one over here, there we go, pack lion bear. Oh, and there's another one, and you're dead, and there's another one, and you're dead as well. There you go, we're literally already halfway through a level, and I've only been at this level for a handful of moments. Oh, there's a longhorn grazer. You see, that's a level 65 creature. It's just a little grazing bug. They don't even fight back. There's a level 71. He was worth 93 experience, that random little boy. He can't fight back. He's a grazing bug. What's he meant to do? Right, we're almost at level 24. We are pulling very, very close. And luckily for me, there is a whole bunch of boys right in front of me. There we go. You can all die. Stuff. You should be enough to tip me over the edge. There we go. Level 24. Brilliant stuff. Now, whose ship is this? Hello, hello. Humans, you're a spacer troublemaker. You're now a spacer deadmaker. Dead as well. It does help that I am a stealth boy. Oh, you're level 48. See, this is the issue. This guy can shoot back and actually do damage to me, and my guns don't do as much damage to him because, well, he's quite high level. Okay, he's dead now. Oh no, the ship's taking off. No, don't you dare take off. No, you bastard. Come back. Oh, I wanted this ship. Oh, well. Right, it is finally time for us to become horrifically overpowered. Yes, that's right. Incredibly disconcerting little human being. Do not make that face at me, for I have found our dream weapon. Well, it's almost our dream weapon. There's one weapon that's better than this in the entirety of the game, but unfortunately I haven't found it, so we will have to do with the defense of target. This is a 50 caliber rifle. Each shot deals 179 physical damage, which when increased by my lovely stealth attack modifiers, it's incredibly silly. That's right, we've brought back Skyrim Stealth Archer, and we've turned it into Stealth Sniper Man. However, I need to actually level up a bit more because we could be doing a lot more damage. For example, an extra 50% more damage when you're actually using the scope. There's a further like 60% more damage here.
Small
60% more damage here as well. Yep, the sky's the limit, ladies and gentlemen. All I need is perk points. So we're going to go and do a little bit of a side quest. We're going to collect some debt. A delinquent CEO has gone missing and is presumably being held hostage at this mineral plant. So Rianu Keeves is on the way to save the day and collect some debt. Now, admittedly, my track record is that everyone I've collected debt from has died. Oh, hello. We've got some spacers coming to say hello. Okay, well, these fellas look like they want to murder me. However, luckily, I am full of infinite money, so I do not need to worry about spacers, as I can just simply pay off anyone who's a problem. Anyway, let's land on this planet. Anyway, fantastic. Here we are, and already I think I can see an enemy standing in front of me. Oh, lovely. Now, who have we got here? So yes, my thermal sight can tell me that there's an enemy standing right over there. Oh, in fact, we can see him. So I can just shift up, fire a shot, and that's 1,224 damage. Yeah, that's quite good. I mean, he could have been an innocent civilian for all I know, but I'm of the shoot first, questions later school of thought. Besides, our target's somewhere safely stealed away up there. All we need to do is go and rescue them from the suffering of their mortal existence. Ow, I've just given myself burns. That is annoying. Where's this man I murdered? Ah, there you are. Oh, hello. There's a robot in here. Oh, there's a merc there. Right, bam, he's dead. And then they're going to stealth on over and try and find out who did that. Oh, okay, so there's a man here. We know he's there. Fortunately, this isn't Cyberpunk, so I can't shoot through the walls. Okay, they've spotted me. Right, well, still, it should just be one shot to kill everyone. Yep, and that was a crit for 492. Lovely. Well, my stealth cover has been diminished, but that won't be stopping the fact that I should still be able to murder anyone I run into. Oh, and they appear to have lost where I'm located. What a shame. What a shame indeed. So this way we go, over towards the enemies. Right, so there should be a bunch of bad people in here, evil doodahs and the like. But over here is the glowing target, I guess. Oh, there's an enemy. Oh, and there we go. Some of them have seen me. Right, oh, don't move your head like that. That's rude. Don't throw a grenade either. That's also rude. Anyway, hello, you're dead. Oh, someone's running away over there. Where are you going? Don't run at me. That's also rude. I am a terrifying force to be reckoned with, aren't I? Where am I getting shot from? Oh, you're up there. Right, now you're dead. Okay, hello. Who are you? Yep, you look like the person I'm here to rescue. Let me go and have a chat. Hello, delinquent CEO. Haven't you had enough? Do your worst. Oh, do you want me to murder you? I mean, I suppose I can. Can we talk now? Okay, she wants to die. Okay, no, hey, I'm with Bank. I'm collecting on your loan. Ah, I don't have to kill her. Brilliant. All right, so there we go. I've just saved a delinquent CEO from being held hostage by a bunch of evil nerd-dwells. So I guess that's a success. I mean, the highest amount of damage we did there was 1,200, which is very, very good. But I can't help but feel like it could be better. Oh, there's a high-level enemy. Hello, just take that grenade. Catch again. Where is these? Oh, you're up there shooting me. Hello. God, you're level 26. You're actually a fancy bastard. All right, well, what I can do when there's a level 26 enemy, the smartest thing to do is to leave the room, to reset the encounter and go into stealth mode. That's right. All I need to do to avoid him is make a bit of a runaway. And there we go. The combat encounter is now finishing. And then I should be able to go back in there and one-shot him for 1,000 damage. Yes, look, there he is running around, trying to find me all smart. Silly sausage can't see me through this glass window. Right, job done. We are now hidden again. So I should be able to come in here and all I need to do is find, yep, there's our level 26 legendary friend. Right, so I just shift up like so. Quick shot to the head for 567 damage. Oh, and can I shoot through the wall? Come on, yes. Yes, I can. 881. Nice follow-up sneak attack. 2 shots and that enemy died. 1 shot for you. Yes, that was quite a high-level enemy. He had a lot of health. Unfortunately for him, I am no mere mortal, and I exist to stack modifiers. Surely there's someone in here. Oh my goodness, there's literally a man outside. The poor guy. He went all the way out there. Well, I mean, I saved the day, and by saved the day, I mean I killed a bunch of people, so that was a good success. However, 1,200 damage just isn't high enough. I mean, sure, it was enough to pretty much one-hit every enemy I ran into. We could be doing so much better than that, and I'm not one to rest on my laurels. So it's back to the planet grind, but we're going to cheese out a few more levels. Right, I have been massively improving Rianu's capabilities, as we are now up to an astonishing level 45. Now, because of this, our ability to deal damage has been greatly increased. For a start, we have now maxed out our concealment, meaning from sneak our ranged attacks do 4 times more damage. We also do an extra 20% more damage when we are using a suppressed weapon, which we always are. We get an extra 40% damage from isolation. We then add on a further 60% or so from ballistics, and an extra 30% from rifle certification. My main goal at the moment is to reach the end of the sniper certification tree, and honestly, any points into marksmanship as well would be very useful. In order to do this, I just simply need to get as many kills as possible. This is made slightly easier by the fact that this gun here, which normally would be doing like 40 damage, is now hitting for about 300. As you can imagine, that makes it pretty darn good. However, I wonder how my actual professional sniper fares. Let's equip the bad boy. Professional hard target. Damage apparently now to 279, so let's give it a go. Bam! Okay, that was 1,115 damage. Yeah, that was 1,170 as well. I think this bad boy is going to be pretty good. I'm guessing that basically no matter the difficulty, this thing's going to murder. Anyway, let's finish mopping up all of these little guys. Splendid stuff. More kills equals more skill grinds equals more experience. Everybody wins. Hello, tiger. I love this planet. It is just filled with wildlife. Or at least it was filled with wildlife until I came along, and now it's just filled with a bunch of corpses. There we go, and we've just gotten a few more kills in again. Right, so if we go over to this tree, we should be able to... Right, do I want to get rifle certification, or do I want to get sniper certification? I mean, I think I need to start making progress on you first. 125 kills is what I need to get. Jeez, okay. And rifle certification, I'll grab you. I won't bother getting the final one of rifle certification. We don't really need to be able to reload faster. But hey, we should now be able to do a little bit more damage. And yep, it seems like we can hit a bird for 352. So I'd say we're doing pretty decent. So for example, when I'm standing still, if I shoot this enemy, I only do 67 damage. But if I crouch and I stealth, suddenly I'm doing 400. This is the power of stealth. Oh, that was 650. Do you have any idea how cheap these bullets are? This is insane. Like, it's genuinely a non-issue for me to murder this entire planet's ecosystem. Right, let me kill some birds. Guys are easy and relatively stationary half the time. Let me stay up here on my lovely hunting ground. Dead. Dead, dead, dead. Very much dead. Even more dead. Dead, dead. Splendid. Oh, and we also level up, of course we do. Dead bird. It's nice that the birds literally have to fly over at me. That's really generous of them. I still can't believe that this terrible rifle is now doing 870 damage. It is literally, it's not even a fancy rifle. It's like meant to be pretty darn bad. Come on, hit that bird. I think I'm actually going to move myself to a different biome on this planet now, because I've certainly massacred most of that area. So let's go to the frozen plains. What do we got? Oh, they look like wild animals to me. Make that dead wild animals. Lovely jubbly. Isn't it just great when all of the enemies just slowly walk towards you in one big line, behind each other, one by one? Oh my goodness. Oh, don't worry. There's enough bullets for all of you if you just line up so carefully like this. That's wonderful. There we go. Oh, apologies, I have to reload. Oh, but don't worry, there's even more enemies behind me now. Wonderful. Oh my goodness, there's like 40 enemies in this area. You've got to die as well. You've got to die as well. Oh, I think I've found myself a... It's normally like an abandoned listening post, which is, yep, where pirates hang out. So there is a level 40 legendary pirate right there. So I'm just going to hazard a guess and say that if I stand atop my lovely solar panel here, and I switch to my insanely upgraded sniper rifle, aim in on this lovely fella's head, and bam, 2,000 damage. Okay, hello. Oh, friend, you were not ready for that. I'm afraid you're dead now. We could go into that facility and clear it out, and interestingly, the facilities are pretty useful because they always spawn magazines, and the magazines are effectively a way of adding permanent stat modifiers onto yourself. But for the moment, I just need to kill things as humanly fast as possible. I found my first new wildlife on this planet, Horsalamander Grazer. Okay, you guys are brand new. Let me kill you. There you go. You still die to just one bullet, so that's kind of embarrassing. Anyway, we've got more enemies up ahead. There we go. Just get them all finished off. Lovely jubbly. Love discovering new wildlife. Hello, you're dead. You're dead too. Oh, and there's a whole herd of them over there. Splendid. Oh, there we go. I've also leveled up. Level 57. Very nice. And all more enemies. All dead. Oh, look at that. A ship coming into land. Wonderful. And oh, more wildlife. Leafback. All of you are dead anyway. Oh my goodness, you're landing right in front of me at some kind of military structure. Oh, how exciting. Oh, we might have some pirates to murder. Right, what did we level up? Okay, headshots while aiming with a scope weapon now have an increased critical chance. Okay, and we just need to kill 250 enemies to get the next skill up on this for an extra 50% damage. I mean, that sounds insane, but 250 birds? Well, that's only 250 bullets. First things first, we should say hello to these people over here. Although, I am actually going to try something a little bit different, which is that I know the lower my health is, the more damage I do. So I'm just going to stand on top of this toxic vent until it bleeds away a lot of my health. Alright, so there we go. I will now walk off of the vent. I mean, we are now exceedingly low health, but I'm expecting this means we should be able to do an exceedingly larger quantity of damage. And yes, it is exactly what I was expecting. There is shooting going on here. Yes, it looks like some human beings are trying to fight those ice creatures. However, this military facility is mine, and so there shall be no survivors. No survivors, I tell you. Hello, humans. And I'll have a quick sip of my lovely classic tea, and that should get me in the spirit for a good bit of murdering. So let me pull out my perfect calibrated sniper rifle for the job and deal with these humans. Yes, probably pirates. Don't let their civilian clothing fool you. There we go, 3,800 damage. Yep, see, they're called hunters. And what do hunters do? They get hunted. That's probably how it works. Anyway, 4,500 damage. You are all dead. Splendid. Alright, so I've now got to go kill 250 members of the local wildlife in order to get the next skill perk that allows me to do nearly 100 extra damage. So, yeah, I've got to get to work. Now, you might say that, hey, it's bad that I murdered those people, but let's be realistic here, ladies and gents. They were called hunters. They were going to kill my wildlife. This is my wildlife to hunt, not yours. Anyway, yes, it would seem that literally being at low health adds nearly an extra 100 to 200 damage to all of my shots, which in this game is the difference between immediately killing your target and immediately killing your target. Look, I've gone a little bit too far, but when has that ever been a problem? I won't stop until I've got all of my perks. Okay, I finally found a true high-level enemy. This is a level 98 pirate legend in front of us. Definitely an incredibly dangerous enemy, and I've already done several thousand damage to them, and yet here they come. They still keep coming. I mean, luckily for me, I think that final shot to the head was enough, and yeah, I don't know what you're even trying, Plunderer. That was never gonna go anywhere. Still, thanks for dropping some high-powered weapons at my feet. Right, what is on your body, level 98 enemy? Concussive Advanced Bridger. Okay, weapons that... Okay, it has rounds that are bigger but can occasionally fail. Well, you sound brilliant. A Magstorm weapon? I mean, okay, I just might as well take this just for fun, just to see what it's like. Oh my goodness, this weapon also seems to be quite good. It might just be doing 347 physical damage because it has depleted uranium rounds, but either way, that sounds pretty fun. Let's go find an unwilling volunteer to shoot some depleted uranium into. I finally did it. Okay, it has taken a pretty decent amount of work, but I have achieved Sniper Certification Rank 4. We now do 50% more damage while using a scope, which means this gun that was previously doing 300 damage is now doing a very, very jazzy 482. Very nice. Let me try out my sniper rifle instead. Well, that was 1,978 against an enemy that probably could see me, and that was 2,300 damage. Very nice indeed. Yep, I think it's safe to say we're slightly over-leveled now for the rest of the game. Well, time to go find myself a boss to kill. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're now ready to finish our video with a bang. And by a bang, that means I'm going to show off about 3 little more perfectly balanced features that I discovered. Perfectly balanced feature number 1, customized ship designs. Now, of course, you can customize your ship and turn it into the most efficient mobile dogfighting machine possible. That way you can improve.
Peace.